George Sepharis. 1. Voiced by Books on English. Almost everyone thought the man and the boy were father and son. They crossed the country on a rambling southwest line in an old Citroën sedan, keeping mostly to secondary roads, traveling in fits and starts. They stopped in 3 places along the way before reaching their final destination, first in Rhode Island, where the tall man with the black hair worked in a textile mill, then in Youngstown, Ohio, where he worked for 3 months on a tractor assembly line, and finally in a small California town near the Mexican border, where he pumped gas and worked at repairing small foreign cars with an amount of success that was, to him, surprising and gratifying. Wherever they stopped, he got a Maine newspaper called the Portland Press-Herald and watched it for items concerning a small southern Maine town named Jerusalem's Lot and the surrounding area. There were such items from time to time. He wrote an outline of a novel in motel rooms before they hit Central Falls, Rhode Island, and mailed it to his agent. He had been a mildly successful novelist a million years before, in a time when the darkness had not come over his life. The agent took the outline to his last publisher, who expressed polite interest but no inclination to part with any advance money. "Please and thank you," he told the boy as he tore the agent's letter up, "were still free." He said it without too much bitterness and set about the book anyway. The boy did not speak much. His face retained a perpetual pinched look, and his eyes were dark as if they always scanned some bleak inner horizon. In the diners and gas stations where they stopped along the way, he was polite and nothing more. He didn't seem to want the tall man out of his sight, and the boy seemed nervous even when the man left him to use the bathroom. He refused to talk about the town of Jerusalem's Lot, although the tall man tried to raise the topic from time to time, and he would not look at the Portland newspapers the man sometimes deliberately left around. When the book was written, they were living in a beach cottage off the highway, and they both swam in the Pacific a great deal. It was warmer than the Atlantic, and friendlier. It held no memories. The boy began to get very brown. Although they were living well enough to eat 3 square meals a day and keep a solid roof over their heads, the man had begun to feel depressed and doubtful about the life they were living. He was tutoring the boy, and he did not seem to be losing anything in the way of education. The boy was bright and easy about books, as the tall man had been himself, but he didn't think that blotting Salem's Lot out was doing the boy any good. Sometimes at night he screamed in his sleep and thrashed the blankets onto the floor. A letter came from New York. The tall man's agent said that Random House was offering $12,000 in advance, and a book club sale was almost certain. Was it okay? It was. The man quit his job at the gas station, and he and the boy crossed the border. TWO. Los Zapatos, which means the shoes, a name that secretly pleased the man to no end, was a small village not far from the ocean. It was fairly free of tourists. There was no good road, no ocean view, you had to go 5 miles further west to get that, and no historical points of interest. Also, the local cantina was infested with cockroaches, and the only whore was a 50-year-old grandmother. With the states behind them, an almost unearthly quiet dropped over their lives. Few planes went overhead, there were no turnpikes, and no one owned a power lawn mower, or cared to have one, for 100 miles. They had a radio, but even that was noise without meaning. The news broadcasts were all in Spanish, which the boy began to pick up but which remained and always would gibberish to the man. All the music seemed to consist of opera. At night they sometimes got a pop music station from Monterey made frantic with the accents of Wolfman Jack, but it faded in and out. The only motor within hearing distance was a quaint old rototiller owned by a local farmer. When the wind was right, its irregular burping noise would come to their ears faintly, like an uneasy spirit. They drew their water from the well by hand. Once or twice a month, not always together, they attended Mass at the small church in town. Neither of them understood the ceremony, but they went all the same. The man found himself sometimes drowsing in the suffocating heat to the steady, familiar rhythms and the voices which gave them tongue. One Sunday the boy came out onto the rickety back porch where the man had begun work on a new novel and told him hesitantly that he had spoken to the priest about being taken into the church. The man nodded and asked him if he had enough Spanish to take instruction. The boy said he didn't think it would be a problem. The man made a 40-mile trip once a week to get the Portland, Maine, paper, which was always at least a week old and was sometimes yellowed with dog urine. 2 weeks after the boy had told him of his intentions, he found a featured story about Salem's Lot and a Vermont town called Mom's Son. The tall man's name was mentioned in the course of the story. He left the paper around with no particular hope that the boy would pick it up. The article made him uneasy for a number of reasons. It was not over in Salem's Lot yet, it seemed. The boy came to him a day later with the paper in his hand, folded open to expose the headline, "Ghost Town in Maine." "I'm scared," he said. "I am, too," the tall man answered. 3. Ghost Town in Maine? By John Lewis. Press Herald Features Editor. Jerusalem's Lot is a small town east of Cumberland and 20 miles north of Portland. It is not the first town in American history to just dry up and blow away, and will probably not be the last, but it is one of the strangest. Ghost towns are common in the American Southwest, where communities grew up almost overnight around rich gold and silver lodes and then disappeared almost as rapidly when the veins of ore played out, leaving empty stores and hotels and saloons to rot emptily in desert silence. In New England, the only counterpart to the mysterious emptying of Jerusalem's Lot, or Salem's Lot as the natives often refer to it, seems to be a small town in Vermont called Mom's Son. During the summer of 1923, Mom's Son apparently just dried up and blew away, and all 312 residents went with it. The houses and few small business buildings in the town center still stand, but since that summer 52 years ago, they have been uninhabited. In some cases the furnishings had been removed, but in most the houses were still furnished, as if in the middle of daily life some great wind had blown all the people away. In one house the table had been set for the evening meal, complete with a centerpiece of long wilted flowers. In another the covers had been turned down neatly in an upstairs bedroom as if for sleep. In the local mercantile store, a rotted bolt of cotton cloth was found on the counter and a price of $1.22 rung up on the cash register. Investigators found almost $50 in the cash drawer, untouched. People in the area like to entertain tourists with the story and to hint that the town is haunted. That, they say, is why it has remained empty ever since. A more likely reason is that Mom's Son is located in a forgotten corner of the state, far from any main road. There is nothing there that could not be duplicated in 100 other towns except, of course, the Mary Celeste-like mystery of its sudden emptiness. Much the same could be said for Jerusalem's Lot. In the census of 1970, Salem's Lot claimed 1,319 inhabitants, a gain of exactly 67 souls in the 10 years since the previous census. It is a sprawling, comfortable township, familiarly called the Lot by its previous inhabitants, where little of any note ever took place. The only thing the oldsters who regularly gathered in the park and around the stove in Crosson's agricultural market had to talk about was the fire of '51, when a carelessly tossed match started one of the largest forest fires in the state's history. If a man wanted to spin out his retirement in a small country town where everyone minded his own business and the big event of any given week was apt to be the Ladies' Auxiliary Bake-Off, then the Lot would have been a good choice. Demographically, the census of 1970 showed a pattern familiar both to rural sociologists and to the longtime residents of any small Maine town: a lot of old folks, quite a few poor folks, and a lot of young folks who leave the area with their diplomas under their arms, never to return again. But a little over a year ago, something began to happen in Jerusalem's Lot that was not usual. People began to drop out of sight. The larger proportion of these, naturally, haven't disappeared in the real sense of the word at all. The Lot's former constable, Parkins Gillespie, is living with his sister in Kittery. Charles James, owner of a gas station across from the drugstore, is now running a repair shop in neighboring Cumberland. Pauline Dickens has moved to Los Angeles, and Rhoda Curlis is working with the St. Matthew's Mission in Portland. The list of UN disappearances could go on and on. What is mystifying about these found people is their unanimous unwillingness or inability to talk about Jerusalem's Lot and what, if anything, might have happened there. Parkins Gillespie simply looked at this reporter, lit a cigarette, and said, "I just decided to leave." Charles James claims he was forced to leave because his business dried up with the town. Pauline Dickens, who worked as a waitress in the excellent cafe for years, never answered this reporter's letter of inquiry. And Mrs. Curlis refuses to speak of Salem's Lot at all. Some of the missing can be accounted for by educated guesswork and a little research. Lawrence Crockett, a local real estate agent who has disappeared with his wife and daughter, has left a number of questionable business ventures and land deals behind him, including one piece of Portland land speculation where the Portland Mall and Shopping Center is now under construction. The Royce McDougalls, also among the missing, had lost their infant son earlier in the year, and there was little to hold them in town. They might be anywhere. Others fit into the same category. According to State Police Chief Peter McPhee, "We've got traces out on a great many people from Jerusalem's Lot, but that isn't the only main town where people have dropped out of sight." Royce McDougal, for instance, left owing money to one bank and two finance companies. In my judgment, he was just a fly-by-nighter who decided to get out from under. Someday this year or next, he'll use one of those credit cards he's got in his wallet and the repossession men will land on him with both feet. In America, missing persons are as natural as cherry pie. We're living in an automobile-oriented society. People pick up stakes and move on every 2 or 3 years. Sometimes they forget to leave a forwarding address. Especially the deadbeats. Yet for all the hard-headed practicality of Captain McPhee's words, there are unanswered questions in Jerusalem's Lot. Henry Petrie and his wife and son are gone, and Mr. Petrie, a Prudential Insurance Company executive, could hardly be called a deadbeat. The local mortician, the local librarian, and the local beautician are also in the dead letter file. The list is of a disquieting length. In the surrounding towns, the whispering campaign that is the beginning of legend has already begun. Salem's Lot is reputed to be haunted. Sometimes colored lights are reported hovering over the central main power lines that bisect the township, and if you suggest that the inhabitants of the lot have been carried off by UFOs, no one will laugh. There has been some talk of a dark coven of young people who were practicing the black mass in town and, perhaps, brought the wrath of God himself on the namesake of the Holy Land's holiest city. Others, of a less supernatural bent, remember the young men who disappeared in the Houston, Texas, area some 3 years ago only to be discovered in grisly mass graves. An actual visit to a Salem's lot makes such talk seem less wild. There is not one business left open. The last one to go under was Spencer's Sundries and Pharmacy, which closed its doors in January. Crossan's Agricultural Store, the Hardware Store, Barlow and Straker's Furniture Shop, the excellent cafe, and even the municipal building are all boarded up. The new grammar school is empty, and so is the Tri-Town Consolidated High School, built in the lot in 1967. The school furnishings and the books have been moved to make-do facilities in Cumberland pending a referendum vote in the other towns of the school district, but it seems that no children from Salem's lot will be in attendance when a new school year begins. There are no children, only abandoned shops and stores, deserted houses, overgrown lawns, deserted streets, and back roads. Some of the other people that the state police would like to locate or at least hear from include John Groggins, pastor of the Jerusalem's Lot Methodist Church, Father Donald Callahan, parish priest of St. Andrews, Mabel Wurtz, a local widow who was prominent in a Salem's Lot church and social functions, Lester and Harriet Durham, a local couple who both worked at Gates Mill and Weaving, Eva Miller, who ran a local boarding house. 4. 2 months after the newspaper article, the boy was taken into the church. He made his first confession and confessed everything. 5. The village priest was an old man with white hair and a face seamed into a net of wrinkles. His eyes peered out of his sun-beaten face with surprising life and avidity. They were blue eyes, very Irish. When the tall man arrived at his house, he was sitting on the porch and drinking tea. A man in a city suit stood beside him. The man's hair was parted in the middle and greased in a manner that reminded the tall man of photograph portraits from the 1890s. The man said stiffly, "I am Jesus de la Rey Munoz. Father Grayson has asked me to interpret, as he has no English. Father Grayson has done my family a great service, which I may not mention. My lips are likewise sealed in the matter he wishes to discuss. Is it agreeable to you?" "Yes." He shook Munoz's hand and then Grayson's. Grayson replied in Spanish and smiled. He had only 5 teeth left in his jaw, but the smile was sunny and glad. He asks, "Would you like a cup of tea?" "It is green tea." "Very cooling." "That would be lovely." When the amenities had passed among them, the priest said, "The boy is not your son." "No." He made a strange confession. In fact, I have never heard a stranger confession in all my days of the priesthood. That does not surprise me. He wept, Father Grayson said, sipping his tea. It was a deep and terrible weeping. It came from the cellar of his soul. Must I ask the question this confession raises in my heart? No, the tall man said evenly. You don't. He is telling the truth. Grayson was nodding even before Munoz translated, and his face had grown grave. He leaned forward with his hands clasped between his knees and spoke for a long time. Munoz listened intently, his face carefully expressionless. When the priest finished, Munoz said, he says there are strange things in the world. 40 years ago a peasant from El Grañones brought him a lizard that screamed as though it were a woman. He has seen a man with stigmata, the marks of our Lord's Passion, and this man bled from his hands and feet on Good Friday. He says this is an awful thing, a dark thing. It is serious for you and the boy. Particularly for the boy. It is eating him up. He says? Grayken spoke again, briefly. He asks if you understand what you have done in this New Jerusalem. Jerusalem's lot, the tall man said. Yes. I understand. Grayken spoke again. He asks what you intend to do about it. The tall man shook his head very slowly. I don't know. Grayken spoke again. He says he will pray for you. 6. A week later he awoke sweating from a nightmare and called out the boy's name. I'm going back, he said. The boy paled beneath his tan. Can you come with me? Oh, the man asked. Do you love me? Yes. God, yes. The boy began to weep, and the tall man held him. 7. Still, there was no sleep for him. Faces lurked in the shadows, swirling up at him like faces obscured in snow, and when the wind blew an overhanging tree limb against the roof, he jumped. Jerusalem's lot. He closed his eyes and put his arm across them, and it all began to come back. He could almost see the glass paperweight, the kind that will make a tiny blizzard when you shake it. Salem's lot. Part 1. The Mars 10 house. No live organism can continue for long to exist sanely under conditions of absolute reality. Even larks and katydids are supposed, by some, to dream. Hill House, not sane, stood by itself against its hills, holding darkness within. It had stood for 80 years and might stand for 80 more. Within, walls continued upright, bricks met neatly, floors were firm, and doors were sensibly shut. Silence lay steadily against the wooden stone of Hill House, and whatever walked there, walked alone. Shirley Jackson. The Haunting of Hill House. Chapter 1. Voiced by Books on English. 1. Ben. By the time he had passed Portland going north on the turnpike, Ben Mears had begun to feel a not unpleasurable tingle of excitement in his belly. It was September 5, 1975, and summer was enjoying her final grand fling. The trees were bursting with green, the sky was a high, soft blue, and just over the Falmouth town line he saw two boys walking a road parallel to the expressway with fishing rods settled on their shoulders like carbines. He switched to the travel lane, slowed to the minimum turnpike speed, and began to look for anything that would jog his memory. There was nothing at first, and he tried to caution himself against almost sure disappointment. You were 9 then. That's 25 years of water under the bridge. Places change. Like people. In those days the 4-lane 295 hadn't existed. If you wanted to go to Portland from the lot, you went out Route 12 to Falmouth and then got on number 1. Time had marched on. Stop that shit. But it was hard to stop. It was hard to stop when a big BSA cycle with jacked handlebars suddenly roared past him in the passing lane, a kid in a t-shirt driving, a girl in a red cloth jacket and huge mirror-lensed sunglasses riding pillion behind him. They cut in a little too quickly and he overreacted, jamming on his brakes and laying both hands on the horn. The BSA sped up, belching blue smoke from its exhaust, and the girl jabbed her middle finger back at him. He resumed speed, wishing for a cigarette. His hands were trembling slightly. The BSA was almost out of sight now, moving fast. The kids! The goddamned kids! Memories tried to crowd in on him, memories of a more recent vintage. He pushed them away. He hadn't been on a motorcycle in 2 years. He planned never to ride on one again. A flash of red caught his eye off to the left, and when he glanced that way, he felt a burst of pleasure and recognition. A large red barn stood on a hill far across a rising field of timothy and clover, a barn with a cupola painted white. Even at this distance he could see the sun gleam on the weather vane atop that cupola. It had been there then, and was still here now. It looked exactly the same. Maybe it was going to be all right after all. Then the trees blotted it out. As the turnpike entered Cumberland, more and more things began to seem familiar. He passed over the Royal River, where they had fished for steelers and pickerel as boys. Past a brief, flickering view of Cumberland Village through the trees. In the distance the Cumberland Water Tower with its huge slogan painted across the side, "Keep Maine Green." Aunt Cindy had always said someone should print "Bring Money" underneath that. His original sense of excitement grew, and he began to speed up, watching for the sign. It came twinkling up out of the distance in reflectorized green 5 miles later. Route 12, Jerusalem's Lot. Cumberland CTR. A sudden blackness came over him, dousing his good spirits like sand on fire. He had been subject to these since his mind tried to speak Miranda's name and he would not let it, the bad time, and was used to fending them off, but this one swept over him with a savage power that was dismaying. What was he doing, coming back to a town where he had lived for 4 years as a boy, trying to recapture something that was irrevocably lost? What magic could he expect to recapture by walking roads that he had once walked as a boy and were probably asphalted and straightened and logged off and littered with tourist beer cans? The magic was gone, both white and black. It had all gone down the chutes on that night when the motorcycle had gone out of control, and then there was the yellow moving van, growing and growing, his wife Miranda's scream, cut off with sudden finality when the exit came up on his right, and for a moment he considered driving right past it, continuing on to Chamberlain or Lewiston, stopping for lunch, and then turning around and going back. But back where? Home? That was a laugh. If there was a home, it had been here. Even if it had only been for years, it was his. He signaled, slowed the Citroën, and went up the ramp. Toward the top, where the turnpike ramp joined Route 12, which became Jointner Avenue closer to town, he glanced up toward the horizon. What he saw there made him jam the brakes on with both feet. The Citroën shuddered to a stop and stalled. The trees, mostly pine and spruce, rose in gentle slopes toward the east, seeming to almost crowd against the sky at the limit of vision. From here the town was not visible. Only the trees, and in the distance, where those trees rose against the sky, the peaked, gabled roof of the Marsden house. He gazed at it, fascinated. Warring emotions crossed his face with kaleidoscopic swiftness. "Still here," he murmured aloud. "By God!" He looked down at his arms. They had broken out in goose flesh. TWO. He deliberately skirted town, crossing into Cumberland and then coming back into a Salem's Lot from the west, taking the Burns Road. He was amazed by how little things had changed out here. There were a few new houses he didn't remember. There was a tavern called Dell's just over the town line, and a pair of fresh gravel quarries. A good deal of the hardwood had been pulped over. But the old tin sign pointing the way to the town dump was still there, and the road itself was still unpaved, full of chuck holes and washboards, and he could see Schoolyard Hill through the slash in the trees where the central main power pylons ran on a northwest to southeast line. The Griffin farm was still there, although the barn had been enlarged. He wondered if they still bottled and sold their own milk. The logo had been a smiling cow under the name brand, Sunshine Milk from the Griffin Farms. He smiled. He had splashed a lot of that milk on his corn flakes at Aunt Cindy's house. He turned left onto the Brooks Road, past the wrought iron gates and the low fieldstone wall surrounding Harmony Hill Cemetery, and then went down the steep grade and started up the far side, the side known as Marston's Hill. At the top, the trees fell away on both sides of the road. On the right, you could look right down into the town proper, Ben's first view of it. On the left, the Mars 10 house. He pulled over and got out of the car. It was just the same. There was no difference, not at all. He might have last seen it yesterday. The witch grass grew wild and tall in the front yard, obscuring the old, frost-heaved flagstones that led to the porch. Chirring crickets sang in it, and he could see grasshoppers jumping in erratic parabolas. The house itself looked toward town. It was huge and rambling and sagging, its windows haphazardly boarded shut, giving it that sinister look of all old houses that have been empty for a long time. The paint had been weathered away, giving the house a uniform grey look. Windstorms had ripped many of the shingles off, and a heavy snowfall had punched in the west corner of the main roof, giving it a slumped, hunched look. A tattered no trespassing sign was nailed to the right-hand newel post. He felt a strong urge to walk up that overgrown path, past the crickets and hoppers that would jump around his shoes, climb the porch, peek between the haphazard boards into the hallway or the front room. Perhaps try the front door. If it was unlocked, go in. He swallowed and stared up at the house, almost hypnotized. It stared back at him with idiot indifference. You walked down the hall, smelling wet plaster and rotting wallpaper, and mice would skitter in the walls. There would still be a lot of junk lying around, and you might pick something up, a paperweight maybe, and put it in your pocket. Then, at the end of the hall, instead of going through into the kitchen, you could turn left and go up the stairs, your feet gritting in the plaster dust which had sifted down from the ceiling over the years. There were 14 steps, exactly 14. But the top one was smaller, out of proportion, as if it had been added to avoid the evil number. At the top of the stairs you stand on the landing, looking down the hall toward a closed door. And if you walk down the hall toward it, watching as if from outside yourself as the door gets closer and larger, you can reach out your hand and put it on the tarnished silver knob. He turned away from the house, a straw-dry whistle of air slipping from his mouth. Not yet. Later, perhaps, but not yet. For now it was enough to know that all of that was still here. It had waited for him. He put his hands on the hood of his car and looked out over the town. He could find out down there who was handling the Mars 10 house, and perhaps lease it. The kitchen would make an adequate writing room and he could bunk down in the front parlor. But he wouldn't allow himself to go upstairs. Not unless it had to be done. He got in his car, started it, and drove down the hill to Jerusalem's lot. Chapter 2. 1. Susan. He was sitting on a bench in the park when he observed the girl watching him. She was a very pretty girl, and there was a silk scarf tied over her light blonde hair. She was currently reading a book, but there was a sketch pad and what looked like a charcoal pencil beside her. It was Tuesday, September 16th, the first day of school, and the park had magically emptied of the rowdier element. What was left was a scattering of mothers with infants, a few old men sitting by the war memorial, and this girl sitting in the dappled shade of a gnarled old elm. She looked up and saw him. An expression of startlement crossed her face. She looked down at her book, looked up at him again, and started to rise, almost thought better of it, did rise, sat down again. He got up and walked over, holding his own book, which was a paperback western. "Hello," he said agreeably. "Do we know each other?" "No," she said. "That is, you're Benjamin Mears, right?" "Right." He raised his eyebrows. She laughed nervously, not looking in his eyes except in a quick flash, to try to read the barometer of his intentions. She was quite obviously a girl not accustomed to speaking to strange men in the park. "I thought I was seeing a ghost." She held up the book in her lap. He saw fleetingly that Jerusalem's Lot Public Library was stamped on the thickness of pages between covers. The book was Air Dance, his second novel. She showed him the photograph of himself on the back jacket, a photo that was 4 years old now. The face looked boyish and frighteningly serious, the eyes were black diamonds. "Of such inconsequential beginnings dynasties are begun," he said, and although it was a joking throwaway remark, it hung oddly in the air, like prophecy spoken in jest. Behind them, a number of toddlers were splashing happily in the wading pool, and a mother was telling Roddy not to push his sister so high. The sister went soaring up on her swing regardless, dress flying, trying for the sky. It was a moment he remembered for years after, as though a special small slice had been cut from the cake of time. If nothing fires between two people, such an instant simply falls back into the general rack of memory. Then she laughed and offered him the book. "Will you autograph it?" "A library book?" "I'll buy it from them and replace it." He found a mechanical pencil in his sweater pocket, opened the book to the flyleaf, and asked, "What's your name?" "Susan Norton." He wrote quickly, without thinking, for Susan Norton, the prettiest girl in the park. "Warm regards, Ben Mears." He added the date below his signature in slashed notation. "Now you'll have to steal it," he said, handing it back. "Air Dance is out of print, alas. I'll get a copy from one of those bookfinders in New York." She hesitated, and this time her glance at his eyes was a little longer. "It's an awfully good book." "Thanks. When I take it down and look at it, I wonder how it ever got published." "Do you take it down often?" "Yeah, but I'm trying to quit." She grinned at him and they both laughed, and that made things more natural. Later he would have a chance to think how easily this had happened, how smoothly. The thought was never a comfortable one. It conjured up an image of fate, not blind at all but equipped with sentient 20/20th vision and intent on grinding helpless mortals between the great millstones of the universe to make some unknown bread. "I read Conway's Daughter, too. I loved that." "I suppose you hear that all the time." "Remarkably little," he said honestly. Miranda had also loved Conway's Daughter, but most of his coffee house friends had been non-committal and most of the critics had clobbered it. Well, that was critics for you. Plot was out, masturbation in. Well, I did. Have you read the new one? Billy said, keep going. Not yet. Miss Coogan at the drugstore says it's pretty racy. Hell, it's almost puritanical, Ben said. The language is rough, but when you're writing about uneducated country boys, you can't. Look, can I buy you an ice cream soda or something? I was just getting a hanker-on for one. She checked his eyes a third time, then smiled warmly. Sure. I'd love one. They're great in Spencer's. That was the beginning of it. TWO. Is that Miss Coogan? Ben asked it, low-voiced. He was looking at a tall, spare woman who was wearing a red nylon duster over her white uniform. Her blue-rinsed hair was done in a step-like succession of finger waves. That's her. She's got a little cart she takes to the library every Thursday night. She fills out reserve cards by the ton and drives Miss Starcher crazy. They were seated on red leather stools at the soda fountain. He was drinking a chocolate soda, hers was strawberry. Spencer's also served as the local bus depot, and from where they sat they could look through an old-fashioned scrolled arch and into the waiting room, where a solitary young man in Air Force blues sat glumly with his feet planted around his suitcase. Doesn't look happy to be going wherever he's going, does he? She said, following his glance. Leaves over, I imagine, Ben said. Now, he thought, she'll ask if I've ever been in the service. But instead, I'll be on that 10:30 bus one of these days. Goodbye, Salem's lot. Probably I'll be looking just as glum as that boy. Where? New York, I guess. To see if I can't finally become self-supporting. What's wrong with right here? The lot? I love it. But my folks, you know. They'd always be sort of looking over my shoulder. That's a bummer. And the lot doesn't really have that much to offer the young career girl. She shrugged and dipped her head to suck at her straw. Her neck was tanned, beautifully muscled. She was wearing a colorful print shift that hinted at a good figure. What kind of job are you looking for? She shrugged. I've got a BA from Boston University, not worth the paper it's printed on, really. Art major, English minor. The original Dipso duo. Strictly eligible for the educated idiot category. I'm not even trained to decorate an office. Some of the girls I went to high school with are holding down plump secretarial jobs now. I never got beyond personal typing myself. So what does that leave? Oh, maybe a publishing house, she said vaguely. Or some magazine, advertising, maybe. Places like that can always use someone who can draw on command. I can do that. I have a portfolio. Do you have offers? He asked gently. No. No. But? You don't go to New York without offers, he said. Believe me. You'll wear out the heels on your shoes. She smiled uneasily. I guess you should know. Have you sold stuff locally? Oh yes. She laughed abruptly. My biggest sale to date was to the Cinex Corporation. They opened a new triple cinema in Portland and bought 12 paintings at a crack to hang in their lobby. Paid $700. I made a down payment on my little car. You ought to take a hotel room for a week or so in New York, he said, and hit every magazine and publishing house you can find with your portfolio. Make your appointment 6 months in advance so the editors and personnel guys don't have anything on their calendars. But for God's sake, don't just haul steaks for the big city. What about you? She asked, leaving off the straw and spooning ice cream. What are you doing in the thriving community of Jerusalem's Lot, Maine, population 1,300? He shrugged. Trying to write a novel. She was instantly alight with excitement. In the lot? What's it about? Why here? Are you? He looked at her gravely. You're dripping. I'm? Oh, I am. Sorry. She mopped the base of her glass with a napkin. Say, I didn't mean to pry. I'm really not gushy as a rule. No apology needed, he said. All writers like to talk about their books. Sometimes when I'm lying in bed at night, I make up a Playboy interview about me. Waste of time. They only do authors if their books are big on campus. The Air Force youngster stood up. A Greyhound was pulling up to the curb out front, air brakes chuffing. I lived in a Salem's Lot for 4 years as a kid. Out on the Burns Road. The Burns Road? There's nothing out there now but the marshes and a little graveyard. Harmony Hill, they call it. I lived with my Aunt Cindy. Cynthia Stowens. My dad died, see, and my mom went through kind of a nervous breakdown. So she farmed me out to Aunt Cindy while she got her act back together. Aunt Cindy put me on a bus back to Long Island and my mom just about a month after the big fire. He looked at his face in the mirror behind the soda fountain. I cried on the bus going away from Mom, and I cried on the bus going away from Aunt Cindy and Jerusalem's Lot. I was born the year of the fire, Susan said. The biggest damn thing that ever happened to this town, and I slept through it. Ben laughed. That makes you about 7 years older than I thought in the park. Really? She looked pleased. Thank you, I think. Your aunt's house must have burned down. Yes, he said. That night is one of my clearest memories. Some men with Indian pumps on their backs came to the door and said we'd have to leave. It was very exciting. Aunt Cindy dithered around, picking things up and loading them into her Hudson. Christ, what a night! Was she insured? No, but the house was rented and we got just about everything valuable into the car, except for the TV. We tried to lift it and couldn't even budge it off the floor. It was a Video King with a 7-inch screen and a magnifying glass over the picture tube. Hell on the eyes. We only got one channel anyway, lots of country music, farm reports, and Kitty the Clown. And you came back here to write a book, she marveled. Ben didn't reply at once. Miss Coogan was opening cartons of cigarettes and filling the display rack by the cash register. The pharmacist, Mr. Labrie, was puttering around behind the high drug counter like a frosty ghost. The Air Force kid was standing by the door to the bus, waiting for the driver to come back from the bathroom. Yes, Ben said. He turned and looked at her, full in the face, for the first time. She had a very pretty face, with candid blue eyes and a high, clear, tanned forehead. Is this town your childhood? He asked. Yes. He nodded. Then you know. I was a kid in a Salem's lot and it's haunted for me. When I came back, I almost drove right by because I was afraid it would be different. Things don't change here, she said. Not very much. I used to play war with the gardener kids down in the marshes. Pirates out by Royals Pond. Capture the flag and hide and go seek in the park. My mom and I knocked around some pretty hard places after I left Aunt Cindy. She killed herself when I was 14, but most of the magic dust had rubbed off me long before that. What there was of it was here. And it's still here. The town hasn't changed that much. Looking out on Jointner Avenue is like looking through a thin pane of ice like the one you can pick off the top of the town cistern in November if you knock it around the edges first, looking through that at your childhood. It's wavy and misty, and in some places it trails off into nothing, but most of it is still all there. He stopped, amazed. He had made a speech. "You talk just like your books," she said, awed. He laughed. "I never said anything like that before." Not out loud. "What did you do after your mother, after she died?" "Knocked around," he said briefly. "Eat your ice cream." She did. "Some things have changed," she said after a while. "Mr. Spencer died. Do you remember him?" "Sure. Every Thursday night Aunt Cindy came into town to do her shopping at Crossan store, and she'd send me in here to have a root beer. That was when it was on draft, real Rochester root beer. She'd give me a handkerchief with a nickel wrapped up in it. They were a dime when I came along. Do you remember what he always used to say?" Ben hunched forward, twisted one hand into an arthritic claw, and turned one corner of his mouth down in a paralytic twist. "Your bladder," he whispered. "Those rut beers will destroy your bladder, bucko." Her laughter peeled upward toward the slowly rotating fan over their heads. Miss Coogan looked up suspiciously. "That's perfect. Except he used to call me Lassie." They looked at each other, delighted. "Say, would you like to go to a movie tonight?" he asked. "I'd love to." "What's closest?" She giggled. "The Cinex in Portland, actually. Where the lobby is decorated with the deathless paintings of Susan Norton." "Where else?" "What kind of movies do you like?" "Something exciting with a car chase in it." "Okay." "Do you remember the Nordica?" "That was right here in town." "Sure." "It closed in 1968. I used to go on double dates there when I was in high school. We threw popcorn boxes at the screen when the movies were bad." She giggled. "They usually were. They used to have those old Republic serials," he said. "Rocket Man. The Return of Rocket Man, Crash Callahan and the Voodoo Death God. That was before my time." "Whatever happened to it?" "That's Larry Crockett's real estate office now," she said. "The drive-in over in Cumberland killed it, I guess. That and TV." They were silent for a moment, thinking their own thoughts. The Greyhound clock showed 10:45 a.m. They said in chorus, "Say, do you remember?" They looked at each other, and this time Miss Coogan looked up at both of them when the laughter rang out. Even Mr. Labrie looked over. They talked for another 15 minutes, until Susan told him reluctantly that she had errands to run, but yes, she could be ready at 7:30. When they went different ways, they both marveled over the easy, natural, coincidental impingement of their lives. Ben strolled back down Jointner Avenue, pausing at the corner of Brock Street to look casually up at the Mars 10 house. He remembered that the Great Forest Fire of 1951 had burned almost to its very yard before the wind had changed. He thought, maybe it should have burned. Maybe that would have been better. 3. Noli Gardner came out of the municipal building and sat down on the steps next to Parkins Gillespie just in time to see Ben and Susan walk into Spencer's together. Parkins was smoking a Pall Mall and cleaning his yellowed fingernails with a pocket knife. "That's that writer fella, ain't it?" Noli asked. "Yep." "Was that Susie Norton with him?" "Yep." "Well, that's interesting," Noli said, and hitched his garrison belt. His deputy star glittered importantly on his chest. He had sent away to a detective magazine to get it. The town did not provide its deputy constables with badges. Parkins had one, but he carried it in his wallet, something Noli had never been able to understand. Of course everybody in the lot knew he was the constable, but there was such a thing as tradition. There was such a thing as responsibility. When you were an officer of the law, you had to think about both. Noli thought about them both often, although he could only afford to deputy part-time. Parkins's knife slipped and slit the cuticle of his thumb. "Shit," he said mildly. "You think he's a real writer, Park?" "Sure he is. He's got 3 books right in this library." "True or made up?" "Made up." Parkins put his knife away and sighed. "Floyd Tibbetts ain't going to like some guy marking time with his woman." "They ain't married," Parkins said. "And she's over 18. Floyd ain't going to like it. Floyd can crap in his hat and wear it backward for all of me," Parkins said. He crushed his smoke on the step, took a Sucrets box out of his pocket, put the dead bat inside, and put the box back in his pocket. "Where's that writer fella living?" "Down to Eva's," Parkins said. He examined his wounded cuticle closely. "He was up looking at the Mars 10 house the other day." Funny expression on his face. "Funny? What do you mean?" "Funny, that's all." Parkins took his cigarettes out. The sun felt warm and good on his face. Then he went to see Larry Crockett. Wanted to lease the place. "The Mars 10 place?" "Yep." "What is he, crazy?" "Could be." Parkins brushed a fly from the left knee of his pants and watched it buzz away into the bright morning. "Ole Larry Crockett's been a busy one lately. I hear he's gone and sold the village washtub. Sold it a while back, as a matter of fact." "What, that old laundromat?" "Yep." "What would anyone want to put in there?" "Dunno." "Well." Noli stood up and gave his belt another hitch. "Think I'll take a turn around town." "You do that," Parkins said, and lit another cigarette. "Want to come?" "No, I believe I'll sit right here for a while." "Okay. See you." Noli went down the steps, wondering, not for the first time, when Parkins would decide to retire so that he, Noli, could have the job full-time. How in God's name could you ferret out crime sitting on the municipal building steps? Parkins watched him go with a mild feeling of relief. Noli was a good boy, but he was awfully eager. He took out his pocket knife, opened it, and began paring his nails again. 4. Jerusalem's lot was incorporated in 1765. 200 years later it had celebrated its bicentennial with fireworks and a pageant in the park. Little Debbie Forrester's Indian princess costume was set on fire by a thrown sparkler, and Parkins Gillespie had to throw 6 fellows in the local cooler for public intoxication, a full 55 years before Maine became a state as the result of the Missouri Compromise. The town took its peculiar name from a fairly prosaic occurrence. One of the area's earliest residents was a dour, gangling farmer named Charles Belknap Tanner. He kept pigs, and one of the large sows was named Jerusalem. Jerusalem broke out of her pen one day at feeding time, escaped into the nearby woods, and went wild and mean. Tanner warned small children off his property for years afterward by leaning over his gate and croaking at them in ominous, gore-crow tones, "Keep out o' her Jerusalem's wood lot, if want to keep guts in belly." The warning took hold, and so did the name. It proves little, except that perhaps in America even a pig can aspire to immortality. The main street, known originally as the Portland Post Road, had been named after Elias Joyner in 1896. Joyner, a member of the House of Representatives for 6 years, up until his death, which was caused by syphilis, at the age of 58, was the closest thing to a personage that the lot could boast, with the exception of Jerusalem the pig and Pearl and Butts, who ran off to New York City in 1907 to become a Ziegfeld girl. Brock Street crossed Joyner Avenue dead center and at right angles, and the township itself was nearly circular, although a little flat on the east, where the boundary was the meandering Royal River. On a map, the 2 main roads gave the town an appearance very much like a telescopic sight. The northwest quadrant of the site was North Jerusalem, the most heavily wooded section of town. It was the high ground, although it would not have appeared very high to anyone except perhaps a Midwesterner. The tired old hills, which were honeycombed with old logging roads, sloped down gently toward the town itself, and the Mars 10 house stood on the last of these. Much of the northeast quadrant was open land, hay, timothy, and alfalfa. The Royal River ran here, an old river that had cut its banks almost to the base level. It flowed under the small wooden Brock Street Bridge and wandered north in flat, shining arcs until it entered the land near the northern limits of the town, where solid granite lay close under the thin soil. Here it had cut 50-foot stone cliffs over the course of 1,000,000 years. The kids called it Drunk's Leap, because a few years back Tommy Rathbun, Verge Rathbun's Taspat brother, staggered over the edge while looking for a place to take a leak. The Royal fed the mill-polluted Androscoggin, but had never been polluted itself. The only industry the lot had ever boasted was a sawmill, long since closed. In the summer months, fishermen casting from the Brock Street Bridge were a common sight. A day when you couldn't take your limit out of the Royal was a rare day. The southeast quadrant was the prettiest. The land rose again, but there was no ugly blight of fire or any of the topsoil ruin that is a fire's legacy. The land on both sides of the Griffin Road was owned by Charles Griffin, who was the biggest dairy farmer south of Mechanic Falls, and from Schoolyard Hill you could see Griffin's huge barn with its aluminum roof glittering in the sun like a monstrous heliograph. There were other farms in the area, and a good many houses that had been bought by the white-collar workers who commuted to either Portland or Lewiston. Sometimes, in autumn, you could stand on top of Schoolyard Hill and smell the fragrant odor of the field burnings and see the toy-like Salem's Lot volunteer fire department truck, waiting to step in if anything got out of hand. The lesson of 1951 had remained with these people. It was in the southwest area that the trailers had begun to move in, and everything that goes with them, like an exurban asteroid belt, junked-out cars up on blocks, tire swings hanging on frayed rope, glittering beer cans lying beside the roads, ragged wash hung on lines between makeshift poles, the ripe smell of sewage from hastily laid septic tanks. The houses in the bend were kissing cousins to woodsheds, but a gleaming TV aerial sprouted from nearly every one, and most of the TVs inside were color, bought on credit from Grants or Sears. The yards of the shacks and trailers were usually full of kids, toys, pickup trucks, snowmobiles, and motorbikes. In some cases the trailers were well kept, but in most cases it seemed to be too much trouble. Dandelions and witch grass grew ankle-deep. Out near the town line, where Brock Street became Brock Road, there was Dell's, where a rock roll band played on Fridays and a CRW combo played on Saturdays. It had burned down once in 1971 and was rebuilt. For most of the down-home cowboys and their girlfriends, it was the place to go and have a beer or a fight. Most of the telephone lines were 2- for dash or 6-party connections, and so folks always had someone to talk about. In all small towns, scandal is always simmering on the back burner, like your Aunt Cindy's baked beans. The Bend produced most of the scandal, but every now and then someone with a little more status added something to the communal pot. Town government was by town meeting, and while there had been talk ever since 1965 of changing to the town council form with biannual public budget hearings, the idea gained no way. The town was not growing fast enough to make the old way actively painful, although its stodgy, one-for-one democracy made some of the newcomers roll their eyes in exasperation. There were 3 selectmen, the town constable, an overseer of the poor, a town clerk. To register your car you had to go far out on the Taggart Stream Road and brave 2 mean dogs who ran loose in the yard, and the school commissioner. The volunteer fire department got a token appropriation of $300 each year, but it was mostly a social club for old fellows on pensions. They saw a fair amount of excitement during grass fire season and sat around the reliable tall-tailing each other the rest of the year. There was no public works department because there were no public water lines, gas mains, sewage, or light and power. The CMP electricity pylons marched across town on a diagonal from northwest to southeast, cutting a huge gash through the timberland 150 feet wide. One of these stood close to the Mars 10 house, looming over it like an alien sentinel. What Salem's lot knew of wars and burnings and crises in government it got mostly from Walter Cronkite on TV. Oh, the Potter boy got killed in Vietnam and Claude Bowe's son came back with a mechanical foot stepped on a landmine, but he got a job with the post office helping Kenny Danles, and so that was all right. The kids were wearing their hair longer and not combing it neatly like their fathers, but nobody really noticed anymore. When they threw the dress code out at the Consolidated High School, Aggie Corliss wrote a letter to the Cumberland Ledger, but Aggie had been writing to the Ledger every week for years, mostly about the evils of liquor and the wonder of accepting Jesus Christ into your heart as your personal savior. Some of the kids took dope. Horace Kilby's boy Frank went up before Judge Hooker in August and got fined $50. The judge agreed to let him pay the fine with profits from his paper route, but alcohol was a bigger problem. Lots of kids hung out at Dell's since the liquor age went down to 18. They went ripassing home as if they wanted to resurface the road with rubber, and every now and then someone would get killed. Like when Billy Smith ran into a tree on the deep cut road at 90 and killed both himself and his girlfriend, Livin Jube. But except for these things, the lot's knowledge of the country's torment was academic. Time went on a different schedule there. Nothing too nasty could happen in such a nice little town. Not there. 5. And Norton was ironing when her daughter burst in with a bag of groceries, thrust a book with a rather thin-faced young man on the back jacket in her face, and began to babble. "Slow down," she said. "Turn down the TV and tell me." Susan choked off Peter Marshall, who was giving away thousands of dollars on the Hollywood squares, and told her mother about meeting Ben Mears. Mrs. Norton made herself nod with calm and sympathetic understanding as the story spilled out, despite the yellow warning lights that always flashed when Susan mentioned a new boy. Men now, she supposed, although it was hard to think Susie could be old enough for men. But the lights were a little brighter today. "Sounds exciting," she said, and put another one of her husband's shirts on the ironing board. "He was really nice," Susan said. "Very natural." "Who, my feet?" Mrs. Norton said. She set the iron on its fanny, making it hiss balefully, and eased into the Boston rocker by the picture window. She reached a Parliament out of the pack on the coffee table and lit it. "Are you sure he's all right, Susie?" Susan smiled a little defensively. "Sure, I'm sure. He looks like, I don't know, a college instructor or something." "They say the mad bomber looked like a gardener," Mrs. Norton said reflectively. "Moose shit," Susan said cheerfully. It was an epithet that never failed to irritate her mother. "Let me see the book." She held a hand out for it. Susan gave it to her, suddenly remembering the homosexual rape scene in the prison section. "Air dance," and Norton said meditatively, and began to thumb pages at random. Susan waited, resigned. Her mother would bird dog it. She always did. The windows were up, and a lazy forenoon breeze ruffled the yellow curtains in the kitchen, which Mom insisted on calling the pantry, as if they lived in the lap of class. It was a nice house, solid brick, a little hard to heat in the winter but cool as a grotto in the summer. They were on a gentle rise of land on Outer Brock Street, and from the picture window where Mrs. Norton sat you could see all the way into town. The view was a pleasant one, and in the winter it could be spectacular with long, twinkling vistas of unbroken snow and distant dwindled buildings casting yellow oblongs of light on the snow fields. "Seems I read a review of this in the Portland paper. It wasn't very good." "I like it," Susan said steadily. "And I like him." "Perhaps Floyd would like him, too," Mrs. Norton said idly. "You ought to introduce them." Susan felt a real stab of anger, and was dismayed by it. She thought that she and her mother had weathered the last of the adolescent storms, and even the after-squalls, but here it all was. They took up the ancient arguments of her identity versus her mother's experience and beliefs like an old piece of knitting. "We've talked about Floyd, Mom. You know there's nothing firm there. The paper said there were some pretty lurid prison scenes, too. Boys getting together with boys." "Oh, Mother, for Christ's sake." She helped herself to one of her mother's cigarettes. "No need to curse," Mrs. Norton said, unperturbed. She handed the book back and tapped the long ash on her cigarette into a ceramic ashtray in the shape of a fish. It had been given to her by one of her ladies' auxiliary friends, and it had always irritated Susan in a formless sort of way. There was something obscene about tapping your ashes into a perch's mouth. "I'll put the groceries away," Susan said, getting up. Mrs. Norton said quietly, "I only meant that if you and Floyd Tibbets are going to be married." The irritation boiled over into the old, goaded anger. What in the name of God ever gave you that idea? Have I ever told you that? I assumed. You assumed wrong, she said hotly and not entirely truthfully. But she had been cooling toward Floyd by slow degrees over a period of weeks. I assumed that when you date the same boy for a year and a half, her mother continued softly and implacably, that it must mean things have gone beyond the hand-holding stage. Floyd and I are more than friends, Susan agreed evenly. Let her make something of that. An unspoken conversation hung suspended between them. Have you been sleeping with Floyd? None of your business. What does this Ben Mears mean to you? None of your business. Are you going to fall for him and do something foolish? None of your business. I love you, Susie. Your dad and I both love you. And to that no answer. And no answer. And no answer. And that was why New York or someplace was imperative. In the end you always crashed against the unspoken barricades of their love, like the walls of a padded cell. The truth of their love rendered further meaningful discussion impossible and made what had gone before empty of meaning. Well, Mrs. Norton said softly. She stubbed her cigarette out on the perched lip and dropped it into his belly. I'm going upstairs, Susan said. Sure. Can I read the book when you're finished? If you want to. I'd like to meet him, she said. Susan spread her hands and shrugged. Will you be late tonight? I don't know. What shall I tell Floyd Tibbets if he calls? The anger flashed over her again. Tell him what you want. She paused. You will anyway. Susan. She went upstairs without looking back. Mrs. Norton remained where she was, staring out the window and at the town without seeing it. Overhead she could hear Susan's footsteps and then the clatter of her easel being pulled out. She got up and began to iron again. When she thought Susan might be fully immersed in her work, although she didn't allow that idea to do more than flitter through a corner of her conscious mind, she went to the telephone in the pantry and called up Mabel Woods. In the course of the conversation, she happened to mention that Susie had told her there was a famous author in their midst, and Mabel sniffed and said, well, you must mean that man who wrote Conway's Daughter, and Mrs. Norton said yes, and Mabel said that wasn't writing but just a sex book, pure and simple. Mrs. Norton asked if he was staying at a motel or... As a matter of fact, he was staying downtown at Eva's Rooms, the town's only boarding house. Mrs. Norton felt a surge of relief. Eva Miller was a decent widow who would put up with no hanky-panky. Her rules on women in the rooms were brief and to the point. If she's your mother or your sister, all right. If she's not, you can sit in the kitchen. No negotiation on the rule was entertained. Mrs. Norton hung up 15 minutes later, after artfully camouflaging her main objective with small talk. Susan, she thought, going back to the ironing board. Oh, Susan, I only want what's best for you. Can't you see that? 6. Voiced by Books on English. They were driving back from Portland along 295, and it was not late at all, only a little after 11. The speed limit on the expressway after it got out of Portland suburbs was 55, and he drove well. The Citroen's headlights cut the dark smoothly. They had both enjoyed the movie, but cautiously, the way people do when they are feeling for each other's boundaries. Now her mother's question occurred to her, and she said, "Where are you staying? Are you renting a place?" I've got a third-floor cubbyhole at Eva's rooms, on Railroad Street. But that's awful. It must be 100 degrees up there. I like the heat, he said. I work well in it. Strip to the waist, turn up the radio, and drink a gallon of beer. I've been putting out 10 pages a day, fresh copy. There's some interesting old codgers there, too. And when you finally go out on the porch and catch the breeze, heaven. Still, she said doubtfully. I thought about renting the Mars 10 house, he said casually. Even went so far as to inquire about it. But it's been sold. The Mars 10 house? She smiled. You're thinking of the wrong place. Nope. Sits up on that first hill to the northwest of town. Brooks Road. Sold? Who in the name of heaven? I wondered the same thing. I've been accused of having a screw loose from time to time, but even I only thought of renting it. The real estate man wouldn't tell me. Seems to be a deep, dark secret. Maybe some out-of-state people want to turn it into a summer place, she said. Whoever it is, they're crazy. Renovating a place is one thing I'd love to try it, but that place is beyond renovation. The place was a wreck even when I was a kid. Ben, why would you ever want to stay there? Were you ever actually inside? No, but I looked in the window on a dare. Were you? Yes. Once. Creepy place, isn't it? They fell silent, both thinking of the Mars 10 house. This particular reminiscence did not have the pastel nostalgia of the others. The scandal and violence connected with the house had occurred before their births, but small towns have long memories and pass their horrors down ceremonially from generation to generation. The story of Hubert Marsden and his wife, Birdie, was the closest thing the town had to a skeleton in its closet. Hubie had been the president of a large New England trucking company in the 1920s, a trucking company which, some said, conducted its most profitable business after midnight, running Canadian whiskey into Massachusetts. He and his wife had retired wealthy to a Salem's lot in 1928, and had lost a good part of that wealth. No one, not even Mabel Woods, knew exactly how much, in the stock market crash of 1929. In the 10 years between the fall of the market and the rise of Hitler, Marsden and his wife lived in their house like hermits. The only time they were seen was on Wednesday afternoons when they came to town to do their shopping. Larry McLeod, who was the mailman during those years, reported that Marsden got for daily papers, the Saturday Evening Post, the New Yorker, and a pulp magazine called Amazing Stories. He also got a check once a month from the trucking company, which was based in Fall River, Massachusetts. Larry said he could tell it was a check by bending the envelope and peeking into the address window. Larry was the one who found them in the summer of 1939. The papers and magazines' 5 days' worth had piled up in the mailbox until it was impossible to cram in more. Larry took them all up the walk with the intention of putting them in between the screen door and the main door. It was August and high summer, the beginning of dog days, and the grass in the Marsden front yard was calf-high, green and rank. Honeysuckle ran wild over the trellis on the west side of the house, and fat bees buzzed indolently around the wax-white, redolent blossoms. In those days the house was still a fine-looking place in spite of the high grass, and it was generally agreed that Hubie had built the nicest house in a Salem's lot before going soft in the attic. Halfway up the walk, according to the story that was eventually told with breathless horror to each new ladies' auxiliary member, Larry had smelled something bad, like spoiled meat. He knocked on the front door and got no answer. He looked through the door but could see nothing in the thick gloom. He went around to the back instead of walking in, which was lucky for him. The smell was worse in back. Larry tried the back door, found it unlocked, and stepped into the kitchen. Birdie Mars 10 was sprawled in a corner, legs splayed out, feet bare. Half her head had been blown away by a close-range shot from a .30-06. Flies, Audrey Hersey always said at this point, speaking with calm authority. Larry said the kitchen was full of them. Buzzing around, lighting on the, and taking off again. Flies. Larry McLeod turned around and went straight back to town. He fetched Norris Varney, who was constable at the time, and 3 or 4 of the hangers-on from Crossan Store. Milt's father was still running the place in those days. Audrey's eldest brother, Jackson, had been among them. They drove back up in Norris's Chevrolet and Larry's mail truck. No one from town had ever been in the house, and it was a 9-days wonder. After the excitement died down, the Portland Telegram had done a feature on it. Hubert Marston's house was a piled, jumbled, bewildering rat's nest of junk, scavenged items, and narrow, winding passageways which led through yellowing stacks of newspapers and magazines and piles of mouldering white elephant books. The complete sets of Dickens, Scott, and Marryat had been scavenged for the Jerusalem's Lot Public Library by Loretta Starcher's predecessor and still remained in the stacks. Jackson Hersey picked up a Saturday Evening Post, began to flip through it, and did a double take. A dollar bill had been taped neatly to each page. Norris Varney discovered how lucky Larry had been when he went around to the back door. The murder weapon had been lashed to a chair with its barrel pointing directly at the front door, aimed chest high. The gun was cocked, and a string attached to the trigger ran down the hall to the doorknob. Gun was loaded, too, Audrey would say at this point. One tug and Larry McLeod would have gone straight up to the pearly gates. There were other, less lethal booby traps. A 40-pound bundle of newspapers had been rigged over the dining room door. One of the stair risers leading to the second floor had been hinged and could have cost someone a broken ankle. It quickly became apparent that Hubie Mars 10 had been something more than soft, he had been a full-fledged loony. They found him in the bedroom at the end of the upstairs hall, dangling from a rafter. Susan and her girlfriends had tortured themselves deliciously with the stories they had gleaned from their elders. Amy Rawcliffe had a log playhouse in her backyard, and they would lock themselves in and sit in the dark, scaring each other about the Mars 10 house, which gained its proper noun status for all time even before Hitler invaded Poland, and repeating their elders' stories with as many grisly embellishments as their minds could conceive. Even now, 18 years later, she found that just thinking of the Mars 10 house had acted on her like a wizard spell, conjuring up the painfully clear images of little girls crouched inside Amy's playhouse, holding hands, and Amy saying with impressive eeriness, his face was all swole up and his tongue turned black and popped out and there was flies crawling on it. My mama told Mrs. Wirtz. Place. What? I'm sorry. She came back to the present with an almost physical wrench. Ben was pulling off the turnpike and onto the Salem's lot exit ramp. I said, it was a spooky old place. Tell me about when you went in. He laughed humorlessly and flicked up his high beams. The 2-lane blacktop ran straight ahead through an alley of pine and spruce, deserted. It started as kids' stuff. Maybe that's all it ever was. Remember, this was in 1951, and little kids had to think up something to take the place of sniffing airplane glue out of paper bags, which hadn't been invented yet. I used to play pretty much with the Bend kids, and most of them have probably moved away by now. Do they still call South Salem's lot the Bend? Yes. I messed around with Davy Barkley, Charles James only all the kids used to call him Sonny Harold Roberson, Floyd Tibbets. Floyd, she asked, startled. Yes, do you know him? I've dated him, she said, and afraid her voice sounded strange, hurried on, Sonny James is still around, too. He runs the gas station on Jointner Avenue. Harold Roberson is dead. Leukemia. They were all older than I, by a year or two. They had a club. Exclusive, you know. Only bloody pirates with at least 3 references need apply. He had meant it to be light, but there was a jag of old bitterness buried in the words. But I was persistent. The one thing in the world I wanted was to be a bloody pirate, that summer, at least. They finally weakened and told me I could come in if I passed the initiation, which Davy thought up on the spot. We were all going up to the Mars 10 house, and I was supposed to go in and bring something out. As booty. He chuckled, but his mouth had gone dry. What happened? I got in through a window. The house was still full of junk, even after 12 years. They must have taken the newspapers during the war, but they just left the rest of it. There was a table in the front hall with one of those snow globes on it. Do you know what I mean? There's a little house inside, and when you shake it, there's snow. I put it in my pocket, but I didn't leave. I really wanted to prove myself. So I went upstairs to where he hung himself. Oh my God, she said. Reach in the glove box and get me a cigarette, would you? I'm trying to quit, but I need one for this. She got him one, and he punched the dashboard lighter. The house smelled. You wouldn't believe how it smelled. Mildew and upholstery rot and a kind of rancid smell like butter that had gone over. And living things, rats or woodchucks or whatever else that had been nesting in the walls or hibernating in the cellar. A yellow, wet smell. I crept up the stairs, a little kid 9 years old, scared shitless. The house was creaking and settling around me, and I could hear things scuttling away from me on the other side of the plaster. I kept thinking I heard footsteps behind me. I was afraid to turn around because I might see Hubie Mars 10 shambling after me with a hangman's noose in one hand and his face all black. He was gripping the steering wheel very hard. The levity had gone out of his voice. The intensity of his remembering frightened her a little. His face, in the glow of the instrument panel, was set in the long lines of a man who was traveling a hated country he could not completely leave. At the top of the stairs I got all my courage and ran down the hall to that room. My idea was to run in, grab something from there, too, and then get the hell out of there. The door at the end of the hall was closed. I could see it getting closer and closer, and I could see that the hinges had settled and the bottom edge was resting on the door jamb. I could see the doorknob, silvery and a little tarnished in the place where palms had gripped it. When I pulled on it, the bottom edge of the door gave a scream against the wood like a woman in pain. If I had been straight, I think I would have turned around and gotten the hell out right then. But I was pumped full of adrenaline, and I grabbed it in both hands and pulled for all I was worth. It flew open. And there was Hubie, hanging from the beam with his body silhouetted against the light from the window. "Oh, Ben, don't," she said nervously. "No, I'm telling you the truth," he insisted. The truth of what a 9-year-old boy saw, and what the man remembers 24 years later, anyway. Hubie was hanging there, and his face wasn't black at all. It was green. The eyes were puffed shut. His hands were livid, ghastly. And then he opened his eyes. Ben took a huge drag on his cigarette and pitched it out his window into the dark. I let out a scream that probably could have been heard for 2 miles. And then I ran. I fell halfway downstairs, got up, and ran out the front door and straight down the road. The kids were waiting for me about half a mile down. That's when I noticed I still had the glass snow globe in my hand. And I've still got it. You don't really think you saw Hugh at Mars 10, do you, Ben? Far up ahead she could see the yellow blinking light that signaled the center of town, and was glad for it. After a long pause, he said, "I don't know." He said it with difficulty and reluctance, as if he would have rather said no and closed the subject thereby. Probably I was so keyed up that I hallucinated the whole thing. On the other hand, there may be some truth in that idea that houses absorb the emotions that are spent in them, that they hold a kind of dry charge. Perhaps the right personality, that of an imaginative boy, for instance, could act as a catalyst on that dry charge, and cause it to produce an active manifestation of something. I'm not talking about ghosts, precisely. I'm talking about a kind of psychic television in 3 dimensions. Perhaps even something alive. A monster, if you like. She took one of his cigarettes and lit it. Anyway, I slept with the light on in my bedroom for weeks after, and I've dreamed about opening that door off and on for the rest of my life. Whenever I'm in stress, the dream comes. That's terrible. No, it's not, he said. Not very, anyway. We all have our bad dreams. He gestured with a thumb at the silent, sleeping houses they were passing on Jointner Avenue. Sometimes I wonder that the very boards of those houses don't cry out with the awful things that happen in dreams. He paused. Come on down to Eva's and sit on the porch for a while, if you like. I can't invite you in rules of the house, but I've got a couple of Cokes in the icebox and some Bacardi in my room, if you'd like a nightcap. I'd like one very much. He turned onto Railroad Street, popped off the headlights, and turned into the small dirt parking lot which served the rooming house. The back porch was painted white with red trim, and the 3 wicker chairs lined up on it looked toward the Royal River. The river itself was a dazzling dream. There was a late summer moon caught in the trees on the river's far bank, 3/4 full, and it had painted a silver path across the water. With the town silent, she could hear the faint foaming sound as water spilled down the sluiceways of the dam. Sit down. I'll be back. He went in, closing the screen door softly behind him, and she sat down in one of the rockers. She liked him in spite of his strangeness. She was not a believer in love at first sight, although she did believe that instant lust, going under the more innocent name of infatuation, occurred frequently. And yet he wasn't a man that would ordinarily encourage midnight entries in a locked diary. He was too thin for his height, a little pale. His face was introspective and bookish, and his eyes rarely gave away the train of his thoughts. All this topped with a heavy pelt of black hair that looked as if it had been raked with the fingers rather than brushed. And that story. Neither Conway's daughter nor heir dance hinted at such a morbid turn of mind. The former was about a minister's daughter who runs away, joins the counterculture, and takes a long, rambling journey across the country by thumb. The latter was the story of Frank Buzzy, an escaped convict who begins a new life as a car mechanic in another state, and his eventual recapture. Both of them were bright, energetic books, and Hugh B. Marston's dangling shadow, mirrored in the eyes of a 9-year-old boy, did not seem to lie over either of them. As if by the very suggestion, she found her eyes dragged away from the river and up to the left of the porch, where the last hill before town blotted out the stars. "Here," he said. "I hope these'll be all right." "Look at the Mars 10 house," she said. He did. There was a light on up there. 7. The drinks were gone and midnight passed. The moon was nearly out of sight. They had made some light conversation, and then she said into a pause, "I like you, Ben. Very much. I like you, too. And I'm surprised, no, I don't mean it that way. Do you remember that stupid crack I made in the park? This all seems too fortuitous. I want to see you again, if you want to see me. I do. But go slow. Remember, I'm just a small-town girl." He smiled. "It seems so Hollywood. But Hollywood good. Am I supposed to kiss you now?" "Yes," she said seriously, "I think that comes next." He was sitting in the rocker next to her, and without stopping its slow movement forth and back, he leaned over and pressed his mouth on hers, with no attempt to draw her tongue or to touch her. His lips were firm with the pressure of his square teeth, and there was a faint taste odor of rum and tobacco. She began to rock also, and the movement made the kiss into something new. It waxed and waned, light and then firm. She thought, "He's tasting me." The thought wakened a secret, clean excitement in her, and she broke the kiss before it could take her further. "Wow," he said. "Would you like to come to dinner at my house tomorrow night?" she asked. "My folks would love to meet you, I bet." In the pleasure and serenity of this moment, she could throw that sop to her mother. "Home cooking?" "The homiest." "I'd love it. I've been living on TV dinners since I moved in." 6 o'clock? "We eat early in Sticksville." "Sure." "Fine. And speaking of home, I better get you there. Come on." They didn't speak on the ride back until she could see the nightlight twinkling on top of the hill, the one her mother always left on when she was out. "I wonder who's up there tonight," she asked, looking toward the Mars 10 house. "The new owner, probably," he said noncommittally. "It didn't look like electricity, that light," she mused. "Too yellow, too faint. Kerosene lamp, maybe. They probably haven't had a chance to have the power turned on yet. Maybe. But almost anyone with a little foresight would call up the power company before they moved in." He didn't reply. They had come to her driveway. "Ben," she said suddenly, "is your new book about the Mars 10 house?" He laughed and kissed the tip of her nose. "It's late." She smiled at him. "I don't mean to snoop." "It's all right. But maybe another time, in daylight." "Okay. You better get in, girlie." 6 tomorrow? She looked at her watch. 6 today. Night, Susan. Night. She got out and ran lightly up the path to the side door, then turned and waved as he drove away. Before she went in, she added sour cream to the milkman's order. With baked potatoes, that would add a little class to supper. She paused a minute longer before going in, looking up at the Mars 10 house. 8. In his small, box-like room he undressed with the light off and crawled into bed naked. She was a nice girl, the first nice one since Miranda had died. He hoped he wasn't trying to turn her into a new Miranda. That would be painful for him and horribly unfair to her. He lay down and let himself drift. Shortly before sleep took him, he hooked himself up on one elbow, looked past the square shadow of his typewriter and the thin sheaf of manuscript beside it, and out the window. He had asked Eva Miller specifically for this room after looking at several, because it faced the Mars 10 house directly. The lights up there were still on. That night he had the old dream for the first time since he had come to Jerusalem's lot, and it had not come with such vividness since those terrible maroon days following Miranda's death in the motorcycle accident. The run up the hallway, the horrible scream of the door as he pulled it open, the dangling figure suddenly opening its hideous puffed eyes, himself turning to the door in a slow, sludgy panic of dreams. And finding it locked. Chapter 3. Voiced by Books on English. 1. The lot. The town is not slow to wake, chores won't wait. Even while the edge of the sun lies below the horizon and darkness is on the land, activity has begun. TWO. 4 a.m. The Griffin boys Hal, 18, and Jack, 14, and the two hired hands had begun the milking. The barn was a marvel of cleanliness, whitewashed and gleaming. Down the center, between the spotless runways which fronted the stalls on both sides, a cement drinking trough ran. Hal turned on the water at the far end by flicking a switch and opening a valve. The electric pump that pulled water up from one of the two artesian wells that served the place hummed into smooth operation. He was a sullen boy, not bright, and especially irked on this day. He and his father had had it out the night before. Hal wanted to quit school. He hated school. He hated its boredom, its insistence that you sit still for great 50-minute chunks of time, and he hated all his subjects with the exceptions of woodshop and graphic arts. English was maddening, history was stupid, business math was incomprehensible. And none of it mattered, that was the hell of it. Cows didn't care if you said ain't or mixed your tenses. They didn't care who was the commander-in-chief of the goddamn Army of the Potomac during the goddamn Civil War, and as for math, his own for Chris sake's father couldn't add 2/5 and 1/2 if it meant the firing squad. That's why he had an accountant. And look at that guy. College-educated and still working for a dummy like his old man. His father had told him many times that book learning wasn't the secret of running a successful business, and dairy farming was a business like any other, knowing people was the secret of that. His father was a great one to sling all that bullshit about the wonders of education, him and his 6th grade education. He never read anything but Reader's Digest, and the farm was making $16,000 a year. No people. Be able to shake their hands and ask after their wives by name. Well, Hal knew people. There were two kinds, those you could push around and those you couldn't. The former outnumbered the latter 10-1. Unfortunately, his father was a 1. He looked over his shoulder at Jack, who was forking hay slowly and dreamily into the first 4 stalls from a broken bale. There was the bookworm, Daddy's pet. The miserable little shit. Come on, he shouted. Fork that hay. He opened the storage lockers and pulled out the first of their milking machines. He trundled it down the aisle, frowning fiercely over the glittering stainless steel top. School. Fucking for Chris' sake, school. The next 9 months stretched ahead of him like an endless tomb. 3:30 a.m. The fruits of yesterday's late milking had been processed and were now on their way back to the lot, this time in cartons rather than galvanized steel milk cans, under the colorful label of Slewfoot Hill Dairy. Charles Griffin's father had marketed his own milk, but that was no longer practical. The conglomerates had eaten up the last of the independents. The Slewfoot Hill milkman in West Salem was Irwin Purinton, and he began his run along Brock Street, which was known in the country as the Brock Road or that Christless washboard. Later, he would cover the center of town and then work back out of town along the Brooks Road. Wynne had turned 61 in August, and for the first time his coming retirement seemed real and possible. His wife, a hateful old bitch named Elsie, had died in the fall of 1973. Predeceasing him was the one considerate thing she had done in 27 years of marriage, and when his retirement finally came he was going to pack up his dog, a half-cocker mongrel named Doc, and move down to Pemaquid Point. He planned to sleep until 9 o'clock every day and never look at another sunrise. He pulled over in front of the Norton house and filled his carry rack with their order: orange juice, 2 quarts of milk, a dozen eggs. Climbing out of the cab, his knee gave a twinge, but only a faint one. It was going to be a fine day. There was an addition to Mrs. Norton's usual order in Susan's round, Palmer method script: please leave 1 small sour cream, Wynne. Thanks. Purinton went back for it, thinking it was going to be one of those days when everyone wanted something special. Sour cream. He had tasted it once and liked to puke. The sky was beginning to lighten in the east, and on the fields between here and town, heavy dew sparkled like a king's ransom of diamonds. 5:15 a.m. Eva Miller had been up for 20 minutes, dressed in a rag of a house dress and a pair of floppy pink slippers. She was cooking her breakfast: 4 scrambled eggs, 8 rashers of bacon, a skillet of home fries. She would garnish this humble repast with 2 slices of toast and jam, a 10-ounce tumbler of orange juice, and 2 cups of coffee with cream to follow. She was a big woman, but not precisely fat. She worked too hard at keeping her place up to ever be fat. The curves of her body were heroic, Rabelaisian. Watching her in motion at her 8-burner electric stove was like watching the restless movements of the tide, or the migration of sand dunes. She liked to eat her morning meal in this utter solitude, planning the work ahead of her for the day. There was a lot of it. Wednesday was the day she changed the linen. She had 9 boarders at present, counting the new one, Mr. Mears. The house had 3 stories and 17 rooms, and there were also floors to wash, the stairs to be scrubbed, the banister to be waxed, and the rug to be turned in the central common room. She would get Weasel Craig to help her with some of it, unless he was sleeping off a bad drunk. The back door opened just as she was sitting down to the table. "Hi, Wynne. How are you doing?" "Passable. Knees kicking a bit." "Sorry to hear it. You want to leave an extra quart of milk and a gallon of that lemonade?" "Sure," he said, resigned. "I knew it was gonna be that kind of day." She dug into her eggs, dismissing the comment. Win Purinton could always find something to complain about, although God knew he should have been the happiest man alive since that hellcat he had hooked up with fell down the cellar stairs and broke her neck. At 6:15, just as she was finishing up her second cup of coffee and smoking a Chesterfield, the Press Herald thumped against the side of the house and dropped into the rosebushes. The third time this week, the Kilby Kid was batting 1,000. Probably delivering the papers wrecked out of his mind. Well, let it sit there a while. The earliest sunshine, thin and precious gold, was slanting in through the east windows. It was the best time of her day, and she would not disturb its moveless peace for anything. Her boarders had the use of the stove and the refrigerator that, like the weekly change of linen, came with their rent, and shortly the peace would be broken as Grover Vale and Mickey Sylvester came down to slop up their cereal before leaving for the textile mill over in Gates Falls where they both worked. As if her thought had summoned a messenger of their coming, the toilet on the second floor flushed and she heard Sylvester's heavy work boots on the stairs. She heaved herself up and went to rescue the paper. 6:05 a.m. The baby's thin wails pierced Sandy McDougal's thin morning sleep, and she got up to check the baby with her eyes still blid shut. She barked her shin on the nightstand and said, "Cooker." The baby, hearing her, screamed louder. "Shut up," she yelled. "I'm coming." She walked down the narrow trailer corridor to the kitchen, a slender girl who was losing whatever marginal prettiness she might once have had. She got Randy's bottle out of the refrigerator, thought about warming it, then thought to hell with it. "If you want it so bad, Buster, you can just drink it cold." She went down to his bedroom and looked at him coldly. He was 10 months old, but sickly and puling for his age. He had only started crawling last month. Maybe he had polio or something. Now there was something on his hands, and on the wall, too. She pushed forward, wondering what in Mary's name he had been into. She was 17 years old, and she and her husband had celebrated their first wedding anniversary in July. At the time she had married Royce McDougal, 6 months pregnant and looking like the Goodyear blimp. Marriage had seemed every bit as blessed as Father Callahan said it was a blessed escape hatch. Now it just seemed like a pile of cooker. Which was, she saw with dismay, exactly what Randy had smeared all over his hands, on the wall, and in his hair. She stood looking at him dully, holding the cold bottle in one hand. This was what she had given up high school for, her friends for, her hopes of becoming a model for. For this crummy trailer stuck out in the bend, Formica already peeling off the counters in strips, for a husband that worked all day at the mill and went off drinking or playing poker with his no-good gas station buddies at night. For a kid who looked just like his no-good old man and smeared cooker all over everything. He was screaming at the top of his lungs. "You shut up," she screamed back suddenly, and threw the plastic bottle at him. It struck his forehead and he toppled on his back in the crib, wailing and thrashing his arms. There was a red circle just below the hairline, and she felt a horrid surge of gratification, pity, and hate in her throat. She plucked him out of the crib like a rag. "Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!" She had punched him twice before she could stop herself, and Randy's screams of pain had become too great for sound. He lay gasping in his crib, his face purple. "I'm sorry," she muttered. "Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. I'm sorry." "You okay, Randy?" "Just a minute, Mama's going to clean you up." By the time she came back with a wet rag, both of Randy's eyes had swelled shut and were discoloring. But he took the bottle, and when she began to wipe his face with a damp rag, he smiled toothlessly at her. "I'll tell Roy he fell off the changing table," she thought. "He'll believe that. Oh God, let him believe that." 6:45 a.m. Most of the blue-collar population of Salem's lot was on its way to work. Mike Ryerson was one of the few who worked in town. In the annual town report he was listed as a groundskeeper, but he was actually in charge of maintaining the town's 3 cemeteries. In the summer this was almost a full-time job, but even in the winter it was no walk, as some folks, such as that prissy George Midler down at the hardware store, seemed to think. He worked part-time for Carl Foreman, the lot's undertaker, and most of the old folks seemed to poop off in the winter. Now he was on his way out to the Burns Road in his pickup truck, which was loaded down with clippers, a battery-driven hedge trimmer, a box of flag stands, a crowbar for lifting gravestones that might have fallen over, a 10-gallon gas can, and 2 Briggs & Stratton lawn mowers. He would mow the grass at Harmony Hill this morning, and do any maintenance on the stones and the rock wall that was necessary, and this afternoon he would cross town to the Schoolyard Hill Cemetery, where schoolteachers sometimes came to do rubbings, on account of an extinct colony of Shakers who had once buried their dead there. But he liked Harmony Hill best of all 3. It was not as old as the Schoolyard Hill Boneyard, but it was pleasant and shady. He hoped that someday he could be buried there himself in 100 years or so. He was 27, and had gone through 3 years of college in the course of a rather checkered career. He hoped to go back someday and finish up. He was good-looking in an open, pleasant way, and he had no trouble connecting with unattached females on Saturday nights out at Dell's or in Portland. Some of them were turned off by his job, and Mike found this honestly hard to understand. It was pleasant work, there was no boss always looking over your shoulder, and the work was in the open air, under God's sky, and so what if he dug a few graves or on occasion drove Carl Foreman's funeral hack? Somebody had to do it. To his way of thinking, the only thing more natural than death was sex. Humming, he turned off onto the Burns Road and shifted to second going up the hill. Dry dust spumed out behind him. Through the choked summer greenery on both sides of the road he could see the skeletal, leafless trunks of the trees that had burned in the big fire of '51, like old and mouldering bones. There were deadfalls back in there, he knew, where a man could break his leg if he wasn't careful. Even after 25 years, the scar of that great burning was there. Well, that was just it. In the midst of life, we are in death. The cemetery was at the crest of the hill, and Mike turned in the drive, ready to get out and unlock the gate, and then brake the truck to a shuddering stop. The body of a dog hung head down from the wrought iron gate, and the ground beneath was muddy with its blood. Mike got out of the truck and hurried over to it. He pulled his work gloves out of his back pockets and lifted the dog's head with one hand. It came up with horrible, boneless ease, and he was staring into the blank, glazed eyes of Win Purinton's mongrel cocker document. The dog had been hung on one of the gate's high spikes like a slab of beef on a meat hook. Flies, slow with the coolness of early morning, were already crawling sluggishly over the body. Mike struggled and yanked and finally pulled it off, feeling sick to his stomach at the wet sounds that accompanied his efforts. Graveyard vandalism was an old story to him, especially around Halloween, but that was still a month and a half away and he had never seen anything like this. Usually they contented themselves with knocking over a few gravestones, scrawling a few obscenities, or hanging a paper skeleton from the gate. But if this slaughter was the work of kids, then they were real bastards. Wynne was going to be heartbroken. He debated taking the dog directly back to town and showing it to Parkins Gillespie, and decided it wouldn't gain anything. He could take poor old Doc back to town when he went in to eat his lunch, not that he was going to have much appetite today. He unlocked the gate and looked at his gloves, which were smeared with blood. The iron bars of the gate would have to be scrubbed, and it looked like he wouldn't be getting over to Schoolyard Hill this afternoon after all. He drove inside and parked, no longer humming. The zest had gone out of the day. 8 a.m. The lumbering yellow school buses were making their appointed rounds, picking up the children who stood out by their mailboxes, holding their lunch buckets and skylarking. Charlie Rhodes was driving one of these buses, and his pickup route covered the Taggart Stream Road in East Salem and the upper half of Joyner Avenue. The kids who rode Charlie's bus were the best behaved in town in the entire school district, for that matter. There was no yelling or horseplay or pulling pigtails on Bus 6. They goddamn well sat still and minded their manners, or they could walk the 2 miles to Stanley Street Elementary and explain why in the office. He knew what they thought of him, and he had a good idea of what they called him behind his back. But that was all right. He was not going to have a lot of foolishness and shit-slinging on his bus. Let them save that for their spineless teachers. The principal at Stanley Street had had the nerve to ask him if he hadn't acted impulsively when he put the Durham boy off 3 days running for just talking a little too loud. Charlie had just stared at him, and eventually the principal, a wet-eared little pipsqueak who had only been out of college for years, had looked away. The man in charge of the SAD-21 motor pool, Dave Felson, was an old buddy. They went all the way back to Korea together. They understood each other. They understood what was going on in the country. They understood how the kid who had been just talking a little too loud on the school bus in 1958 was the kid who had been out pissing on the flag in 1968. He glanced into the wide overhead mirror and saw Mary Kate Gregson passing a note to her little chum Brent Tenney. Little chum, yeah, right. They were banging each other by the 6th grade these days. He pulled over, switching on his stop flashers. Mary Kate and Brent looked up, dismayed. Got a lot to talk about? He asked into the mirror. Good. You better get started. He threw open the folding doors and waited for them to get the hell off his bus. 9 a.m. Weasel Craig rolled out of bed literally. The sunshine coming in his second-floor window was blinding. His head thumped queasily. Upstairs that writer fella was already pecking away. Christ, a man would have to be nuttier than a squirrel to tap away like that day in and day out. He got up and went over to the calendar in his skivvies to see if this was the day he picked up his unemployment. No. This was Wednesday. His hangover wasn't as bad as it had been on occasion. He had been out at Dell's until it closed at 1, but he had only had $2 and hadn't been able to cadge many beers after that was gone. Losing my touch, he thought, and scrubbed the side of his face with one hand. He pulled on the thermal undershirt that he wore winter and summer, pulled on his green work pants, and then opened his closet and got breakfast-day bottle of warm beer for up here and a box of government-donated commodities oatmeal for downstairs. He hated oatmeal, but he had promised the widow he would help her turn that rug, and she would probably have some other chores lined up. He didn't mind, not really, but it was a come down from the days when he had shared Eva Miller's bed. Her husband had died in a sawmill accident in 1959, and it was kind of funny in a way, if you could call any such horrible accident funny. In those days the sawmill had employed 60 or 70 men, and Ralph Miller had been in line for the mill's presidency. What had happened to him was sort of funny because Ralph Miller hadn't touched a bit of machinery since 1952, 7 years before, when he stepped up from foreman to the front office. That was executive gratitude for you, sure enough, and Weasel supposed that Ralph had earned it. When the big fire had swept out of the marshes and jumped Jointner Avenue under the urging of a 25-mile-an-hour east wind, it had seemed that the sawmill was certain to go. The fire departments of 6 neighboring townships had enough on their hands trying to save the town without sparing men for such a pissant operation as the Jerusalem's Lot sawmill. Ralph Miller had organized the whole second shift into a firefighting force, and under his direction they wetted the roof and did what the entire combined firefighting force had been unable to do west of Jointner Avenue. He had constructed a fire break that stopped the fire and turned it south, where it was fully contained. 7 years later he had fallen into a shredding machine while he was talking to some visiting brass from a Massachusetts company. He had been taking them around the plant, hoping to convince them to buy in. His foot slipped in a puddle of water and, son of a bitch, right into the shredder before their very eyes. Needless to say, any possibility of a deal went right down the chute with Ralph Miller. The sawmill that he had saved in 1951 closed for good in February of 1960. Weasel looked in his water-spotted mirror and combed his white hair, which was shaggy, beautiful, and still sexy at 67. It was the only part of him that seemed to thrive on alcohol. Then he pulled on his khaki work shirt, took his oatmeal box, and went downstairs. And here he was, almost 16 years after all of that had happened, hiring out as a frigging housekeeper to a woman he had once bedded and a woman he still regarded as damned attractive. The widow fell on him like a vulture as soon as he stepped into the sunny kitchen. "Say, would you like to wax that front banister for me after you have your breakfast, Weasel? You got time?" They both preserved the gentle fiction that he did these things as favors, and not as pay for his $14 a week upstairs room. "Sure would, Eva. And that rug in the front room has got to be turned." "Yeah, I remember. How's your head this morning?" She asked the question in a businesslike way, allowing no pity to enter her tone, but he sensed its existence beneath the surface. "Head's fine," he said touchily, putting water on to boil for the oatmeal. "You were out late, is why I asked. You got a line on me, is that right?" He cocked a humorous eyebrow at her and was gratified to see that she could still blush like a schoolgirl, even though they had left off any funny stuff almost 9 years ago. "Now, Ed." She was the only one who still called him that. To everyone else in the lot he was just Weasel. Well, that was all right. Let them call him any old thing they wanted. The bear had caught him, sure enough. "Never mind," he said gruffly. "I got up on the wrong side of the bed. Fell out of it, by the sound." She spoke more quickly than she had intended, but Weasel only grunted. He cooked and ate his hateful oatmeal, then took the can of furniture wax and rags without looking back. Upstairs, the tap-tap of that guy's typewriter went on and on. Vinnie Upshaw, who had the room upstairs across from him, said he started in every morning at 9, went till noon, started in again at 3, went until 6, started in again at 9, and went right through until midnight. Weasel couldn't imagine having that many words in your mind. Still, he seemed a nice enough sort, and he might be good for a few beers out to Dell some night. He had heard most of those writers drank like fish. He began to polish the banister methodically, and fell to thinking about the widow again. She had turned this place into a boarding house with her husband's insurance money, and had done quite well. Why shouldn't she? She worked like a dray horse. But she must have been used to getting it regular from her husband, and after the grief had washed out of her, that need had remained. God, she had liked to do it. In those days, 61 and 62, people had still been calling him Ed instead of Weasel, and he had still been holding the bottle instead of the other way around. He had a good job on the B&M, and one night in January of 1962 it had happened. He paused in the steady waxing movements and looked thoughtfully out of the narrow Judas window on the second-floor landing. It was filled with the last bright foolishly golden light of summer, a light that laughed at the cold, rattling autumn and the colder winter that would follow it. It had been part her and part him that night, and after it had happened and they were lying together in the darkness of her bedroom, she began to weep and tell him that what they had done was wrong. He told her it had been right, not knowing if it had been right or not and not caring, and there had been another whooping and coughing and screaming around the eaves, and her room had been warm and safe, and at last they had slept together like spoons in a silverware drawer. Ah, God and sunny Jesus, time was like a river, and he wondered if that writer fella knew that. He began to polish the banister again with long, sweeping strokes. 9:10 a.m. It was recess time at Stanley Street Elementary School, which was the lot's newest and proudest school building. It was a low, glassine four-classroom building that the school district was still paying for, as new and bright and modern as the Brock Street Elementary School was old and dark. Richie Bodding, who was the school bully and proud of it, stepped out onto the playground grandly, searching for that smart-ass new kid who knew all the answers in math. No new kid came waltzing into his school without knowing who was boss. Especially some four-eyes queer boy teacher's pet like this one. Richie was 11 years old and weighed 140 pounds. All his life his mother had been calling on people to see what a huge young man her son was. And so he knew he was big. Sometimes he fancied that he could feel the ground tremble underneath his feet when he walked. And when he grew up he was going to smoke camels, just like his old man. The 4th and 5th graders were terrified of him, and the smaller kids regarded him as a schoolyard totem. When he moved on to the 7th grade at Brock Street School, their pantheon would be empty of its devil. All this pleased him immensely. And there was the Petrie kid, waiting to be chosen up for the recess touch football game. "Hey!" Richie yelled. Everyone looked around except Petrie. Every eye had a glassy sheen on it, and every pair of eyes showed relief when they saw that riches rested elsewhere. "Hey you! Four Eyes!" Mark Petrie turned and looked at Richie. His steel-rimmed glasses flashed in the morning sun. He was as tall as Richie, which meant he towered over most of his classmates, but he was slender and his face looked defenseless and bookish. "Are you speaking to me? Are you speaking to me?" Richie mimicked, his voice a high falsetto. "You sound like a queer Four Eyes." "You know that?" "No, I didn't know that," Mark Petrie said. Richie took a step forward. I bet you suck, you know that, Four Eyes? I bet you suck the old hairy root. Really? His polite tone was infuriating. Yeah, I heard you really suck it. Not just Thursdays for you. You can't wait. Every day for you. Kids began to drift over to watch Richie stomp the new boy. Miss Holcomb, who was playground monitor this week, was out front watching the little kids on the swings and seesaws. What's your racket? Mark Petrie asked. He was looking at Richie as if he had discovered an interesting new beetle. What's your racket? Richie mimicked falsetto. I ain't got no racket. I just heard you were a big fat queer, that's all. Is that right? Mark asked, still polite. I heard that you were a big clumsy stupid turd, that's what I heard. Utter silence. The other boys gaped, but it was an interested gape. None of them had ever seen a fellow sign his own death warrant before. Richie was caught entirely by surprise and gaped with the rest. Mark took off his glasses and handed them to the boy next to him. Hold these, would you? The boy took them and goggled at Mark silently. Richie charged. It was a slow, lumbering charge, with not a bit of grace or finesse in it. The ground trembled under his feet. He was filled with confidence and the clear, joyous urge to stomp and break. He swung his haymaker right, which would catch Ole Four Eyes Queerboy right in the mouth and send his teeth flying like piano keys. Get ready for the dentist, Queerboy. Here I come. Mark Petrie ducked and sidestepped at the same instant. The haymaker went over his head. Richie was pulled halfway around by the force of his own blow, and Mark had only to stick out a foot. Richie Bodding thumped to the ground. He grunted. The crowd of watching children went there. Mark knew perfectly well that if the big, clumsy boy on the ground regained the advantage, he would be beaten up badly. Mark was agile, but agility could not stand up for long in a schoolyard brawl. In a street situation this would have been the time to run, to outdistance his slower pursuer, then turn and thumb his nose. But this wasn't the street or the city, and he knew perfectly well that if he didn't whip this big ugly turd now the harassment would never stop. These thoughts went through his mind in a fifth of a second. He jumped on Richie Bodding's back. Richie grunted. The crowd went there again. Mark grabbed Richie's arm, careful to get it above the shirt cuff so he couldn't sweat out of his grip, and twisted it behind Richie's back. Richie screamed in pain. Say uncle, Mark told him. Richie's reply would have pleased a 20-year Navy man. Mark yanked Richie's arm up to his shoulder blades, and Richie screamed again. He was filled with indignation, fright, and puzzlement. This had never happened to him before. It couldn't be happening now. Surely no Four Eyes Queerboy could be sitting on his back and twisting his arm and making him scream before his subjects. Say uncle, Mark repeated. Richie heaved himself to his knees. Mark squeezed his own knees into Richie's sides, like a man riding a horse bareback, and stayed on. They were both covered with dust, but Richie was much the worse for wear. His face was red and straining, his eyes bulged, and there was a scratch on his cheek. He tried to dump Mark over his shoulders, and Mark yanked upward on the arm again. This time Richie didn't scream. He wailed. Say uncle, or so help me God I'll break it. Rich's shirt had pulled out of his pants. His belly felt hot and scratched. He began to sob and wrench his shoulders from side to side. Yet the hateful four-eyes queer boy stayed on. His forearm was ice, his shoulder fire. "Get off me, you son of a whore! You don't fight fair!" An explosion of pain. "Say uncle." "No." He overbalanced on his knees and went face down in the dust. The pain in his arm was paralyzing. He was eating dirt. There was dirt in his eyes. He thrashed his legs helplessly. He had forgotten about being huge. He had forgotten about how the ground trembled under his feet when he walked. He had forgotten that he was going to smoke camels, just like his old man, when he grew up. "Uncle! Uncle! Uncle!" Richie screamed. He felt that he could go on screaming uncle for hours, for days, if it would get his arm back. "Say, I'm a big ugly turd. I'm a big ugly turd." Richie screamed into the dirt. "Good enough." Mark Petrie got off him and stepped back warily out of reach as Richie got up. His thighs hurt from squeezing them together. He hoped that all the fight was out of Richie. If not, he was going to get creamed. Richie got up. He looked around. No one met his eyes. They turned away and went back to whatever they had been doing. That stinking Glick kid was standing next to the queer boy and looking at him as though he were some kind of god. Richie stood by himself, hardly able to believe how quickly his ruination had come. His face was dusty except where it had been streaked clean with his tears of rage and shame. He considered launching himself at Mark Petrie. Yet his shame and fear, new and shining and huge, would not allow it. Not yet. His arm ached like a rotted tooth. "Son of a whoring dirty fighter. If I ever land on you and get you down. But not today." He turned away and walked off, and the ground didn't tremble a bit. He looked at the ground so he wouldn't have to look anyone in the face. Someone on the girl's side laughed a high, mocking sound that carried with cruel clarity on the morning air. He didn't look up to see who was laughing at him. 11:15 a.m. The Jerusalem's Lot Town dump had been a plain old gravel pit until it struck clay and paid out in 1945. It was at the end of a spur that led off from the Burns Road 2 miles beyond Harmony Hill Cemetery. Dud Rogers could hear the faint putter and cough of Mike Ryerson's lawn mower down the road. But that sound would soon be blotted out by the crackle of flames. Dud had been the dump custodian since 1956, and his reappointment each year at town meeting was routine and by acclamation. He lived at the dump in a neat tar paper lean-to with a sign reading "Dump Custodian" on the skew-hung door. He had wangled a space heater out of that skinflint board of selectmen 3 years ago, and had given up his apartment in town for good. He was a hunchback with a curious cocked head that made him look as if God had given him a final petulant wrench before allowing him out into the world. His arms, which dangled ape-like almost to his knees, were amazingly strong. It had taken 4 men to load the old hardware store floor safe into their panel truck to bring it out here when the store got its new wall job. The tires of the truck had settled appreciably when they put it in. But Dud Rogers had taken it off himself, cords standing out on his neck, veins bulging on his forehead and forearms and biceps like blue cables. He had pushed it over the east edge himself. Dud liked the dump. He liked running off the kids who came here to bust bottles, and he liked directing traffic to wherever the day's dumping was going on. He liked dump picking, which was his privilege as custodian. He supposed they sneered at him, walking across the mountains of trash in his hip waders and leather gloves, with his pistol in his holster, a sack over his shoulder, and his pocket knife in his hand. Let them sneer. There was copper core wire, and sometimes whole motors with their copper wrappings intact, and copper fetched a good price in Portland. There were busted-out bureaus and chairs and sofas, things that could be fixed up and sold to the antique dealers on Route 1. Dud rooked the dealers and the dealers turned around and rooked the summer people, and wasn't it just fine the way the world went round and round? He'd found a splintered spool bed with a busted frame 2 years back and had sold it to a faggot from Wells for $200. The faggot had gone into ecstasies about the New England authenticity of that bed, never knowing how carefully Dud had sanded off the made in Grand Rapids on the back of the headboard. At the far end of the dump were the junked cars, Bicks and Fords and Chivys and you name it, and my God, the parts people left on their machines when they were through with them. Radiators were best, but a good 4-barrel carb would fetch $7 after it had been soaked in gasoline. Not to mention fan belts, taillights, distributor caps, windshields, steering wheels, and floor mats. Yes, the dump was fine. The dump was Disneyland and Shangri-La all rolled up into one. But not even the money tucked away in the black box buried in the dirt below his easy chair was the best part. The best part was the fires and the rats. Dud set parts of his dump on fire on Sunday and Wednesday mornings, and on Monday and Friday evenings. Evening fires were the prettiest. He loved the dusky, roseate glow that bloomed out of the green plastic bags of crap and all the newspapers and boxes. But morning fires were better for rats. Now, sitting in his easy chair and watching the fire catch and begin to send its greasy black smoke into the air, sending the gulls aloft, Dud held his .22 target pistol loosely in his hand and waited for the rats to come out. When they came in battalions. They were big, dirty gray, pink-eyed. Small fleas and ticks jumped on their hides. Their tails dragged after them like thick pink wires. Dud loved to shoot rats. You buy a powerful slug o' shells, Dud, George Midler down at the hardware store would say in his fruity voice, pushing the boxes of Remingtons across. Town pay for them? This was an old joke. Some years back, Dud had put in a purchase order for 2,000 rounds of hollow .22 cartridges, and Bill Norton had grimly sent him packing. Now, Dud would say, you know this is purely a public service, George. There. That big fat one with the gimpy back leg was George Midler. Had something in his mouth that looked like a shredded piece of chicken liver. Here you go, George. Here YR, Dud said, and squeezed off. The .22's report was flat and undramatic, but the rat tumbled over twice and lay twitching. Hollow points, that was the ticket. Someday he was going to get a large bore point for 5 or a .357 Magnum and see what that did to the little cock-knockers. That next one now, that was that slutty little Ruthie Crockett, the one who didn't wear no bra to school and was always elbowing her chums and sniggering when Dud passed on the street. Bang! Goodbye, Ruthie. The rats scurried madly for the protection of the dump's far side, but before they were gone Dud had gotten 6 of them a good morning's kill. If he went out there and looked at them, the ticks would be running off the cooling bodies like rats deserting a sinking ship. This struck him as deliciously funny, and he threw back his queerly cocked head and rocked back on his hump and laughed in great long gusts as the fire crept through the trash with its grasping orange fingers. Life surely was grand. 11. 12 o'clock noon. The town whistle went off with a great 12-second blast, ushering in lunch hour at all 3 schools and welcoming the afternoon. Lawrence Crockett, the lot's second selectman and proprietor of Crockett's Southern Maine Insurance and Realty, put away the book he had been reading, Satan's Sex Slaves, and set his watch by the whistle. He went to the door and hung the back at 1 o'clock sign from the shade pull. His routine was unvarying. He would walk up to the excellent cafe, have 2 cheeseburgers with the works and a cup of coffee, and watch Pauline's legs while he smoked a William Penn. He rattled the doorknob once to make sure the lock had caught and moved off down Jointner Avenue. He paused on the corner and glanced up at the Mars 10 house. There was a car in the driveway. He could just make it out, twinkling and shining. It caused a thread of disquiet somewhere in his chest. He had sold the Mars 10 house and the long-defunct village washtub in a package deal over a year ago. It had been the strangest deal of his life, and he had made some strange ones in his time. The owner of the car up there was, in all probability, a man named Straker. Artie Straker. And just this morning he had received something in the mail from this Straker. The fellow in question had driven up to Crockett's office on a shimmering July afternoon just over a year ago. He got out of the car and stood on the sidewalk for a moment before coming inside, a tall man dressed in a sober 3-piece suit in spite of the day's heat. He was as bald as a cue ball and as sweatless as same. His eyebrows were a straight black slash, and the eye sockets shelved away below them to dark holes that might have been carved into the angular surface of his face with drill bits. He carried a slim black briefcase in one hand. Larry was alone in his office when Straker came in. His part-time secretary, a Falmouth girl with the most delectable set of jahoobies you ever clapped an eye to, worked for a Gates Falls lawyer on her afternoons. The bald man sat down in the client's chair, put his briefcase in his lap, and stared at Larry Crockett. It was impossible to read the expression in his eyes, and that bothered Larry. He liked to be able to read a man's wants in his baby blues or browns before the man even opened his mouth. This man had not paused to look at the pictures of local properties that were tacked up on the bulletin board, had not offered to shake hands and introduce himself, had not even said hello. "How can I help you?" Larry asked. "I have been sent to buy a residence and a business establishment in your so fair town," the bald man said. He spoke with a flat, uninflected tonelessness that made Larry think of the recorded announcements you got when you dialed the weather. "Well, hey, wonderful," Larry said. "We have several very nice properties that might." "There is no need," the bald man said, and held up his hand to stop Larry's words. Larry noted with fascination that his fingers were amazingly long. The middle finger looked 4 or 5 inches from base to tip. "The business establishment is a block beyond the town office building. It fronts on the park." "Yeah, I can deal with you on that. Used to be a laundromat. Went broke a year ago. That'd be a real good location if you—" "The residence," the bald man overrode him, "is the one referred to in town as the Mars 10 house." Larry had been in the business too long to show his thunderstruck feelings on his face. "Is that so?" "Yes. My name is Straker. Richard Crockett Straker. All papers will be in my name." "Very good," Larry said. The man meant business, that much seemed clear enough. The asking price on the Mars 10 house is $14,000, although I think my clients could be persuaded to take a little less. On the old washateria. That is no accord. I have been authorized to pay $1. $1? Larry tilted his head forward the way a man will when he has failed to hear something correctly. Yes. Attend, please. Straker's long fingers undid the clasps on his briefcase, opened it, and took out a number of papers bound in a blue transparent folder. Larry Crockett looked at him, frowning. Read, please. That will save time. Larry thumbed back the folder's plastic cover and glanced down at the first sheet with the air of a man humoring a fool. His eyes moved from left to right randomly for a moment, then riveted on something. Straker smiled thinly. He reached inside his suit coat, produced a flat gold cigarette case, and selected a cigarette. He tamped it and then lit it with a wooden match. The harsh aroma of a Turkish blend filled the office and was eddied around by the fan. There had been silence in the office for the next 10 minutes, broken only by the hum of the fan and the muted passage of traffic on the street outside. Straker smoked his cigarette down to a shred, crushed the glowing ash between his fingers, and lit another. Larry looked up, his face pale and shaken. This is a joke. Who put you up to it? John Kelly? I know no John Kelly. I don't joke. These papers, quitclaim deed, land title search, my God, man, don't you know that piece of land is worth $1.5 million? You piker, Straker said coldly. It is worth $4 million. Soon to be worth more, when the shopping center is built. What do you want? Larry asked. His voice was hoarse. I have told you what I want. My partner and I plan to open a business in this town. We plan to live in the Mars 10 house. What sort of business? Murder Incorporated? Straker smiled coldly. A perfectly ordinary furniture business, I am afraid. With a line of rather special antiques for collectors. My partner is something of an expert in that field. Shit, Larry said crudely. The Mars 10 house you could have for $8.5 grand, the shop for 16. Your partner must know that. And you both must know that this town can't support a fancy furniture and antique place. My partner is extremely knowledgeable on any subject in which he becomes interested, Straker said. He knows that your town is on a highway which serves tourists and summer residents. These are the people with whom we expect to do the bulk of our business. However, that is no accord to you. Do you find the papers in order? Larry tapped his desk with the blue folder. They seem to be. But I'm not going to be horse-traded, no matter what you say you want. No, of course not. Straker's voice was edged with well-bred contempt. You have a lawyer in Boston, I believe. One Francis Walsh. How do you know that? Larry barked. It doesn't matter. Take the papers to him. He will confirm their validity. The land where this shopping center is to be built will be yours, on fulfillment of 3 conditions. Ah, Larry said, and looked relieved. Conditions. He leaned back and selected a William pen from the ceramic cigar box on his desk. He scratched a match on shoe leather and puffed. Now we're getting down to the bone. Fire away. Number 1. You will sell me the Mars 10 house and the business establishment for $1. Your client in the matter of the house is a land corporation in Bangor. The business establishment now belongs to a Portland bank. I am sure both parties will be agreeable if you make up the difference to the lowest acceptable prices. Minus your commission, of course. Where do you get your information? That is not for you to know, Mr. Crockett. Condition 2. You will say nothing of our transaction here today. Nothing. If the question ever comes up, all you know is what I have told you. We are two partners beginning a business aimed at tourists and summer people. This is very important. I don't blab. Nonetheless, I want to impress on you the seriousness of the condition. A time may come, Mr. Crockett, when you will want to tell someone of the wonderful deal you made on this day. If you do so, I will find out. I will ruin you. Do you understand? You sound like one of those cheap spy movies, Larry said. He sounded unruffled, but underneath he felt a nasty tremor of fear. The words "I will ruin you" had come out as flatly as "How are you today?" It gave the statement an unpleasant ring of truth. And how in hell did this joker know about Frank Walsh? Not even his wife knew about Frank Walsh. Do you understand me, Mr. Crockett? Yes, Larry said. I'm used to playing them close to the vest. Straker offered his thin smile again. Of course. That is why I am doing business with you. The third condition? The house will need certain renovations. That's one way of putting it, Larry said dryly. My partner plans to carry this task out himself. But you will be his agent. From time to time there will be requests. From time to time I will require the services of whatever laborers you employ to bring certain things either to the house or to the shop. You will not speak of such services. Do you understand? Yeah, I understand. But you don't come from these parts, do you? Does that have bearing? Straker raised his eyebrows. Sure it does. This isn't Boston or New York. It's not going to be just a matter of me keeping my lip buttoned. People are going to talk. Why, there's an old biddy over on Railroad Street, name of Mabel Woods, who spends all day with a pair of binoculars. I don't care about the townspeople. My partner doesn't care about the townspeople. The townspeople always talk. They are no different from the magpies on the telephone wires. Soon they will accept us. Larry shrugged. It's your party. As you say, Straker agreed. You will pay for all services and keep all invoices and bills. You will be reimbursed. Do you agree? Larry was, as he had told Straker, used to playing them close to the vest, and he had a reputation as one of the best poker players in Cumberland County. And although he had maintained his outward calm through all of this, he was on fire inside. The deal this crazy man was offering him was the kind of thing that came along once, if ever. Perhaps the guy's boss was one of those nutty billionaire recluses who... Mr. Crockett? I am waiting. There are two conditions of my own, Larry said. Ah? Straker looked politely interested. He rattled the blue folder. First, these papers have to check out. Of course. Second, If you're doing anything illegal up there, I don't want to know about it. By that I mean. But he was interrupted. Straker threw his head back and gave vent to a singularly cold and emotionless laugh. Did I say something funny? Larry asked, without a trace of a smile. Oh, of course not, Mr. Crockett. You must pardon my outburst. I found your comment amusing for reasons of my own. What were you about to add? These renovations. I'm not going to get you anything that would leave my ass out to the wind. If you're fixing up to make moonshine or LSD or explosives for some hippie radical outfit, that's your own lookout. Agreed, Straker said. The smile was gone from his face. Have we a deal? And with an odd feeling of reluctance, Larry had said, if these papers check out, I guess we do at that. Although it seems like you did all the dealing, and I did all the money marking a dot. This is Monday, Straker said. Shall I stop by Thursday afternoon? Better make it Friday. So it is. Very well. He stood. Good day, Mr. Crockett. The papers had checked out. Larry's Boston lawyer said the land where the Portland shopping center was to be built had been purchased by an outfit called Continental Land and Realty, which was a dummy company with office space in the Chemical Bank building in New York. There was nothing in Continental's offices but a few empty filing cabinets and a lot of dust. Straker had come back that Friday and Larry signed the necessary title papers. He did so with a strong taste of doubt in the back of his mouth. He had overthrown his own personal maxim for the first time, you don't shit where you eat. And although the inducement had been high, he realized as Straker put the ownership papers to the Mars 10 house and erstwhile village washtub into his briefcase that he had put himself at this man's beck and call. And the same went for his partner, the absent Mr. Barlow. As last August had passed, and as summer had slipped into fall and then fall into winter, he had begun to feel an indefinable sense of relief. By this spring he had almost managed to forget the deal he had made to get the papers which now resided in his Portland safe deposit box. Then things began to happen. That writer, Mears, had come in a week and a half ago, asking if the Mars 10 house was available for rental, and he had given Larry a peculiar look when he told him it was sold. Yesterday, there had been a long tube in his post office box and a letter from Straker. A note, really. It had been brief, kindly have the poster which you will be receiving mounted in the window of the shop R.T. Straker. The poster itself was common enough, and more subdued than some. It only said, opening in 1 week. Barlow and Straker. Fine furnishings. Selected antiques. Browsers welcome. He had gotten Royal Snow to put it right up. And now there was a car up there at the Mars 10 house. He was still looking at it when someone said at his elbow, falling asleep, Larry? He jumped and looked around at Parkins Gillespie, who was standing on the corner next to him and lighting a Pall Mall. No, he said, and laughed nervously. Just thinking. Parkins glanced up at the Mars 10 house, where the sun twinkled on chrome and metal in the driveway, then down at the old laundry with its new sign in the window. And you're not the only one, I guess. Always good to get new folks in town. You've met him, ain't you? One of them. Last year. Mr. Barlow or Mr. Straker? Straker. Seemed like a nice enough sort, did he? Hard to tell, Larry said, and found he wanted to lick his lips. He didn't. We only talk business. He seemed okay. Good. That's good. Come on. I'll walk up to the Excellent with you. When they crossed the street, Lawrence Crockett was thinking about deals with the devil. 12. Voiced by Books on English. 1 p.m. Susan Norton stepped into Bab's beauty boutique, smiled at Babs Griffin, Hal and Jack's eldest sister, and said, "Thank goodness you could take me on such short notice." "No problem in the middle of the week," Babs said, turning on the fan. "My, ain't it close? It'll thunderstorm this afternoon." Susan looked at the sky, which was an unblemished blue. "Do you think so?" "Yeah." "How do you want it, hun?" "Natural," Susan said, thinking of Ben Mears. "Like I hadn't even been near this place." "Hun," Bab said, closing in on her with a sigh, "that's what they all say." The sigh wafted the odor of juicy fruit gum, and Babs asked Susan if she had seen that some folks were opening up a new furniture store in the old village washtub. "Expensive stuff by the look of it, but wouldn't it be nice if they had a nice little hurricane lamp to match the one she had in her apartment, and getting away from home and living in town was the smartest move she'd ever made, and hadn't it been a nice summer? It seemed a shame it ever had to end." 13. 3 p.m. Bonnie Sawyer was lying on the big double bed in her house on the Deep Cut Road. It was a regular house, no shanty trailer, and it had a foundation and a cellar. Her husband, Reg, made good money as a car mechanic at Jim Smith's Pontiac in Buxton. She was naked except for a pair of filmy blue panties, and she looked impatiently over at the clock on the nightstand. 3:02. Where was he? Almost as if the thought had summoned him, the bedroom door opened the tiniest bit, and Corey Bryant peered through. "Is it okay?" he whispered. Corey was only 22, had been working for the phone company 2 years, and this affair with a married woman, especially a knockout like Bonnie Sawyer, who had been Miss Cumberland County of 1973, left him feeling weak and nervous and horny. Bonnie smiled at him with her lovely capped teeth. "If it wasn't, honey," she said, "you'd have a hole in you big enough to watch TV through." He came tiptoeing in, his utility lineman's belt jingling ridiculously around his waist. Bonnie giggled and opened her arms. "I really like you, Corey. You're cute." Corey's eyes happened on the dark shadow beneath the taut blue nylon, and he began to feel more horny than nervous. He forgot about tiptoeing and came to her, and as they joined, a cicada began to buzz somewhere in the woods. 14. 4 p.m. Ben Mears pushed away from his desk, the afternoon's writing done. He had foregone his walk in the park so he could go to dinner at the Nortons that night with a clear conscience, and had written for most of the day without a break. He stood up and stretched, listening to the bones in his spine crackle. His torso was wet with sweat. He went to the cupboard at the head of the bed, pulled out a fresh towel, and went down to the bathroom to shower before everyone else got home from work and clogged the place. He hung the towel over his shoulder, turned back to the door, and then went to the window, where something had caught his eye. Nothing in town, it was drowsing away the late afternoon under a sky that peculiar shade of deep blue that graces New England on fine late summer days. He could look across the 2-story buildings on Jointner Avenue, could see their flat, asphalted roofs, and across the park where the children now home from school lazed or biked or squabbled, and out to the northwest section of town where Brock Street disappeared behind the shoulder of that first wooded hill. His eyes traveled naturally up to the break in the woods where the Burns Road and the Brooks Road intersected in a T, and on up to where the Mars 10 house sat overlooking the town. From here it was a perfect miniature, diminished to the size of a child's dollhouse. And he liked it that way. From here the Mars 10 house was a size that could be coped with. You could hold up your hand and blot it out with your palm. There was a car in the driveway. He stood with the towel over his shoulder, looking out at it, not moving, feeling a crawl of terror in his belly that he did not try to analyze. 2 of the fallen shutters had been replaced, giving the house a secretive, blind look that it had not possessed before. His lips moved silently, as if forming words no one even himself could understand. 5 p.m. Matthew Burke left the high school carrying his briefcase in his left hand and crossed the empty parking lot to where his old Chevy Biscayne sat, still on last year's snow tires. He was 63, 2 years from mandatory retirement, and still carrying a full load of English classes and extracurricular activities. Fall's activity was the school play, and he had just finished readings for a 3-act farce called Charlie's Problem. He had gotten the usual glut of utter impossibles, perhaps a dozen usable warm bodies who would at least memorize their lines and then deliver them in a deathly, trembling monotone, and 3 kids who showed flair. He would cast them on Friday and begin blocking next week. They would pull together between then and October 30th, which was the play date. It was Matt's theory that a high school play should be like a bowl of Campbell's alphabet soup, tasteless but not actively offensive. The relatives would come and love it. The theatre critic from the Cumberland Ledger would come and go into polysyllabic ecstasies, as he was paid to do over any local play. The female lead, Ruthie Crockett, this year, probably, would fall in love with some other cast member and quite possibly lose her virginity after the cast party. And then he would pick up the threads of the debate club. At 63, Matt Burke still enjoyed teaching. He was a lousy disciplinarian, thus forfeiting any chance he might once have had to step up to administration. He was a little too dreamy-eyed to ever serve effectively as an assistant principal, but his lack of discipline had never held him back. He had read the sonnets of Shakespeare in cold, pipe-clanking classrooms full of flying airplanes and spitballs, had sat down upon tacks and thrown them away absently as he told the class to turn to page 467 in their grammars, had opened drawers to get composition paper only to discover crickets, frogs, and once a 7-foot black snake. He had ranged across the length and breadth of the English language like a solitary and oddly complacent ancient mariner, Steinbeck period 1, Chaucer period 2, the topic sentence period 3, and the function of the gerund just before lunch. His fingers were permanently yellowed with chalk dust rather than nicotine, but it was still the residue of an addicting substance. Children did not revere or love him. He was not a Mr. Chips languishing away in a rustic corner of America and waiting for Ross Hunter to discover him, but many of his students did come to respect him, and a few learned from him that dedication, however eccentric or humble, can be a noteworthy thing. He liked his work. Now he got into his car, pumped the accelerator too much and flooded it, waited, and started it again. He tuned the radio to a Portland rock N roll station and jacked the volume almost to the speaker's distortion point. He thought rock N roll was fine music. He backed out of his parking slot, stalled, and started the car up again. He had a small house out on the Taggart Stream Road and had very few callers. He had never been married, had no family except for a brother in Texas who worked for an oil company and never wrote. He did not really miss the attachments. He was a solitary man, but solitude had in no way twisted him. He paused at the blinking light at the intersection of Joyner Avenue and Brock Street, then turned toward home. The shadows were long now, and the daylight had taken on a curiously beautiful warmth, flat and golden, like something from a French Impressionist painting. He glanced over to his left, saw the Mars 10 house, and glanced again. "The shutters," he said aloud, against the driving beat from the radio. "Those shutters are back up." He glanced in the rearview mirror and saw that there was a car parked in the driveway. He had been teaching in a Salem's lot since 1952, and he had never seen a car parked in that driveway. "Is someone living up there?" He asked no one in particular, and drove on. 16. 6 p.m. Susan's father, Bill Norton, the lot's first selectman, was surprised to find that he liked Ben Mears liked him quite a lot. Bill was a big, tough man with black hair, built like a truck, and not fat even after 50. He had left high school for the Navy in the 11th grade with his father's permission, and he had clawed his way up from there, picking up his diploma at the age of 24 on a high school equivalency test taken almost as an afterthought. He was not a blind, bullish anti-intellectual as some plain working men become when they are denied the level of learning that they may have been capable of, either through fate or their own doing, but he had no patience with art farts, as he termed some of the doe-eyed, long-haired boys Susan had brought home from school. He didn't mind their hair or their dress. What bothered him was that none of them seemed serious-minded. He didn't share his wife's liking for Floyd Tibbetts, the boy that Susie had been going around with the most since she graduated, but he didn't actively dislike him, either. Floyd had a pretty good job at the executive level in the Falmouth Grants, and Bill Norton considered him to be moderately serious-minded. And he was a hometown boy. But so was this Mears, in a manner of speaking. "Now, you leave him alone about that art fart business," Susan said, rising at the sound of the doorbell. She was wearing a light green summer dress, her new casual head pulled back and tied loosely with a hank of oversized green yarn. Bill laughed. "I got to call them as I com, Susie darling. I won't embarrass you, I never do I?" She gave him a pensive, nervous smile and went to open the door. The man who came back in with her was lanky and agile-looking, with finely drawn features and a thick, almost greasy shock of black hair that looked freshly washed despite its natural oiliness. He was dressed in a way that impressed Bill favorably, plain blue jeans, very new, and a white shirt rolled to the elbows. "Ben, this is my dad and Mom, Bill and Norton." "Mom, Dad, Ben Mears." "Hello. Nice to meet you." He smiled at Mrs. Norton with a touch of reserve and she said, "Hello, Mr. Mears. This is the first time we've seen a real live author up close. Susan has been awfully excited." "Don't worry, I don't quote from my own works." He smiled again. "H-lo," Bill said, and heaved himself up out of his chair. He had worked himself up to the union position he now held on the Portland docks, and his grip was hard and strong. But Mears's hand did not crimp and jellyfish like that of your ordinary, garden-variety art fart, and Bill was pleased. He imposed his second testing criterion. "Like a beer? Got some on ice out yonder." He gestured toward the back patio, which he had built himself. Art farts invariably said no, most of them were potheads and couldn't waste their valuable consciousness juicing. Man, I'd love a beer, Ben said, and the smile became a grin. 2 or 3, even. Bill's laughter boomed out. Okay, you're my man. Come on. At the sound of his laughter, an odd communication seemed to pass between the two women, who bore a strong resemblance to each other. And Norton's brow contracted while Susan smoothed out a load of worry seemed to have been transferred across the room by telepathy. Ben followed Bill out onto the veranda. An ice chest sat on a stool in the corner, stuffed with ring-tab cans of Pabst. Bill pulled a can out of the cooler and tossed it to Ben, who caught it one hand but lightly, so it wouldn't fizz. Nice out here, Ben said, looking toward the barbecue in the backyard. It was a low, businesslike construction of bricks, and a shimmer of heat hung over it. Built it myself, Bill said. Better be nice. Ben drank deeply and then belched, another sign in his favor. Susie thinks you're quite the fella, Norton said. She's a nice girl. Good practical girl, Norton added, and belched reflectively. She says you've written 3 books. Published at M2. Yes, that's so. They do well? The first did, Ben said, and said no more. Bill Norton nodded slightly, in approval of a man who had enough marbles to keep his dollars and cents business to himself. You like to lend a hand with some burgers and hot dogs? Sure. You got to cut the hot dogs to let the squidges out of them. You know about that? Yeah. He made diagonal slashes in the air with his right index finger, grinning slightly as he did so. The small slashes in natural casing franks kept them from blistering. You came from this neck of the woods, all right, Bill Norton said. Goddamn well told. Take that bag of briquettes over there and I'll get the meat. Bring your beer. You couldn't part me from it. Bill hesitated on the verge of going in and cocked an eyebrow at Ben Mears. You a serious-minded fella? He asked. Ben smiled, a trifle grimly. That I am, he said. Bill nodded. That's good, he said, and went inside. Babs Griffin's prediction of rain was a million miles wrong, and the backyard dinner went well. A light breeze sprang up, combining with the eddies of hickory smoke from the barbecue to keep the worst of the late-season mosquitoes away. The women cleared away the paper plates and condiments, then came back to drink a beer each and laugh as Bill, an old hand at playing the tricky wind currents, trimmed Ben 21-6 at badminton. Ben declined a rematch with real regret, pointing at his watch. I got a book on the fire, he said. I owe another 6 pages. If I get drunk, I won't even be able to read what I wrote tomorrow morning. Susan saw him to the front gate he had walked up from town. Bill nodded to himself as he damped the fire. He had said he was serious-minded, and Bill was ready to take him at his word. He had not come with a big case on to impress anyone, but any man who worked after dinner was out to make his mark on somebody's tree, probably in big letters. And Norton, however, never quite unthawed. 17. 7 p.m. Floyd Tibbets pulled into the crushed stone parking lot at Dell's about 10 minutes after Delbert Markey, owner and bartender, had turned on his new pink sign out front. The sign said Dell's in letters 3 feet high, and the apostrophe was a highball glass. Outside, the sunlight had been leached from the sky by gathering purple twilight, and soon ground mist would begin to form in the low-lying pockets of land. The night's regulars would begin to show up in another hour or so. "Hi, Floyd," Dell said, pulling a Michelob out of the cooler. "Good day?" "Fair," Floyd said. "That beer looks good." He was a tall man with a well-trimmed sandy beard, now dressed in double-knit slacks and a casual sports jacket, his Grant's working uniform. He was second in charge of credit, and liked his work in the absent kind of way that can cross the line into boredom almost overnight. He felt himself to be drifting, but the sensation was not actively unpleasant. And there was Suze, a fine girl. She was going to come around before much longer, and then he supposed he would have to make something of himself. He dropped a dollar bill on the bar, poured beer down the side of his glass, downed it thirstily, and refilled. The bar's only other patron at present was a young fellow in phone company coveralls, the Bryant Kid, Floyd thought. He was drinking beer at a table and listening to a moody love song on the juke. "So what's new in town?" Floyd asked, knowing the answer already. "Nothing new, not really." Someone might have showed up drunk at the high school, but he couldn't think of anything else. "Well, somebody killed your uncle's dog." "That's new." Floyd paused with his glass halfway to his mouth. "What?" "Uncle Win's dog, Doc?" "That's right." "Hit him with a car?" "Not so you'd notice. Mike Ryerson found him. He was out to Harmony Hill to mow the grass, and Doc was hanging off those spikes atop the cemetery gate. Ripped wide open." "Son of a bitch," Floyd said, astounded. Dell nodded gravely, pleased with the impression he had made. He knew something else that was a fairly hot item in town this evening, that Floyd's girl had been seen with that writer who was staying at Eva's. But let Floyd find that out for himself. Ryerson brung the co-PSE into Parkins Gillespie, he told Floyd. He was of the mind that maybe the dog was dead and a bunch of kids hung it up for a joke. Gillespie doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground. Maybe not. I'll tell you what I think. Dell leaned forward on his thick forearms. I think it's kids, all right, hell, I know that. But it might be a smidge more serious than just a joke. Here, look at this. He reached under the bar and slapped a newspaper down on it, turned to an inside page. Floyd picked it up. The headline read, "Satan Worshippers Desecrate FLA Church." He skimmed through it. Apparently a bunch of kids had broken into a Catholic church in Clewiston, Florida, sometime after midnight and had held some sort of unholy rites there. The altar had been desecrated, obscene words had been scrawled on the pews, the confessionals, and the holy font, and splatters of blood had been found on steps leading to the nave. Laboratory analysis had confirmed that although some of the blood was animal, goat's blood was suggested, most of it was human. The Clewiston police chief admitted there were no immediate leads. Floyd put the paper down. Devil worshippers in the lot? Come on, Dell. You've been into the cook's pot. The kids are going crazy, Dell said stubbornly. You see if that ain't it. Next thing you know, they'll be doing human sacrifices in Griffin's pasture. Want a refill on that? No thanks, Floyd said, sliding off his stool. I think I'll go out and see how Uncle Win's getting along. He loved that dog. Give him my best, Dell said, stowing his paper back under the bar Exhibit A for later in the evening. Awful sorry to hear about it. Floyd paused halfway to the door and spoke, seemingly to the air. Hung him up on the spikes, did they? By Christ, I'd like to get hold of the kids who did that. Devil worshippers, Dell said. Wouldn't surprise me a bit. I don't know what's got into people these days. Floyd left. The Bryant kid put another dime in the juke, and Dick Curlis began to sing Bury the Bottle with Me. 18. Voiced by Books on English. 7:30 p.m. You be home early, Marjorie Glick said to her eldest son, Danny. School tomorrow. I want your brother in bed by 9:15. Danny shuffled his feet. I don't see why I have to take him at all. You don't, Marjorie said with dangerous pleasantness. You can always stay home. She turned back to the counter, where she was freshening fish, and Ralphie stuck out his tongue. Danny made a fist and shook it, but his putrid little brother only smiled. We'll be back, he muttered and turned to leave the kitchen, Ralphie in tow. By 9. Okay. In the living room, Tony Glick was sitting in front of the TV with his feet up, watching the Red Sox and the Yankees. Where are you going, boys? Over to see that new kid, Danny said. Mark Petrie. Yeah, Ralphie said. We're gonna look at his electric trains. Danny cast a baleful eye on his brother, but their father noticed neither the pause nor the emphasis. Doug Griffin had just struck out. Be home early, he said absently. Outside, afterlight still lingered in the sky, although sunset had passed. As they crossed the backyard, Danny said, I ought to beat the stuff out of you, punko. I'll tell, Ralphie said smugly. I'll tell why you really wanted to go. You creep, Danny said hopelessly. At the back of the mowed yard, a beaten path led down the slope to the woods. The Glick house was on Brock Street, Mark Petrie's on South Joyner Avenue. The path was a shortcut that saved considerable time if you were 12 and 9 years old and willing to pick your way across the Crockett Brook stepping stones. Pine needles and twigs crackled under their feet. Somewhere in the woods, a whippoorwill sang, and crickets chirped all around them. Danny had made the mistake of telling his brother that Mark Petrie had the entire set of Aurora plastic monsters: Wolfman, Mummy, Dracula, Frankenstein, the Mad Doctor, and even the Chamber of Horrors. Their mother thought all that stuff was bad news, rotted your brains or something, and Danny's brother had immediately turned blackmailer. He was putrid, all right. You're putrid, you know that? Danny said. I know, Ralphie said proudly. What's putrid? It's when you get green and squishy, like boogers. Get bent, Ralphie said. They were going down the bank of Crockett Brook, which gurgled leisurely over its gravel bed, holding a faint pearliness on its surface. 2 miles east it joined Taggart Stream, which in turn joined the Royal River. Danny started across the stepping stones, squinting in the gathering gloom to see his footing. I'm gonna push ya, Ralphie cried gleefully behind him. Look out, Danny, I'm gonna push ya. You push me and I'll push you in the quicksand, ring meat, Danny said. They reached the other bank. There ain't no quicksand around here, Ralphie scoffed, moving closer to his brother nevertheless. Yeah? Danny said ominously. A kid got killed in the quicksand just a few years ago. I heard those old dudes that hang around the store talking about it. Really? Ralphie asked. His eyes were wide. Yeah, Danny said. He went down screaming and hollering and his mouth filled up with quicksand and that was it. Rach! Come on, Ralphie said uneasily. It was close to full dark now, and the woods were full of moving shadows. Let's get out of here. They started up the other bank, slipping a little in the pine needles. The boy Danny had heard discussed in the store was a 10-year-old named Jerry Kingfield. He might have gone down in the quicksand screaming and hollering, but if he had, no one had heard him. He had simply disappeared in the marshes 6 years ago while fishing. Some people thought quicksand, others held that a sex pervert had killed him. There were perverts everywhere. They say his ghost still haunts these woods, Danny said solemnly, neglecting to tell his little brother that the marshes were 3 miles south. Don't, Danny, Ralphie said uneasily. Not in the dark. The woods creaked secretively around them. The whippoorwill had ceased his cry. A branch snapped somewhere behind them, almost stealthily. The daylight was nearly gone from the sky. Every now and then, Danny went on eerily, when some ring-meat little kid comes out after dark, it comes flapping out of the trees, the face all putrid and covered with quicksand. Danny, come on. His little brother's voice held real pleading, and Danny stopped. He had almost scared himself. The trees were dark, bulking presences all around them, moving slowly in the night breeze, rubbing together, creaking in their joints. Another branch snapped off to their left. Danny suddenly wished they had gone by the road. Another branch snapped. Danny, I'm scared, Ralphie whispered. Don't be stupid, Danny said. Come on. They started to walk again. Their feet crackled in the pine needles. Danny told himself that he didn't hear any branches snapping. He didn't hear anything except them. Blood thudded in his temples. His hands were cold. Count steps, he told himself. We'll be at Joyner Avenue in 200 steps. And when we come back we'll go by the road, so Ringmeat won't be scared. In just a minute we'll see the street lights and feel stupid, but it will be good to feel stupid, so count steps. 1, 2, 3. Ralphie shrieked. I see it. I see the ghost. I see it. Terror like hot iron leaped into Danny's chest. Wire seemed to have run up his legs. He would have turned and run, but Ralphie was clutching him. Where? He whispered, forgetting that he had invented the ghost. Where? He peered into the woods, half afraid of what he might see, and saw only blackness. It's gone now, but I saw him, it. Eyes. I saw eyes. Oh, Danny, he was blubbering. There ain't no ghosts, you fool. Come on. Danny held his brother's hand and they began to walk. His legs felt as if they were made up of 10,000 pencil erasers. His knees were trembling. Ralphie was crowding against him, almost forcing him off the path. It's watching us, Ralphie whispered. Listen, I'm not gonna. No, Danny. Really? Can't you feel it? Danny stopped. And in the way of children, he did feel something and knew they were no longer alone. A great hush had fallen over the woods, but it was a malefic hush. Shadows, urged by the wind, twisted languorously around them. And Danny smelled something savage, but not with his nose. There were no ghosts, but there were preverts. They stopped in black cars and offered you candy or hung around on street corners or they followed you into the woods. And then they. Run, he said harshly. But Ralphie trembled beside him in a paralysis of fear. His grip on Danny's hand was as tight as baling wire. His eyes stared into the woods and then began to widen. Danny? A branch snapped. Danny turned and looked where his brother was looking. The darkness enfolded them. 9 p.m. Mabel Wurtz was a hugely fat woman, 74 on her last birthday, and her legs had become less and less reliable. She was a repository of town history and town gossip, and her memory stretched back over 5 decades of necrology, adultery, thievery, and insanity. She was a gossip, but not a deliberately cruel one, although those whose stories she had spared on their back fence way might tend to disagree. She simply lived in and for the town. In a way she was the town, a fat widow who now went out very little, and who spent most of her time by her window dressed in a tent-like silk camisole, her yellowish ivory hair done up in a coronet of thick, braided cables, with the telephone on her right hand and her high-powered Japanese binoculars on the left. The combination of the two plus the time to use them fully made her a benevolent spider sitting in the center of a communications web that stretched from the Bend to East Salem. She had been watching the Mars 10 house for want of something better to watch when the shutters to the left of the porch were opened, letting out a golden square of light that was definitely not the steady glow of electricity. She had gotten just a tantalizing glimpse of what might have been a man's head and shoulders silhouetted against the light. It gave her a queer thrill. There had been no more movement from the house. She thought, now, what kind of people is it that only opens up when a body can't catch a decent glimpse of them? She put the glasses down and carefully picked up the telephone. 2 voices. She quickly identified them as Harriet Durham and Glynis Mayberry were talking about the Ryerson boy finding Erwin Purinton's dog. She sat quietly, breathing through her mouth, so as to give no sign of her presence on the line. 11:59 p.m. The day trembled on the edge of extinction. The houses slept in darkness. Downtown, night lights in the hardware store and the Foreman Funeral Home and the excellent cafe threw mild electric light onto the pavement. Some lay awake. George Boyer, who had just gotten home from the 3 to 11 shift at the Gates Mill, Win Purinton, sitting and playing solitaire and unable to sleep for thinking of his doc, whose passing had affected him much more deeply than that of his wife, but most slept the sleep of the just and the hard-working. In Harmony Hill Cemetery a dark figure stood meditatively inside the gate, waiting for the turn of time. When he spoke, the voice was soft and cultured. "Oh my Father, favor me now. Lord of Flies, favor me now. Now I bring you spoiled meat and reeking flesh. I have made sacrifice for your favor. With my left hand I bring it. Make a sign for me on this ground, consecrated in your name. I wait for a sign to begin your work." The voice died away. A wind had sprung up, gentle, bringing with it the sigh and whisper of leafy branches and grasses and a whiff of carrion from the dump up the road. There was no sound, but that brought on the breeze. The figure stood silent and thoughtful for a time. Then it stooped and stood with the figure of a child in his arms. "I bring you this." It became unspeakable. Chapter 4. Danny Glick and Others. Voiced by Books on English. Danny and Ralphie Glick had gone out to see Mark Petrie with orders to be in by 9, and when they hadn't come home by 10 past, Marjorie Glick called the Petrie house. "No," Mrs. Petrie said, "the boys weren't there. Hadn't been there. Maybe your husband had better talk to Henry." Mrs. Glick handed the phone to her husband, feeling the lightness of fear in her belly. The men talked it over. Yes, the boys had gone by the woods path. No, the little brook was very shallow at this time of year, especially after the fine weather. No more than ankle deep. Henry suggested that he start from his end of the path with a high-powered flashlight and Mr. Glick start from his. Perhaps the boys had found a woodchuck burrow or were smoking cigarettes or something. Tony agreed and thanked Mr. Petrie for his trouble. Mr. Petrie said it was no trouble at all. Tony hung up and comforted his wife a little. She was frightened. He had mentally decided that neither of the boys was going to be able to sit down for a week when he found them. But before he had even left the yard, Danny stumbled out from the trees and collapsed beside the backyard barbecue. He was dazed and slow-spoken, responding to questions ploddingly and not always sensibly. There was grass in his cuffs and a few autumn leaves in his hair. He told his father that he and Ralphie had gone down the path through the woods, had crossed Crockett Brook by the stepping stones, and had gotten up the other bank with no trouble. Then Ralphie began to talk about a ghost in the woods. Danny neglected to mention he had put this idea in his brother's head. Ralphie said he could see a face. Danny began to be frightened. He didn't believe in ghosts or in any kid stuff like the bogeyman, but he did think he had heard something in the dark. What did they do then? Danny thought they had started to walk again, holding hands. He wasn't sure. Ralphie had been whimpering about the ghost. Danny told him not to cry, because soon they would be able to see the streetlights of Jointner Avenue. It was only 200 steps, maybe less. Then something bad had happened. What? What was the bad thing? Danny didn't know. They argued with him, grew excited, expostulated. Danny only shook his head slowly and uncomprehendingly. Yes, he knew he should remember, but he couldn't. Honestly, he couldn't. No, he didn't remember falling over anything. Just everything was dark. Very dark. And the next thing he remembered was lying on the path by himself. Ralphie was gone. Parkins Gillespie said there was no point in sending men into the woods that night. Too many deadfalls. Probably the boy had just wandered off the path. He and Noli Gardner and Tony Glick and Henry Petrie went up and down the path and along the shoulders of both South Jointner and Brock Streets, hailing with battery-powered bullhorns. Early the next morning, both the Cumberland and the state police began a coordinated search of the wood lot. When they found nothing, the search was widened. They beat the bushes for 4 days, and Mr. and Mrs. Glick wandered through the woods and fields, picking their way around the deadfalls left by the ancient fire, calling their son's name with endless and wrenching hope. When there was no result, Taggart Stream and the Royal River were dragged. No result. On the morning of the 5th day, Marjorie Glick woke her husband at 4 a.m., terrified and hysterical. Danny had collapsed in the upstairs hallway, apparently on his way to the bathroom. An ambulance bore him away to Central Maine General Hospital. The preliminary diagnosis was severe and delayed emotional shock. The doctor in charge, a man named Gorby, took Mr. Glick aside. Has your boy ever been subject to asthma attacks? Mr. Glick, blinking rapidly, shook his head. He had aged 10 years in less than a week. Any history of rheumatic fever? Danny? No. Not Danny. Has he had a TB skin patch during the last year? TB? My boy got TB? Mr. Glick, we're only trying to find out. Marge! Margie, come down here. Marjorie Glick got up and walked slowly down the corridor. Her face was pale, her hair absently combed. She looked like a woman in the grip of a deep migraine headache. Did Danny have a TB skin patch at school this year? Yes, she said dully. When he started school. No reaction. Gorby asked, does he cough in the night? No. Complain of aches in the chest or joints? No. Painful urination? No. Any abnormal bleeding? Bloody noses or bloody stool or even an abnormal number of scrapes and bruises? No. Gorby smiled and nodded. We'd like to keep him for tests, if we may. Sure, Tony said. Sure. I got Blue Cross. His reactions are very slow, the doctor said. We're going to do some x-rays, a marrow test, a white count. Marjorie Glick's eyes had slowly been widening. Has Danny got leukemia? She whispered. Mrs. Glick, that's hardly. But she had fainted. TWO. Ben Mears was one of the Salem's lot volunteers who beat the bushes for Ralphie Glick, and he got nothing for his pains other than pants cuffs full of carkelburrs and an aggravated case of hay fever brought on by late summer goldenrod. On the third day of the search he came into the kitchen of Eva's ready to eat a can of ravioli and then fall into bed for a nap before writing. He found Susan Norton bustling around the kitchen stove and preparing some kind of hamburger casserole. The men just home from work were sitting around the table, pretending to talk, and ogling her. She was wearing a faded check shirt tied at the midriff and cut-off corduroy shorts. Eva Miller was ironing in a private alcove off the kitchen. "Hey, what are you doing here?" he asked. "Cooking you something decent before you fall away to a shadow," she said, and Eva snorted laughter from behind the angle of the wall. Ben felt his ears burn. "Cooks real good, she does," Weasel said. "I can tell. I been watching Dot. If you was watching any more, your eyes would have fell out of their sockets," Grover Vell said, and cackled. Susan covered the casserole, put it in the oven, and they went out on the back porch to wait for it. The sun was going down red and inflamed. "Any luck?" "No." "Nothing." He pulled a battered pack of cigarettes out of his breast pocket and lit one. "You smell like you took a bath in Old Woodsman's," she said. "Fat lot of good it did." He held out his arm and showed her a number of puffed insect bites and half-healed scratches. "Son of a bitching mosquitoes and goddamn pricker bushes." "What do you think happened to him, Ben?" "God knows." He exhaled smoke. "Maybe somebody crept up behind the older brother, coshed him with a sock full of sand or something, and abducted the kid." "Do you think he's dead?" Ben looked at her to see if she wanted an honest answer or merely a hopeful one. He took her hand and locked his fingers through hers. "Yes," he said briefly. "I think the kid is dead. No conclusive proof yet, but I think so." She shook her head slowly. I hope you're wrong. My mom and some of the other ladies have been in to sit with Mrs. Glick. She's out of her mind, and so is her husband. And the other boy just wanders around like a ghost. Ben said. He was looking up at the Mars 10 house, not really listening. The shutters were closed, they would open up later on. After dark. The shutters would open after dark. He felt a morbid chill at the thought and its nearly incantatory quality. Night? Sorry. He looked around at her. I said, my dad would like you to come over tomorrow night. Can you? Will you be there? Sure, I will, she said, and looked at him. All right. Good. He wanted to look at her. She was lovely in the sunset light, but his eyes were drawn toward the Mars 10 house as if by a magnet. It draws you, doesn't it? She said, and the reading of his thought, right down to the metaphor, was nearly uncanny. Yes. It does. Ben, what's this new book about? Not yet, he said. Give it time. I'll tell you as soon as I can. It's got to work itself out. She wanted to say I love you at that precise moment, say it with the ease and lack of self-consciousness with which the thought had risen to the surface of her mind, but she bit the words off behind her lips. She did not want to say it while he was looking up there. She got up. I'll check the casserole. When she left him, he was smoking and looking up at the Mars 10 house. 3. Lawrence Crockett was sitting in his office on the morning of the 22nd, pretending to read his Monday correspondence and keeping an eye on his secretary's jehoobies, when the telephone rang. He had been thinking about his business career in a Salem's lot, about that small, twinkling car in the Mars 10 house driveway, and about deals with the devil. Even before the deal with Straker had been consummated, that some word, all right, he thought, and his eyes crawled over the front of his secretary's blouse. Lawrence Crockett was, without doubt, the richest man in a Salem's lot and one of the richest in Cumberland County, although there was nothing about his office or his person to indicate it. The office was old, dusty, and lighted by 2 fly-specked yellow globes. The desk was an ancient roll-tub, littered with papers, pens, and correspondence. A glue pot stood on one side of it, and on the other was a square glass paperweight that showed pictures of his family on its different faces. Poised perilously on top of a stack of ledgers was a glass fish bowl filled with matches, and a sign on the front said, "For our matchless friends." Except for 3 fireproof steel filing cabinets and the secretary's desk in a small enclosure, the office was barren. There were, however, pictures. Snapshots and photos were everywhere, tacked, stapled, or taped to every available surface. Some were new Polaroid prints, others were colored Kodak shots taken a few years back, still more were curled and yellowing black and whites, some going back 15 years. Beneath each was a typed caption, "Fine country living. 6 RMS or Hilltop location. Taggart Stream Road, $32,000, cheap. Or fit for a squire. 10 RM Farmhouse, Burns Road." It looked like a dismal, fly-by-night operation, and so it had been until 1957, when Larry Crockett, who was regarded by the better element in Jerusalem's lot as only one step above shiftless, had decided that trailers were the wave of the future. In those dim dead days, most people thought of trailers as those cute silvery things you hooked on the back of your car when you wanted to go to Yellowstone National Park and take pictures of your wife and kids standing in front of Old Faithful. In those dim dead days, hardly anyone, even the trailer manufacturers themselves, foresaw a day when the cute silvery things would be replaced by campers, which hooked right over the bed of your Chevy pickup or which could come complete and motorized in themselves. Larry, however, had not needed to know these things. A Bush League visionary at best, he had simply gone down to the town office. In those days he was not a selectman, in those days he couldn't have gotten elected dog catcher, and looked up the Jerusalem's lot zoning laws. They were tremendously satisfactory. Peering between the lines, he could see thousands of dollars. The law said you could not maintain a public dumping ground, or have more than 3 junked cars in your yard unless you also had a junkyard permit, or have a chemical toilet, a fancy and not very accurate term for outhouse, unless it was approved by the town health officer. And that was it. Larry had mortgaged himself to the hilt, had borrowed more, and had bought 3 trailers. Not cute little silvery things, but long, plush, thyroidal monsters with plastic wood paneling and Formica bathrooms. He bought 1-acre plots for each in the Bend, where land was cheap, had set them on cheap foundations, and had gone to work selling them. He had done so in 3 months, overcoming some initial resistance from people who were dubious about living in a home that resembled a Pullman car, and his profit had been close to $10,000. The wave of the future had arrived in Salem's lot, and Larry Crockett had been right up there shooting the curl. On the day R.T. Straker had walked into his office, Crockett had been worth nearly $2 million. He had done this as a result of land speculation in a great many neighboring towns, but not in the lot. "You don't shit where you eat" was Lawrence Crockett's motto, based on the conviction that the mobile home industry was going to grow like a mad bastard. It did, and my God, how the money rolled in. In 1965, Larry Crockett became the silent partner of a contractor named Romeo Poulin, who was building a supermarket plaza in Auburn. Poulin was a veteran corner cutter, and with his on-the-job know-how and Larry's way with figures, they made $750,000 apiece and only had to report a third of that to Uncle. It was all extremely satisfactory, and if the supermarket roof had a bad case of the leaks, well, that was life. In 1966–68, Larry bought controlling interests in 3 main mobile home businesses, going through any number of fancy ownership shuffles to throw the tax people off. To Romeo Poulin, he described this process as going into the tunnel of love with Girl A, screwing Girl B in the car behind you, and ending up holding hands with Girl A on the other side. He ended up buying mobile homes from himself, and these incestuous businesses were so healthy they were almost frightening. Deals with the devil, all right, Larry thought, shuffling his papers. When you deal with him, notes come due in brimstone. The people who bought trailers were lower middle-class blue or white-collar workers, people who could not raise a down payment on a more conventional house, or older people looking for ways to stretch their Social Security. The idea of a brand new 6-room house was something to conjure with for these people. For the elderly, there was another advantage, something that others missed but Larry, always astute, had noticed: trailers were all on one level and there were no stairs to climb. Financing was easy, too. A $500 down payment was usually enough to do business on. And in the bad old Barracuda financing days of the 60s, the fact that the other $9,500 was financed at 24% rarely struck these house-hungry people as a pitfall. And my God! How the money rolled in. Crockett himself had changed very little, even after playing "Let's Make a Deal" with the unsettling Mr. Straker. No fag decorator came to redo his office. He still got by with a cheap electric fan instead of air conditioning. He wore the same shiny seat suits or glaring sports jacket combinations. He smoked the same cheap cigars and still dropped by Dell's on Saturday night to have a few beers and shoot some bumper pool with the boys. He had kept his hand in hometown real estate, which had borne two fruits. First, it had gotten him elected selectman, and second, it wrote off nicely on his income tax return, because each year's visible operation was one rung below the break-even point. Besides the Mars 10 house, he was and had been the selling agent for perhaps 36 other decrepit manses in the area. There were some good deals, of course. But Larry didn't push them. The money was, after all, rolling in. Too much money, maybe. It was possible, he supposed, to outsmart yourself. To go into the tunnel of love with Girl A, screw Girl B, come out holding hands with Girl A, only to have both of them beat the living shit out of you. Straker had said he would be in touch, and that had been 14 months ago. Now what if? That was when the telephone rang. 4. Mr. Crockett, the familiar, accentless voice said. Straker, isn't it? Indeed. I was just thinking about you. Maybe I'm psychic. How very amusing, Mr. Crockett. I need a service, please. I thought you might. You will procure a truck, please. A big one. A rental truck, perhaps. Have it at the Portland docks tonight at 7 sharp. Custom House Wharf. 2 movers will be sufficient, I think. Okay. Larry drew a pad over by his right hand and scrawled H. Peters, R. Snow. Henry's U-Haul. 6 at latest. He did not stop to consider how imperative it seemed to follow Straker's orders to the letter. There are a dozen boxes to be picked up. All save one go to the shop. The other is an extremely valuable sideboard A. Hepplewhite. Your movers will know it by its size. It is to be taken to the house. You understand? Yeah. Have them put it down cellar. Your men can enter through the outside bulkhead below the kitchen windows. You understand? Yeah. Now, this sideboard. One other service, please. You will procure 5 stout Yale padlocks. You are familiar with the brand Yale? Everybody is. What? Your movers will lock the shop's back door when they leave. At the house, they will leave the keys to all 5 locks on the basement table. When they leave the house, they will padlock the bulkhead door, the front and back doors, and the shed garage. You understand? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Crockett. Follow all directions explicitly. Goodbye. Now, wait just a minute. Deadline. 5. It was 2 minutes of 7 when the big orange and white truck with Henry's U-Haul printed on the sides and back pulled up to the corrugated steel shack at the end of Custom House Wharf at the Portland docks. The tide was on the turn and the gulls were restless with it, wheeling and crying overhead against the sunset crimson sky. Christ, there's nobody here, Royal Snow said, swigging the last of his Pepsi and dropping the empty to the floor of the cab. We'll get arrested for burglars. There's somebody, Hank Peters said. Cop. It wasn't precisely a cop, it was a night watchman. He shone his light in at them. Either of you guys Lawrence Crewcut? Crockett, Royal said. We're from him. Come to pick up some boxes. Good, the night watchman said. Come on in the office. I got an invoice for you to sign. He gestured to Peters, who was behind the wheel. Back up right over there. Those double doors with the light burning. See? Yeah. He put the truck in reverse. Royal Snow followed the night watchman into the office where a coffee maker was burbling. The clock over the pin-up calendar said 7:04. The night watchman scrabbled through some papers on the desk and came up with a clipboard. Sign there. Royal signed his name. You want to watch out when you go in there. Turn on the lights. There's rats. I've never seen a rat that wouldn't run from one of these, Royal said, and swung his work-booted foot in an arc. These are wharf rats, Sonny, the watchman said dryly. They've run off with bigger men than you. Royal went back out and walked over to the warehouse door. The night watchman stood in the doorway of the shack, watching him. Look out, Royal said to Peters. The old guy said there was rats. Okay. He sniggered. Good ole Larry Crewcut. Royal found the light switch inside the door and turned it on. There was something about the atmosphere, heavy with the mixed aromas of salt and wood-rot and wetness, that stifled hilarity. That, and the thought of rats. The boxes were stacked in the middle of the wide warehouse floor. The place was otherwise empty, and the collection looked a little portentous as a result. The sideboard was in the center, taller than the others, and the only one not stamped Barlow and Straker, 27, Jointner Avenue, Jur Lot, Maine. Well, this don't look too bad, Royal said. He consulted his copy of the invoice and then counted boxes. Yeah, they're all here. There are rats, Hank said. Here, Em? Yeah, miserable things. I hate Lem. They both fell silent for a moment, listening to the squeak and patter coming from the shadows. Well, let's get with it, Royal said. Let's put that big baby on first so it won't be in the way when we get to the store. Okay. They walked over to the box, and Royal took out his pocket knife. With one quick gesture, he had slit the brown invoice envelope tape to the side. Hey, Hank said. Do you think we ought to? We gotta make sure we got the right thing, don't we? If we screw up, Larry'll tack our asses to his bulletin board. He pulled the invoice out and looked at it. What's it say? Hank asked. Heroin, Royal said judiciously. 200 pounds of the shit. Also 2,000 girly books from Sweden, 300 gross of French ticklers. Gimme that. Hank snatched it away. Sideboard, he said. Just like Larry told us. From London, England. Portland, Maine, POE French ticklers, my ass. Put this back. Royal did. Something funny about this, he said. Yeah, you. Funny like the Italian army. No, no shit. There's no custom stamp on this fucker. Not on the box, not on the invoice envelope, not on the invoice. No stamp. They probably do them in that ink that only shows up under a special black light. They never did when I was on the docks. Christ, they stamped cargo 90 ways for Sunday. You couldn't grab a box without getting blue ink up to your elbows. Good. I'm very glad. But my wife happens to go to bed very early and I had hopes of getting some tonight. Maybe if we took a look inside. No way. Come on. Grab it. Royal shrugged. They tipped the box, and something shifted heavily inside. The box was a bitch to lift. It could be one of those fancy dressers, all right. It was heavy enough. Grunting, they staggered out to the truck and heaved it onto the hydraulic lifter with identical cries of relief. Royal stood back while Hank operated the lift. When it was even with the truck body, they climbed up and walked it inside. There was something about the box he didn't like. It was more than the lack of customs stamp. An indefinable something. He looked at it until Hank ran down the back gate. "Come on," he said. "Let's get the rest of them." The other boxes had regulation customs stamps, except for 3 that had been shipped here from inside the United States. As they loaded each box onto the truck, Royal checked it off on the invoice form and initialed it. They stacked all of the boxes bound for the new store near the back gate of the truck, away from the sideboard. "Now, who in the name of God is going to buy all this stuff?" Royal asked when they had finished. A Polish rocking chair, a German clock, a spinning wheel from Ireland. Christ almighty, I bet they charge a frigging fortune. "Tourists," Hank said wisely. "Tourists''ll buy anything. Some of those people from Boston and New York, they'd buy a bag of cow shit if it was an old bag." "I don't like that big box, neither," Royal said. "No customs stamp, that's a hell of a funny thing." "Well, let's get it where it's going." They drove back to a Salem's lot without speaking, Hank driving heavy on the gas. This was one errand he wanted done. He didn't like it. As Royal had said, it was damn peculiar. He drove around to the back of the new store, and the back door was unlocked, as Larry had said it would be. Royal tried the light switch just inside with no result. "That's nice," he grumbled. "We get to unload this stuff in the goddamn dark. Say, does it smell a little funny in here to you?" Hank sniffed. Yes, there was an odor, an unpleasant one, but he could not have said exactly what it reminded him of. It was dry and acrid in the nostrils, like a whiff of old corruption. "It's just been shut up too long," he said, shining his flashlight around the long, empty room. "Needs a good airing out." "Or a good burning down," Royal said. He didn't like it. Something about the place put his back up. "Come on. And let's try not to break our legs." They unloaded the boxes as quickly as they could, putting each one down carefully. Half an hour later, Royal closed the back door with a sigh of relief and snapped one of the new padlocks on it. "That's half of it," he said. "The easy half," Hank answered. He looked up toward the Mars 10 house, which was dark and shuttered tonight. "I don't like going up there, and I ain't afraid to say so. If there was ever a haunted house, that's it. Those guys must be crazy, trying to live there. Probably queer for each other anyway." "Like those fag interior decorators," Royal agreed. "Probably trying to turn it into a showplace. Good for business. Well, if we got to do it, let's get with it." They spared a last look for the crated sideboard leaning against the side of the U-Haul, and then Hank pulled the back door down with a bang. He got in behind the wheel and they drove up Jointner Avenue onto the Brooks Road. A minute later the Mars 10 house loomed ahead of them, dark and crepitating, and Royal felt the first thread of real fear worm its way into his belly. "Lordy, that's a creepy place," Hank murmured. "Who'd want to live there?" "I don't know." "You see any lights on behind those shutters?" "No." The house seemed to lean toward them, as if awaiting their arrival. Hank wheeled the truck up the driveway and around to the back. Neither of them looked too closely at what the bouncing headlights might reveal in the rank grass of the backyard. Hank felt a strain of fear enter his heart that he had not even felt in Nam, although he had been scared most of his time there. That was a rational fear. Fear that you might step on a punji stick and see your foot swell up like some noxious green balloon. Fear that some kid in black PJs whose name you couldn't even fit in your mouth might blow your head off with a Russian rifle. Fear that you might draw a crazy Jake on patrol that might want you to blow up everyone in a village where the song had been a week before. But this fear was childlike, dreamy. There was no reference point to it. A house was a house, boards and hinges and nails and sills. There was no reason, really no reason, to feel that each splintered crack was exhaling its own chalky aroma of evil. That was just plain stupid thinking. Ghosts? He didn't believe in ghosts. Not after Nam. He had to fumble twice for reverse, and then backed the truck jerkily up to the bulkhead leading to the cellar. The rusted doors stood open, and in the red glow of the truck's taillights, the shallow stone steps seemed to lead down into hell. "Man, I don't dig this at all," Hank said. He tried to smile and it became a grimace. "Me either." They looked at each other in the WAN-lights, the fear heavy on both of them. But childhood was beyond them, and they were incapable of going back with the job undone because of irrational fear. How would they explain it in bright daylight? The job had to be done. Hank killed the engine and they got out and walked around to the back of the truck. Royal climbed up, released the door catch, and thrust the door up on its tracks. The box sat there, sawdust still clinging to it, squat and mute. "God, I don't want to take that down there." Hank Peters choked out, and his voice was almost a sob. "Come on up," Royal said. "Let's get rid of it." They dragged the box onto the lift and let it down with a hiss of escaping air. When it was at waist level, Hank let go of the lever and they gripped it. "Easy," Royal grunted, backing toward the steps. "Easy does it, easy." In the red glow of the taillights his face was constricted and corded like the face of a man having a heart attack. He backed down the stairs one at a time, and as the box tilted up against his chest, he felt its dreadful weight settle against him like a slab of stone. It was heavy, he would think later, but not that heavy. He and Hank had muscled bigger loads for Larry Crockett, both upstairs and down, but there was something about the atmosphere of this place that took the heart out of you and made you no good. The steps were slimy slick and twice he tottered on the precarious edge of balance, crying out miserably, "Hey! For Christ's sake! Watch it!" And then they were down. The ceiling was low above them and they carried the sideboard bent over like hags. "Set it here." Hank gasped. "I can't carry it no further." They set it down with a thump and stepped away. They looked into each other's eyes and saw that fear had been changed to near terror by some secret alchemy. The cellar seemed suddenly filled with secret rustling noises. Rats, perhaps, or perhaps something that didn't even bear thinking of. They bolted, Hank first and Royal Snow right behind him. They ran up the cellar steps and Royal slammed the bulkhead doors with backward sweeps of his arm. They clambered into the cab of the U-Haul and Hank started it up and put it in gear. Royal grabbed his arm, and in the darkness his face seemed to be all eyes, huge and staring. "Hank, we never put on those locks." They both stared at the bundle of new padlocks on the truck's dashboard, held together by a twist of baling wire. Hank grabbed at his jacket pocket and brought out a key ring with 5 new Yale keys on it, one which would fit the lock on the back door of the shop in town, for out here. Each was neatly labeled. "Oh, Christ," he said. "Look, if we come back early tomorrow morning." Royal unclamped the flashlight under the dashboard. "That won't work," he said, "and you know it." They got out of the cab, feeling the cool evening breeze strike the sweat on their foreheads. "Go do the back door," Royal said. "I'll get the front door and the shed." They separated. Hank went to the back door, his heart thudding heavily in his chest. He had to fumble twice to thread the locking arm through the hasp. This close to the house, the smell of age and wood rot was palpable. All those stories about Hubie Mars 10 that they had laughed about as kids began to recur, and the chant they had chased the girls with, "Watch out, watch out, watch out. Hube'll get you if you don't, watch out." "Hank?" He drew in breath sharply, and the other lock dropped out of his hands. He picked it up. "You oughta know better than to creep up on a person like that." "Did you?" "Yeah." "Hank, who's gonna go down in that cellar again and put the key ring on the table?" "I dunno," Hank Peters said. "I dunno. Think we better flip for it?" "Yeah, I guess that's best." Royal took out a quarter. "Call it in the air." He flicked it. "Heads." Royal caught it, slapped it on his forearm, and exposed it. The eagle gleamed at them dully. "Jesus," Hank said miserably. But he took the key ring and the flashlight and opened the bulkhead doors again. He forced his legs to carry him down the steps, and when he had cleared the roof overhang he shone his light across the visible cellar, which took an L-turn 30 feet further up and went off God knew where. The flashlight beam picked out the table, with a dusty check tablecloth on it. A rat sat on the table, a huge one, and it did not move when the beam of light struck it. It sat up on its plump haunches and almost seemed to grin. He walked past the box toward the table. "HSST. Rat!" The rat jumped down and trotted off toward the elbow bend further up. Hank's hand was trembling now, and the flashlight beam slipped jerkily from place to place, now picking out a dusty barrel, now a decades-old bureau that had been loaded down here, now a stack of old newspapers, now. He jerked the flashlight beam back toward the newspapers and sucked in breath as the light fell on something to the left side of them. A shirt, was that a shirt? Bundled up like an old rag. Something behind it that might have been blue jeans. And something that looked like. Something snapped behind him. He panicked, threw the keys wildly on the table, and turned away, shambling into a run. As he passed the box, he saw what had made the noise. One of the aluminum bands had let go, and now pointed jaggedly toward the low roof, like a finger. He stumbled up the stairs, slammed the bulkhead behind him, His whole body had crawled into goose flesh. He would not be aware of it until later, snapped the lock on the catch, and ran to the cab of the truck. He was breathing in small, whistling gasps like a hurt dog. He dimly heard Royal asking him what had happened, what was going on down there, and then he threw the truck into drive and screamed out, roaring around the corner of the house on two wheels, digging at the soft earth. He did not slow down until the truck was back on the Brooks Road, speeding toward Lawrence Crockett's office in town. And then he began to shake so badly he was afraid he would have to pull over. "What was down there?" Royal asked. "What did you see?" "Nothing," Hank Peters said, and the word came out in sections divided by his clicking teeth. "I didn't see nothing, and I never want to see it again." 6. Larry Crockett was getting ready to shut up shop and go home when there was a perfunctory tap on the door and Hank Peters stepped back in. He still looked scared. "Forget something, Hank?" Larry asked. When they had come back from the Mars 10 house, both looking like somebody had given their nuts a healthy tweak, he had given them each an extra $10 and 2 six-packs of Black Label and had allowed us how maybe it would be best if none of them said too much about the evening's outing. "I got to tell you," Hank said now. "I can't help it, Larry. I got to." "Sure you do," Larry said. He opened the bottom desk drawer, took out a bottle of Johnny Walker, and poured them each a knock in a couple of Dixie cups. "What's on your mind?" Hank took a mouthful, grimaced, and swallowed it. "When I took those keys down to put them on the table, I seen something. Clothes, it looked like. A shirt and maybe some dungarees. And a sneaker. I think it was a sneaker, Larry." Larry shrugged and smiled. "So?" It seemed to him that a large lump of ice was resting in his chest. That little Glick boy was wearing a jeans. That's what it said in the ledger. Jeans and a red pullover shirt and sneaks. "Larry, what if?" Larry kept smiling. The smile felt frozen on. Hank gulped convulsively. "What if those guys that bought the Mars 10 house and that store blew up the Glick kid?" There. It was out. He swallowed the rest of the liquid fire in his cup. Smiling, Larry said, "Maybe you saw a body, too." No. "But that'd be a matter for the police," Larry Crockett said. He refilled Hank's cup and his hand didn't tremble at all. It was as cold and steady as a rock in a frozen brook. "And I'd drive you right down to see Parkins. But something like this?" He shook his head. "A lot of nastiness can come up. Things like you and that waitress out to Dell's, her name's Jackie, ain't it?" "What the hell are you talking about?" His face had gone deadly pale. "And they'd sure as shit find out about that dishonorable discharge of yours. But you do your duty, Hank. Do it as you see it." "I didn't see no body," Hank whispered. "That's good," Larry said, smiling. "And maybe you didn't see any clothes, either. Maybe they were just rags." "Rags," Hank Peters said hollowly. "Sure, you know those old places. All kinds of junk in them. Maybe you saw some old shirt or something that was torn up for a cleaning rag." "Sure," Hank said. He drained his glass a second time. "You got a good way of looking at things, Larry." Crockett took his wallet out of his back pocket, opened it, and counted 5 $10 bills out on the desk. "What's that for?" "Forgot all about paying you for that Brennan job last month." "You should prod me about those things, Hank. You know how I forget things." "But you did." "Why," Larry interrupted, smiling, "you could be sitting right here and telling me something, and I wouldn't remember a thing about it tomorrow morning. Ain't that a pitiful way to be?" "Yeah," Hank whispered. His hand reached out trembling and took the bills, stuffed them into the breast pocket of his denim jacket as if anxious to be rid of the touch of them. He got up with such jerky hurriedness that he almost knocked his chair over. "Listen, I got to go, Larry." I got to go." "Take the bottle," Larry invited, but Hank was already going out the door. He didn't pause. Larry sat back down. He poured himself another drink. His hand still did not tremble. He did not go on shutting up shop. He had another drink, and then another. He thought about deals with the devil. And at last his phone rang. He picked it up. Listened. "It's taken care of," Larry Crockett said. He listened. He hung up. He poured himself another drink. 7. Hank Peters woke up in the early hours of the next morning from a dream of huge rats crawling out of an open grave, a grave which held the green and rotting body of Hubie Mars 10, with a frayed length of manila hemp around his neck. Peters lay propped on his elbows, breathing heavily, naked torso slicked with sweat, and when his wife touched his arm he screamed aloud. 8. Milt Crossan's agricultural store was located in the angle formed by the intersection of Joyner Avenue and Railroad Street, and most of the town's old codgers went there when it rained and the park was uninhabitable. During the long winters, they were a day-by-day fixture. When Straker drove up in that 39 Packard, or was it a 40, it was just misting gently, and Milt and Pat Midler were having a desultory conversation about whether Freddie Overlock's girl Judy run off in 1957 or 58. They both agreed that she had run off with that Salad Master salesman from Yarmouth, and they both agreed that he hadn't been worth a pisshole in the snow, nor was she, but beyond that they couldn't get together. All conversation ceased when Straker walked in. He looked around at the Milt and Pat Midler and Joe Crane and Vinnie Upshaw and Clyde Corliss and smiled humorlessly. "Good afternoon, gentlemen," he said. Milt Crossan stood up, pulling his apron around him almost primly. "Help you?" "Very good," Straker said. "Attend over at this meat case, please." He bought a roast of beef, a dozen prime ribs, some hamburger, and a pound of calf's liver. To this he added some dry goods flour, sugar, beans and several loaves of ready-made bread. His shopping took place in utter silence. The store's habitués sat around the large pearl Kineo stove that Milt's father had converted to range oil, smoked, looked wisely out at the sky, and observed the stranger from the corners of their eyes. When Milt had finished packing the goods into a large cardboard carton, Straker paid with hard cash, a 20 and a 10. He picked up the carton, tucked it under one arm, and flashed that hard, humorless smile at them again. "Good day, gentlemen," he said, and left. Joe Crane tamped a load of planters into his corncob. Clyde Corliss hawked back and spat a mass of phlegm and chewing tobacco into the dented pail beside the stove. Vinnie Upshaw produced his old-top cigarette roller from inside his vest, spilled a line of tobacco into it, and inserted a cigarette paper with arthritis-swelled fingers. They watched the stranger lift the carton into the trunk. All of them knew that the carton must have weighed 30 pounds with the dry goods, and they had all seen him tuck it under his arm like a feather pillow going out. He went around to the driver's side, got in, and drove off up Jointner Avenue. The car went up the hill, turned left onto the Brooks Road, disappeared, and reappeared from behind the screen of trees a few moments later, now toy-sized with distance. It turned into the Mars 10 driveway and was lost from sight. "Peculiar fella," Vinny said. He stuck his cigarette in his mouth, plucked a few bits of tobacco from the end of it, and took a kitchen match from his vest pocket. "Must be one of the ones got that store," Joe Crane said. "Mars 10 house, too," Vinny agreed. Clyde Corliss broke wind. Pat Midler picked at a callus on his left palm with great interest. 5 minutes passed. "Do you suppose they'll make a go of it?" Clyde asked no one in particular. "Might," Vinny said. "They might show up right pert in the summertime. Hard to tell the way things are these days." A general murmur, sigh almost, of agreement. "Strong fella," Joe said. "Are you?" Vinny said. That was a 39 Packard, and not a spot of rust on her. "'Twas a 40, Clyde said. "The 40 didn't have running aboards," Vinny said. "'Twas a 39. "You're wrong on that one," Clyde said. 5 minutes passed. They saw Milt was examining the 20 Straker had paid with. "That funny money, Milt?" Pat asked. "That fella give you some funny money?" "No, but look." Milt passed it across the counter and they all stared at it. It was much bigger than an ordinary bill. Pat held it up to the light, examined it, then turned it over. "That's a Series E20, ain't it, Milt?" "Yep," Milt said. "They stopped making those 45 or 50 years back. My guess is that'd be worth some money down to Arcade Coin in Portland." Pat handed the bill around and each examined it, holding it up close or far off depending on the flaws in their eyesight. Joe Crane handed it back, and Milt put it under the cash drawer with the personal checks and the coupons. "Sure is a funny fella," Clyde mused. "Are you?" Vinny said, and paused. "That was a 39, though. My half-brother Vic had one. Was the first car he ever owned. Bought it used, he did, in 1944. Left the oil out of her one morning, and burned the goddamn pistons right out of her. I believe it was a 40, Clyde said, because I remember a fella that used to cane chairs down by Alfred, come right to your house he would, and so the argument was begun, progressing more in the silences than in the speeches, like a chess game played by mail. And the day seemed to stand still and stretch into eternity for them, and Vinnie Upshaw began to make another cigarette with sweet, arthritic slowness. 9. Ben was writing when the tap came at the door, and he marked his place before getting up to open it. It was just after 3 o'clock on Wednesday, September 24th. The rain had ended any plans to search further for Ralphie Glick, and the consensus was that the search was over. The Glick boy was gone, solid gone. He opened the door and Parkins Gillespie was standing there, smoking a cigarette. He was holding a paperback in one hand, and Ben saw with some amusement that it was the Bantam edition of Conway's Daughter. "Come on in, Constable," he said. "Wet out there." "It is, a trifle," Parkins said, stepping in. "September's grip weather." I always wear me galoshes. There's some that laughs, but I ain't had the grip since Estilo, France, in 1944. Lay your coat on the bed. Sorry, I can't offer you coffee. Wouldn't think of wetting it, Parkins said, and tapped Ash in Ben's wastebasket. And I just had a cup of Pauline's down to the excellent. Can I do something for you? Well, my wife read this. He held up the book. She heard you was in town, but she's shy. She kind of thought maybe you might write your name in it, or something. Ben took the book. The way Weasel Craig tells it, your wife's been dead 14 or 15 years. That's so? Parkins looked totally unsurprised. That Weasel, he does love to talk. He'll open his mouth too wide one day and fall right in. Ben said nothing. Do you suppose you could sign it for me, then? Delighted to. He took a pen from the desk, opened the book to the flyleaf, a raw slice of life. Cleveland Plain Dealer, and wrote, Best wishes to Constable Gillespie, from Ben Mears, the 24th of September, 75. He handed it back. I appreciate that, Parkins said, without looking at what Ben had written. He bent over and crushed out his smoke on the side of the wastebasket. That's the only signed book I got. Did you come here to brace me? Ben asked, smiling. You're pretty sharp, Parkins said. I figured I ought to come and ask a question or two, now that you mention it. Waited until Noli was off somewheres. He's a good boy, but he likes to talk, too. Lordy, the gossip that goes on. What would you like to know? Mostly where you were on last Wednesday evening. The night Ralphie Glick disappeared? Yeah. Am I a suspect, Constable? No, sir. I ain't got no suspects. A thing like this is outside my tour, you might say. Catching speeders out by Dells or chasing kids out of the park before they turn randy is more my line. I'm just nosing you here and there. Suppose I don't want to tell you. Parkins shrugged and produced his cigarettes. That's your business, son. I had dinner with Susan Norton and her folks. Played some badminton with her dad. Bet he beat you, too. He always beats Noli. Noli raves up and down about how bad he'd like to beat Bill Norton just once. What time did you leave? Ben laughed, but the sound did not contain a great deal of humor. You cut right to the bone, don't you? You know, Parkins said, if I was one of those New York detectives like on TV, I might think you had something to hide, the way you polka around my questions. Nothing to hide, Ben said. I'm just tired of being the stranger in town, getting pointed at in the streets, being nudged over in the library. Now you come around with this Yankee trader routine, trying to find out if I've got Ralphie Glick's scalp in my closet. Now, I don't think that, not at all. He gazed at Ben over his cigarette, and his eyes had gone flinty. I'm just trying to close you off. If I thought you had anything to do with anything, you'd be down in the tank. Okay, Ben said. I left the Nortons around 7:15. I took a walk out toward Schoolyard Hill. When it got too dark to see, I came back here, wrote for 2 hours, and went to bed. What time did you get back here? 8:15, I think. Around there. Well, that don't clear you as well as I'd like. Did you see anybody? No, Ben said. No one. Parkins made a noncommittal grunt and walked toward the typewriter. What are you writing about? None of your damn business, Ben said, and his voice had gone tight. I'll thank you to keep your eyes and your hands off that. Unless you've got a search warrant, of course. Kind of touchy, ain't you? For a man who means his books to be read? When it's gone through 3 drafts, editorial correction, gala-proof corrections, final set and print, I'll personally see that you get 4 copies. Signed. Right now that comes under the heading of private papers. Parkins smiled and moved away. Good enough. I doubt like hell that it's a signed confession to anything, anyway. Ben smiled back. Mark Twain said a novel was a confession to everything by a man who had never done anything. Parkins blew out smoke and went to the door. I won't drip on your rug anymore, Mr. Mears. Want to thank you for why time, and just for the record, I don't think you ever saw that Glick boy. But it's my job to kind of ask round about these things. Ben nodded. Understood. And you oughta know how things are in places like Salem's Lot or Millbridge or Guilford or any little pissant burg. You're the stranger in town until you've been here 20 years. I know. I'm sorry if I snapped at you. But after a week of looking for him and not finding a goddamn thing, Ben shook his head. Yeah, Parkins said. It's bad for his mother. Awful bad. You take care. Sure, Ben said. No hard feelings? No. He paused. Will you tell me one thing? I will if I can. Where did you get that book? Really? Parkins Gillespie smiled. Well, there's a fella over in Cumberland that's got a used furniture barn. Kind of a sissy fella, he is. Name of Gendron. He sells paperbacks $10 a piece. Had 5 of these. Ben threw back his head and laughed, and Parkins Gillespie went out, smiling and smoking. Ben went to the window and watched until he saw the constable come out and cross the street, walking carefully around puddles in his black galoshes. 10. Parkins paused a moment to look in the show window of the new shop before knocking on the door. When the place had been the village washtub, a body could look in here and see nothing but a lot of fat women in rollers adding bleach or getting change out of the machine on the wall, most of them chewing gum like cows with mouthfuls of mulch. But an interior decorator's truck from Portland had been here yesterday afternoon and most of today, and the place looked considerably different. A platform had been shoved up behind the window, and it was covered with a swatch of deep nubby carpet, light green in color. 2 spotlights had been installed up out of sight, and they cast soft, highlighting glows on the 3 objects that had been arranged in the window: a clock, a spinning wheel, and an old-fashioned cherrywood cabinet. There was a small easel in front of each piece, and a discreet price tag on each easel, and my God, would anybody in their right mind actually pay $600 for a spinning wheel when they could go down to the Value House and get a Singer for $48.95? Sighing, Parkins went to the door and knocked. It was opened only a second later, almost as if the new fella had been lurking behind it, waiting for him to come to the door. "Inspector," Straker said with a narrow smile. "How good of you to drop by." "Plain old constable, I guess," Parkins said. He lit a Pall Mall and strolled in. "Parkins Gillespie. Pleased to meet you." He stuck out his hand. It was gripped, squeezed gently by a hand that felt enormously strong and very dry, and then dropped. "Richard Throckett Straker," the bald man said. "I figured you was," Parkins said, looking around. The entire shop had been carpeted and was in the process of being painted. The smell of fresh paint was a good one, but there seemed to be another smell underneath it, an unpleasant one. Parkins could not place it. He turned his attention back to Straker. "What can I do for you on this so fine day?" Straker asked. Parkins turned his mild gaze out the window, where the rain continued to pour down. "Oh, nothing at all, I guess. I just came by to say how do. More or less welcome you to the town and wish you good luck, I guess." "How thoughtful. Would you care for a coffee? Some sherry? I have both out back." "No thanks, I can't stop." "Mr. Barlow around?" "Mr. Barlow is in New York, on a buying trip. I don't expect him back until at least the 10th of October. You'll be opening without him, then," Parkins said, thinking that if the prices he had seen in the window were any indication, Straker wouldn't exactly be swamped with customers. "What's Mr. Barlow's first name, by the way?" Straker's smile reappeared, razor thin. "Are you asking in your official capacity, Constable?" "Nope. Just curious." "My partner's full name is Kurt Barlow," Straker said. "We have worked together in both London and Hamburg. He swept his arm around him, this is our retirement. Modest, yet tasteful. We expect to make no more than a living. Yet we both love old things, fine things, and we hope to make a reputation in the area, perhaps even throughout your so beautiful New England region. Do you think that would be possible, Constable Gillespie?" "Anything's possible, I guess," Parkins said, looking around for an ashtray. He saw none, and tapped his cigarette ash into his coat pocket. "Anyway, I hope you'll have the best of luck, and tell Mr. Barlow when you see him that I'm gonna try and get around." "I'll do so," Straker said. "He enjoys company." "That's fine," Gillespie said. He went to the door, paused, looked back. Straker was looking at him intently. "By the way, how do you like that old house?" "It needs a great deal of work," Straker said. "But we have time." "I guess you do," Parkins agreed. "Don't suppose you seen any Yowans up around there?" Straker's brow creased. "Yowans?" "Kids," Parkins explained patiently. "You know how they sometimes like to devil new folks. Throw rocks or ring the bell and run away, that sort of thing." "No," Straker said. "No children. We seem to kind have misplaced one." "Is that so?" "Yes," Parkins said judiciously, "yes, it is. The thinking now is that we may not find him. Not alive." "What a shame," Straker said distantly. "It is, kinda. If you should see anything, I would of course report it to your office, post haste." He smiled his chilly smile again. "That's good," Parkins said. He opened the door and looked resignedly out at the pouring rain. "You tell Mr. Barlow that I'm looking forward." "I certainly will, Constable Gillespie. Ciao." Parkins looked back, startled. "Ciao?" Straker's smile widened. "Goodbye, Constable Gillespie. That is the familiar Italian expression for goodbye. Oh? Well, you learn something new every day, don't you? Bye. He stepped out into the rain and closed the door behind him. Not familiar to me, it ain't. His cigarette was soaked. He threw it away. Inside, Straker watched him up the street through the show window. He was no longer smiling. 11. When Parkins got back to his office in the municipal building, he called, "Noli." "You here, Noli?" No answer. Parkins nodded. Noli was a good boy, but a little bit short on brains. He took off his coat, unbuckled his galoshes, sat down at his desk, looked up a telephone number in the Portland book, and dialed. The other end picked up on the first ring. FBI, Portland. Agent Hanrahan. This is Parkins Gillespie, constable at Jerusalem's Lot Township. We've got us a missing boy up here. So I understand, Hanrahan said crisply. Ralph Glick. 9 years old, 4'3", black hair, blue eyes. What is it, kidnap note? Nothing like that. Can you check on some fellas for me? Hanrahan answered in the affirmative. First one is Benjamin Mears. MEARS writer. Wrote a book called Conway's Daughter. The other two are sorta stapled together. Kurt Barlow. BARLOW. The other guy. You spell that Kurt with a C or a K? Hanrahan asked. I dunno. Okay. Go on. Parkins did so, sweating. Talking to the real law always made him feel like an asshole. The other guy is Richard Throckett Straker. 2 T's on the end of Throckett and Straker like it sounds. This guy and Barlow are in the furniture and antique business. They just opened a little shop here in town. Straker claims Barlow's in New York on a buy-in trip. Straker claims the two of them worked together in London and in Hamburg. And I guess that pretty well covers it. Do you suspect these people in the Glick case? Right now I don't know if there even is a case. But they all showed up in town about the same time. Do you think there's any connection between this guy Mears and the other two? Parkins leaned back and cocked an eye out the window. That, he said, is one of the things I'd like to find out. 12. The telephone wires make an odd humming on clear, cool days, almost as if vibrating with the gossip that is transmitted through them, and it is a sound like no other, the lonely sound of voices flying over space. The telephone poles are grey and splintery, and the freezes and thaws of winter have heaved them into leaning postures that are casual. They are not businesslike and military, like phone poles anchored in concrete. Their bases are black with tar if they are beside paved roads, and flowered with dust if beside the back roads. Old weathered cleat marks show on their surfaces where linemen have climbed to fix something in 1946 or 1952 or 1969. Birds, crows, sparrows, robins, starlings roost on the humming wires and sit in hunched silence, and perhaps they hear the foreign human sounds through their taloned feet. If so, their beady eyes give no sign. The town has a sense, not of history, but of time, and the telephone poles seem to know this. If you lay your hand against one, you can feel the vibration from the wires deep in the wood, as if souls had been imprisoned in there and were struggling to get out. and he paid with an old 20, Mabel, one of the big ones. Clyde said he hadn't seen one of those since the run on the Gates Bank and Trust in 1930. He was? Yes, he is a peculiar sort of man, Evie. I've seen him through my binnocks, trundling around behind the house with a wheelbarrow. Is he up there alone, I wonder, or? Crockett might know, but he won't tell. He's keeping shut about it. He always was a writer at Eva's. I wonder if Floyd Tibbets knows he's been. Spends an awful lot of time at the library. Loretta Starcher says she never saw a fella who knew so many. She said his name was. Yes, it's Straker. Mr. R.T. Straker. Kenny Danlizer's mom said she stopped by that new place downtown and there was a genuine Debius cabinet in the window and they wanted $800 for it. Can you imagine? So I said, funny, him coming and that little Glick boy. You don't think? No, but it is funny. By the way, do you still have that recipe for the wires hum? And hum. And hum. 13. The 23rd of September, 75. Name, Glick, Daniel Francis. Address, RFD number 1, Brock Road, Jerusalem's Lot, Main 04270. Age, 12. Sex, male. Race, Caucasian. Admitted, the 22nd of September, 75. Admitting person, Anthony H. Glick, father. Symptoms, shock, loss of memory, partial, nausea, disinterest in food, constipation, general logginess. Tests, see attached sheet. 1. Tuberculosis skin patch, NEG. 2. Tuberculosis sputum and urine, NEG. 3. Diabetes, NEG. 4. White cell count, NEG. 5. Red cell count, 45% hemo. 6. Marrow sample, NEG. 7. Chest X-ray, NEG. Possible diagnosis, pernicious anemia, primary or secondary, previous exam shows 86% hemoglobin. Secondary anemia is unlikely, no history of ulcers, hemorrhoids, bleeding piles, et al. Differential cell count negative primary anemia combined with mental shock likely. Recommend barium enema and x-rays for internal bleeding on the off chance, yet no recent accidents, father says. Also recommend daily dosage of vitamin B12, see attached sheet. Pending further tests, let's release him. G.M. Gorby. Attending physician. 14. At 1 o'clock in the morning, September 24th, the nurse stepped into Danny Glick's hospital room to give him his medication. She paused in the doorway, frowning. The bed was empty. Her eyes jumped from the bed to the oddly wasted white bundle that lay collapsed by the foot. "Danny," she said. She stepped toward him and thought, he had to go to the bathroom and it was too much for him, that's all. She turned him over gently, and her first thought before realizing that he was dead was that the B12 had been helping. He looked better than he had since his admission. And then she felt the cold flesh of his wrist and the lack of movement in the light blue tracery of veins beneath her fingers, and she ran for the nurse's station to report a death on the ward. Chapter 5. Ben, 2. Voiced by Books on English. On September 25th, Ben took dinner with the Nortons again. It was Thursday night, and the meal was traditional beans and franks. Bill Norton grilled the Franks on the outdoor grill, and then had had her kidney beans simmering in molasses since 9 that morning. They ate at the picnic table, and afterward they sat smoking, the four of them, talking desultorily of Boston's fading pennant chances. There was a subtle change in the air. It was still pleasant enough, even in shirt sleeves, but there was a glint of ice in it now. Autumn was waiting in the wings, almost in sight. The large and ancient maple in front of Eva Miller's boarding house had already begun to go red. There had been no change in Ben's relationship with the Nortons. Susan's liking for him was frank and clear and natural. And he liked her very much. In Bill he sensed a steadily increasing liking, held in abeyance by the subconscious taboo that affects all fathers when in the presence of men who are there because of their daughters rather than themselves. If you like another man, and you are honest, you speak freely, discuss women over beer, shoot the shit about politics. But no matter how deep the potential liking, it is impossible to open up completely to a man who is dangling your daughter's potential defloration between his legs. Ben reflected that after marriage the possible had become the actual, and could you become complete friends with the man who was banging your daughter night after night? There might be a moral there, but Ben doubted it. And Norton continued cool. Susan had told him a little of the Floyd Tibbets situation the night before, of her mother's assumption that her son-in-law problems had been solved neatly and satisfactorily in that direction. Floyd was a known quantity, he was steady. Ben Mears, on the other hand, had come out of nowhere and might disappear back there just as quickly, possibly with her daughter's heart in his pocket. She distrusted the creative male with an instinctive small-town dislike, one that Edward Arlington Robinson or Sherwood Anderson would have recognized at once, and Ben suspected that down deep she had absorbed a maxim: either faggots or bull studs, sometimes homicidal, suicidal, or maniacal, tend to send young girls packages containing their left ears. Ben's participation in the search for Ralphie Glick seemed to have increased her suspicions rather than allayed them, and he suspected that winning her over was an impossibility. He wondered if she knew of Parkins Gillespie's visit to his room. He was chewing these thoughts over lazily when and said, "Terrible about the Glick boy." "Ralphie?" "Yes," Bill said. "No, the older one. He's dead." Ben started. "Who?" "Danny? He died early yesterday morning." She seemed surprised that the men did not know. It had been all the talk. "I heard them talking in Milt's," Susan said. Her hand found Ben's under the table and he took it willingly. "How are the Glicks taking it?" "The same way I would," and said simply. "They are out of their minds." Well, they might be, Ben thought. 10 days ago their life had been going about its usual ordained cycle, now their family unit was smashed and in pieces. It gave him a morbid chill. "Do you think the other Glick boy will ever show up alive?" Bill asked Ben. "No," Ben said. "I think he's dead, too." "Like that thing in Houston 2 years ago," Susan said. "If he's dead, I almost hope they don't find him. Whoever could do something like that to a little, defenseless boy?" "The police are looking around, I guess," Ben said. "Rounding up known sex offenders and talking to them. When they find the guy they ought to hang him up by the thumbs," Bill Norton said. "Badminton, Ben?" Ben stood. "No thanks. Too much like you playing solitaire with me for the dummy. Thanks for the nice meal. I've got work to do tonight." And Norton lifted her eyebrow and said nothing. Bill stood. How's that new book coming? Good, Ben said briefly. Would you like to walk down the hill with me and have a soda at Spencer's, Susan? Oh, I don't know, and interposed swiftly. After Ralphie Glick and all, I'd feel better if. Mama, I'm a big girl, Susan interposed. And there are streetlights all the way up Brock Hill. I'll walk you back up, of course, Ben said, almost formally. He had left his car at Eva's. The early evening had been too fine to drive. They'll be fine, Bill said. You worry too much, Mother. Oh, I suppose I do. Young folks always know best, don't they? She smiled thinly. I'll just get a jacket, Susan murmured to Ben, and turned up the back walk. She was wearing a red play skirt, thigh-high, and she exposed a lot of leg going up the steps to the door. Ben watched, knowing and was watching him watch. Her husband was damping the charcoal fire. How long do you intend to stay in the lot, Ben? Anne asked, showing polite interest. Until the book gets written, anyway, he said. After that, I can't say. It's very lovely in the mornings, and the air tastes good when you breathe it. He smiled into her eyes. I may stay longer. She smiled back. It gets cold in the winters, Ben. Awfully cold. Then Susan was coming back down the steps with a light jacket thrown over her shoulders. Ready? I'm going to have a chocolate. Look out, complexion. Your complexion will survive, he said, and turned to Mr. and Mrs. Norton. Thank you again. Anytime, Bill said. Come on over with a six-pack tomorrow night, if you want. We'll make fun of that goddamn Jastrzemski. That would be fun, Ben said, but what'll we do after the second inning? His laughter, hearty and full, followed them around the corner of the house. TWO. I don't really want to go to Spencer's, she said as they went down the hill. Let's go to the park instead. What about Muggers, lady? He asked, doing the Bronx for her. In the lot, all muggers have to be in by 7. It's a town ordinance. And it is now exactly 8:03. Darkness had fallen over them as they walked down the hill, and their shadows waxed and waned in the streetlights. Agreeable muggers you have, he said. No one goes to the park after dark? Sometimes the town kids go there to make out if they can't afford the drive-in, she said, and winked at him. So if you see anyone skulking around in the bushes, look the other way. They entered from the west side, which faced the municipal building. The park was shadowy and a little dreamlike, the concrete walks curving away under the leafy trees, and the wading pool glimmering quietly in the refracted glow from the streetlights. If anyone was here, Ben didn't see him. They walked around the war memorial with its long lists of names, the oldest from the Revolutionary War, the newest from Vietnam, carved under the War of 1812. There were 6 hometown names from the most recent conflict, the new cuts in the brass gleaming like fresh wounds. He thought, this town has the wrong name. It ought to be time. And as if the action was a natural outgrowth of the thought, he looked over his shoulder for the Mars 10 house, but the bulk of the municipal building blocked it out. She saw his glance and it made her frown. As they spread their jackets on the grass and sat down, they had spurned the park benches without discussion, she said. Mom said Parkins Gillespie was checking up on you. The new boy in school must have stolen the milk money, or something like that. He's quite a character, Ben said. Mom had you practically tried and convicted. It was said lightly, but the lightness faltered and let something serious through. Your mother doesn't care for me much, does she? No, Susan said, holding his hand. It was a case of dislike at first sight. I'm very sorry. It's okay, he said. I'm batting .500 anyway. Daddy? She smiled. He just knows class when he sees it. The smile faded. Ben, what's this new book about? That's hard to say. He slipped his loafers off and dug his toes into the dewy grass. Subject changer. No, I don't mind telling you. And he found, surprisingly, that this was true. He had always thought of a work in progress as a child, a weak child, that had to be protected and cradled. Too much handling would kill it. He had refused to tell Miranda a word about Conway's daughter or air dance, although she had been wildly curious about both of them. But Susan was different. With Miranda, there had always been a directed sort of probing, and her questions were more like interrogations. Just let me think how to put it together, he said. Can you kiss me while you think? She asked, lying back on the grass. He was forcibly aware of how short her skirt was. It had given a lot of ground. I think that might interfere with the thought processes, he said softly. Let's see. He leaned over and kissed her, placing one hand lightly on her waist. She met his mouth firmly, and her hand closed over his. A moment later he felt her tongue for the first time, and he met it with his own. She shifted to return his kiss more fully, and the soft rustle of her cotton skirt seemed loud, almost maddening. He slid his hand up and she arched her breast into it, soft and full. For the second time since he had known her he felt 16, a head-busting 16 with everything in front of him 6 lanes wide and no hard traveling in sight. Ben? Yes. Make love to me? Do you want to? Yes, he said. I want that. Here on the grass, she said. Yes. She was looking up at him, her eyes wide in the dark. She said, make it be good. I'll try. Slow, she said. Slow. Slow. Here? They became shadows in the dark. There, he said. Oh, Susan. 3. They were walking, first aimlessly through the park, and then with more purpose toward Brock Street. Are you sorry? He asked. She looked up at him and smiled without artifice. No. I'm glad. Good. They walked hand in hand, without speaking. The book? She asked. You were going to tell me about that before we were so sweetly interrupted. The book is about the Mars 10 house, he said slowly. Maybe it didn't start out to be, not wholly. I thought it was going to be about this town. But maybe I'm fooling myself. I researched Hubie Mars 10, you know. He was a mobster. The trucking company was just a front. She was looking at him in wonder. How did you find that out? Some from the Boston police, and more from a woman named Manella Corey, Birdie Marston's sister. She's 79 now, and she can't remember what she had for breakfast, but she's never forgotten a thing that happened before 1940. And she told you. As much as she knew. She's in a nursing home in New Hampshire, and I don't think anyone's really taken the time to listen to her in years. I asked her if Hubert Marsden had really been a contract killer in the Boston area the police sure thought he was, and she nodded. How many? I asked her. She held her fingers up in front of her eyes and waggled them back and forth and said, "How many times can you count these?" My God! The Boston organization began to get very nervous about Hubert Marsden in 1927, Ben went on. He was picked up for questioning twice, once by the city police and once by the Malden police. The Boston grab was for a gangland killing, and he was back on the street in 2 hours. The thing in Malden wasn't business at all. It was the murder of an 11-year-old boy. The child had been eviscerated. Ben, she said, and her voice was sick. Marston's employers got him off the hook. I imagine he knew where a few bodies were buried, but that was the end of him in Boston. He moved quietly to Salem's lot, just a retired trucking official who got a check once a month. He didn't go out much. At least, not much that we know of. What do you mean? I've spent a lot of time in the library looking at old copies of the ledger from 1928 to 1939. For children disappeared in that period. Not that unusual, not in a rural area. Kids get lost, and they sometimes die of exposure. Sometimes kids get buried in a gravel pit slide. Not nice, but it happens. But you don't think that's what happened? I don't know. But I do know that not one of those four was ever found. No hunter turning up a skeleton in 1945 or a contractor digging one up while getting a load of gravel to make cement. Hubert and Birdie lived in that house for 11 years, and the kids disappeared, and that's all anyone knows. But I keep thinking about that kid in Malden. I think about that a lot. Do you know The Haunting of Hill House, by Shirley Jackson? Yes. He quoted softly, and whatever walked there, walked alone. You asked what my book was about. Essentially, it's about the recurrent power of evil. She put her hands on his arm. You don't think that Ralphie Glick was gobbled up by the revengeful spirit of Hubert Marsden, who comes back to life on every 3rd year at the full of the moon? Something like that. You're asking the wrong person if you want to be reassured. Don't forget, I'm the kid who opened the door to an upstairs bedroom and saw him hanging from a beam. That's not an answer. No, it's not. Let me tell you one other thing before I tell you exactly what I think. Something Manella Corey said. She said there are evil men in the world, truly evil men. Sometimes we hear of them, but more often they work in absolute darkness. She said she had been cursed with a knowledge of 2 such men in her lifetime. One was Adolf Hitler. The other was her brother-in-law, Hubert Marsden. He paused. She said that on the day Hubie shot her sister she was 300 miles away in Cape Cod. She had taken a job as housekeeper for a rich family that summer. She was making a tossed salad in a large wooden bowl. It was 2:15 in the afternoon. A bolt of pain, like lightning, she said, went through her head and she heard a shotgun blast. She fell on the floor, she claims. When she picked herself up she was alone in the house. 20 minutes had passed. She looked in the wooden bowl and screamed. It appeared to her that it was full of blood. God, Susan murmured. A moment later, everything was normal again. No headache, nothing in the salad bowl but salad. But she said she knew that her sister was dead, murdered with a shotgun. That's her unsubstantiated story? Unsubstantiated, yes. But she's not some oily trickster, she's an old woman without enough brains left to lie. That part doesn't bother me, anyway. Not very much, at least. There's a large enough body of ESP data now so that a rational man laughs it off at his own expense. The idea that Birdie transmitted the facts of her death 300 miles over a kind of psychic telegraph isn't half so hard for me to believe as the face of evil, the really monstrous face that I sometimes think I can see buried in the outlines of that house. You asked me what I think. I'll tell you. I think it's relatively easy for people to accept something like telepathy or precognition or teleplasm because their willingness to believe doesn't cost them anything. It doesn't keep them awake nights. But the idea that the evil that men do lives after them is more unsettling. He looked up at the Mars 10 house and spoke slowly. I think that house might be Hubert Marston's monument to evil, a kind of psychic sounding board. A supernatural beacon, if you like. Sitting there all these years, maybe holding the essence of Hubie's evil in its old, mouldering bones. And now it's occupied again. And there's been another disappearance. He turned to her and cradled her upturned face in his hands. You see, that's something I never counted on when I came back here. I thought the house might have been torn down, but never in my wildest dreams that it had been bought. I saw myself renting it and, oh, I don't know. Confronting my own terrors and evils, maybe. Playing Ghostbreaker, maybe be gone in the name of all the saints, Hubie. Or maybe just tapping into the atmosphere of the place to write a book scary enough to make me $1 million. But no matter what, I felt that I was in control of the situation, and that would make all the difference. I wasn't any 9-year-old kid anymore, ready to run screaming from a magic lantern show that maybe came out of my own mind and no place else. But now... Now what, Ben? Now it's occupied, he burst out and beat a fist into his palm. I'm not in control of the situation. A little boy has disappeared and I don't know what to make of it. It could have nothing to do with that house, but I don't believe it. The last 4 words came out in measured lengths. Ghosts? Spirits? Not necessarily. Maybe just some harmless guy who admired the house when he was a kid and bought it and became possessed. Do you know something about? She began, alarmed. The new tenant? No. I'm just guessing. But if it is the house, I'd almost rather it was possession than something else. What? He said simply, perhaps it's called another evil man. 4. And Norton watched them from the window. She had called the drugstore earlier. No, Miss Coogan said, with something like glee. Not here. Haven't been in. Where have you been, Susan? Oh, where have you been? Her mouth twisted down into a helpless, ugly grimace. Go away, Ben Mears. Go away and leave her alone. 5. When she left his arms, she said, do something important for me, Ben. Whatever I can. Don't mention those things to anyone else in town. Anyone. He smiled humorlessly. Don't worry. I'm not anxious to have people thinking I've been struck nuts. Do you lock your room at Eva's? No. I'd start locking it. She looked at him levelly. You have to think of yourself as under suspicion. With you, too. You would be if I didn't love you. And then she was gone, hastening up the driveway, leaving him to look after her, stunned by all he had said and more stunned by the 4 or 5 words she had said at the end. 6. He found when he got back to Eva's that he could neither write nor sleep. He was too excited to do either. So he warmed up the Citroën, and after a moment of indecision, he drove out toward Dell's place. It was crowded, and the place was smoky and loud. The band, a country and western group on trial called the Rangers, was playing a version of You've Never Been This Far Before, which made up in volume for whatever it lost in quality. Perhaps 40 couples were gyrating on the floor, most of them wearing blue jeans. Ben, a little amused, thought of Edward Albee's line about monkey nipples. The stools in front of the bar were held down by construction and mill workers, each drinking identical glasses of beer and all wearing nearly identical creep-soled work boots, laced with rawhide. 2 or 3 barmaids with bouffant hairdos and their names written in gold thread on their white blouses, Jackie, Tony, Shirley, circulated to the tables and booths. Behind the bar, Dell was drawing beers, and at the far end, a hawk-like man with his hair greased back was making mixed drinks. His face remained utterly blank as he measured liquor into shot glasses, dumped it into his silver shaker, and added whatever went with it. Ben started toward the bar, skirting the dance floor, and someone called out, "Ben! Say, fella! How are you, buddy?" Ben looked around and saw Weasel Craig sitting at a table close to the bar, a half-empty beer in front of him. "Hello, Weasel," Ben said, sitting down. He was relieved to see a familiar face, and he liked Weasel. "Decided to get some nightlife, did you, buddy?" Weasel smiled and clapped him on the shoulder. Ben thought that his check must have come in. His breath alone could have made Milwaukee famous. "Yeah," Ben said. He got out $1 and laid it on the table, which was covered with the circular ghosts of the many beer glasses that had stood there. "How you doing?" "Just fine." "What do you think of that new band?" "Great, ain't they?" "They're okay," Ben said. "Finish that thing up before it goes flat." "I'm buying." "I've been waiting to hear somebody say that all night." "Jackie," he bawled. "Bring my buddy here a pitcher." "Budweiser." Jackie brought the pitcher on a tray littered with beer-soaked change and lifted it onto the table, her right arm bulging like a prizefighter's. She looked at the dollar as if it were a new species of cockroach. "That's $1.40, she said. Ben put another bill down. She picked them both up, fished 60 cents out of the assorted puddles on her tray, banged them down on the table, and said, "Weasel Craig, when you yell like that you sound like a rooster getting its neck wrung." "You're beautiful, darling," Weasel said. "This is Ben Mears. He writes books." "Meetcha," Jackie said, and disappeared into the dimness. Ben poured himself a glass of beer and Weasel followed suit, filling his glass professionally to the top. The foam threatened to overspill and then back down. "Here's to you, buddy." Ben lifted his glass and drank. "So how's that writing going?" "Pretty good, Weasel. I seen you going round with that little Norton girl. She's a real peach, she is. You couldn't do no better there." "Yes, she's..." "Matt!" Weasel bawled, almost startling Ben into dropping his glass. By God, he thought, he does sound like a rooster saying goodbye to this world. Matt Burke! Weasel waved wildly, and a man with white hair raised his hand in greeting and started to cut through the crowd. Here's a fella you ought to meet, Weasel told Ben. Matt Burke's one smart son of a whore. The man coming toward them looked about 60. He was tall, wearing a clean flannel shirt open at the throat, and his hair, which was as white as Weasel's, was cut in a flat top. "Hello, Weasel," he said. "How are you, buddy?" Weasel said. "Want you to meet a fella staying over to Eva's. Ben Mears. Writes books, he does. He's a lovely fella." He looked at Ben. "Me and Matt grew up together, only he got an education and I got the shaft." Weasel cackled. Ben stood up and shook Matt Burke's bunched hand gingerly. "How are you?" "Fine, thanks. I've read one of your books, Mr. Mears. Air Dance. Make it Ben, please. I hope you liked it." "I liked it much better than the critics, apparently," Matt said, sitting down. "I think it will gain ground as time goes by." "How are you, Weasel?" "Perky," Weasel said. "Just as perky as ever I could be." "Jackie," he bawled. "Bring Matt a glass." "Just wait a minute, why old fart?" Jackie yelled back, drawing laughter from the nearby tables. "She's a lovely girl," Weasel said. "Maureen Talbot's girl." "Yes," Matt said. "I had Jackie in school. Class of '71. Her mother was 51. Matt teaches high school English," Weasel told Ben. "You and him should have a lot to talk about." "I remember a girl named Maureen Talbot," Ben said. "She came and got my aunt's wash and brought it back all folded in a wicker basket. The basket only had one handle." "Are you from town, Ben?" Matt asked. "I spent some time here as a boy. With my Aunt Cynthia." "Cindy Stowens?" "Yes." Jackie came with a clean glass, and Matt tipped beer into it. "It really is a small world, then. Your aunt was in a senior class I taught my first year in a Salem's lot. Is she well?" "She died in 1972. I'm sorry." "She went very easily," Ben said, and refilled his glass. The band had finished its set, and the members were trooping toward the bar. The level of conversation went down a notch. "Have you come back to Jerusalem's lot to write a book about us?" Matt asked. A warning bell went off in Ben's mind. "In a way, I suppose," he said. "This town could do much worse for a biographer. Air Dance was a fine book. I think there might be another fine book in this town. I once thought I might write it." "Why didn't you?" Matt smiled an easy smile with no trace of bitterness, cynicism, or malice. "I lacked one vital ingredient. Talent." "Don't you believe it," Weasel said, refilling his glass from the dregs of the pitcher. "Ole Matt's got a world of talent. School teaching is a wonderful job. Nobody appreciates school teachers, but there." He swayed a little in his chair, searching for completion. He was becoming very drunk. "Salt of the earth," he finished, took a mouthful of beer, grimaced, and stood up. Pardon me while I take a leak." He wandered off, bumping into people and hailing them by name. They passed him on with impatience or good cheer, and watching his progress to the men's room was like watching a pinball racket and bounce its way down toward the flipper buttons. "There goes the wreck of a fine man," Matt said, and held up one finger. A waitress appeared almost immediately and addressed him as Mr. Burke. She seemed a trifle scandalized that her old English classics teacher should be here, boozing it up with the likes of Weasel Craig. When she turned away to bring them another pitcher, Ben thought Matt looked a trifle bemused. "I like Weasel," Ben said. "I get a feeling there was a lot there once." "What happened to him?" "Oh, there's no story there," Matt said. "The bottle got him. It got him a little more each year, and now it's got all of him. He won a Silver Star at Anzio in World War II. A cynic might believe his life would have had more meaning if he had died there." "I'm not a cynic," Ben said. "I like him still. But I think I better give him a ride home tonight." "That would be good of you. I come out here now and then to listen to the music. I like loud music. More than ever, since my hearing began to fail. I understand that you're interested in the Mars 10 house. Is your book about it?" Ben jumped. "Who told you that?" Matt smiled. "How does that old Marvin Gaye song put it? I heard it through the grapevine. Luscious, vivid idiom, although the image is a bit obscure if you consider it. One conjures up a picture of a man standing with his ear cocked attentively toward a Concorde or Tokai. I'm rambling. I ramble a great deal these days, but rarely try to keep it in hand anymore. I heard from what the gentleman of the press would call an informed source, Loretta Starcher, actually. She's the librarian at our local citadel of literature. You've been in several times to look at the Cumberland Ledger articles pertaining to the ancient scandal, and she also got you 2 true crime books that had articles on it. By the way, the Lubert one is good. He came to the lot and researched it himself in 1946, but the Snow chapter is speculative trash." "I know," Ben said automatically. The waitress set down a fresh pitcher of beer and Ben suddenly had an uncomfortable image. Here is a fish swimming around comfortably and, he thinks, unobtrusively, flicking here and there amongst the kelp and the plankton. Draw away for the long view and there's the kicker, it's a goldfish bowl. Matt paid the waitress and said, "Nasty thing that happened up there." It stayed in the town's consciousness, too. Of course, tales of nastiness and murder are always handed down with slavering delight from generation to generation, while students groan and complain when they're faced with a George Washington Carver or a Jonas Salk. But it's more than that, I think. Perhaps it's due to a geographical freak. "Yes," Ben said, drawn in spite of himself. The teacher had just stated an idea that had been lurking below the level of his consciousness from the day he had arrived back in town, possibly even before that. It stands on that hill overlooking the village like some kind of dark idol. He chuckled to make the remark seem trivial. It seemed to him that he had said something so deeply felt in an unguarded way that he must have opened a window on his soul to this stranger. Matt Burke's sudden close scrutiny of him did not make him feel any better. "That is talent," he said. "Pardon me?" "You have said it precisely. The Mars 10 house has looked down on us all for almost 50 years, at all our little peccadillos and sins and lies. Like an idol. Maybe it's seen the good, too," Ben said. "There's little good in sedentary small towns. mostly indifferent, spiced with an occasional vapid evil or worse, a conscious one. I believe Thomas Wolfe wrote about 7 pounds of literature about that. I thought you weren't a cynic. You said that, not I. Matt smiled and sipped at his beer. The band was moving away from the bar, resplendent in their red shirts and glittering vests and neckerchiefs. The lead singer took his guitar and began to chord it. At any rate, you never answered my question. Is your new book about the Mars 10 house? I suppose it is, in a way. I'm pumping you. Sorry. It's all right, Ben said, thinking of Susan and feeling uncomfortable. I wonder what's keeping Weasel? He's been gone a hell of a long time. Could I presume on short acquaintanceship and ask a rather large favor? If you refuse, I'll more than understand. Sure, ask, Ben said. I have a creative writing class, Matt said. They are intelligent children, 11th and 12th graders, most of them, and I would like to present someone who makes his living with words to them. Someone who, how shall I say, has taken the word and made it flesh. I'd be more than happy to, Ben said, feeling absurdly flattered. How long are your periods? 50 minutes. Well, I don't suppose I can bore them too badly in that length of time. Oh? I do it quite well, I think, Matt said. Although I'm sure you wouldn't bore them at all. This next week? Sure. Name a day and a time. Tuesday? Period 4? That goes from 11 o'clock until 10 of 12. No one will boo you, but I suspect you will hear a great many stomachs rumble. I'll bring some cotton for my ears. Matt laughed. I'm very pleased. I will meet you at the office, if that's agreeable. Fine. To you, Mr. Burke. It was Jackie, she of the heavy biceps. Weasels passed out in the men's room. Do you suppose? Oh? Goodness, yes. Ben, would you? Sure. They got up and crossed the room. The band had begun to play again, something about how the kids in Muskogee still respected the college dean. The bathroom smelled of sour urine and chlorine. Weasel was propped against the wall between 2 urinals, and a fellow in an army uniform was pissing approximately 2 inches from his right ear. His mouth was open and Ben thought how terribly old he looked, old and ravaged by cold, impersonal forces with no gentle touch in them. The reality of his own dissolution, advancing day by day, came home to him, not for the first time, but with shocking unexpectedness. The pity that welled up in his throat like clear, black waters was as much for himself as for Weasel. Here, Matt said, can you get an arm under him when this gentleman finishes relieving himself? Yes, Ben said. He looked at the man in the army uniform, who was shaking off in leisurely fashion. Hurry it up, can you, buddy? Why? He ain't in no rush. Nevertheless, he zipped up and stepped away from the urinal so they could get in. Ben got an arm around Weasel's back, hooked a hand in his armpit, and lifted. For a moment his buttocks pressed against the tiled wall and he could feel the vibrations from the band. Weasel came up with a limp mail sack weight of utter unconsciousness. Matt slid his head under Weasel's other arm, hooked his own arm around Weasel's waist, and they carried him out the door. There goes Weasel, someone said, and there was laughter. Dell ought to cut him off, Matt said, sounding out of breath. He knows how this always turns out. They went through the door into the foyer, and then out onto the wooden steps leading down to the parking lot. "Easy," Ben grunted. "Don't drop him." They went down the stairs, Weasel's limp feet clopping on the risers like blocks of wood. The Citroën, over in the last row. They carried him over. The coolness in the air was sharper now, and tomorrow the leaves would be blooded. Weasel had begun to grunt deep in his throat and his head jerked weakly on the stalk of his neck. "Can you put him to bed when you get back to Eva's?" Matt asked. "Yes, I think so." "Good. Look, you can just see the rooftop of the Mars 10 house over the trees." Ben looked. Matt was right, the top angle just peeked above the dark horizon of pines, blotting out the stars at the rim of the visible world with the regular shape of human construction. Ben opened the passenger door and said, "Here. Let me have him." He took Weasel's full weight and slipped him neatly into the passenger seat and closed the door. Weasel's head lolled against the window, giving it a flattened, grotesque look. "Tuesday at 11? I'll be there." "Thanks. And thanks for helping Weasel, too." He held out his hand and Ben shook it. He got in, started the Citroën, and headed back toward town. Once the roadhouse neon had disappeared behind the trees, the road was deserted and black, and Ben thought, these roads are haunted now. Weasel gave a snort and a groan beside him and Ben jumped. The Citroën swerved minutely on the road. Now, why did I think that? No answer. 7. He opened the wing window so that it scooped cold air directly onto Weasel on the ride home, and by the time he drove into Eva Miller's dooryard, Weasel had attained a soupy semi-consciousness. Ben led him, half stumbling, up the back porch steps and into the kitchen, which was dimly lit by the stove's fluorescent. Weasel moaned, then muttered deep in his throat, "She's a lovely girl, Jack, and married women, they know." A shadow detached itself from the hall and it was Eva, huge in an old quilted housecoat, her hair done up in rollers and covered with a filmy net scarf. Her face was pale and ghostly with night cream. "Ed," she said. "Oh, Ed. You do go on, don't you?" His eyes opened a little at the sound of her voice, and a smile touched his features. On and on and on, he croaked. "Wouldn't you know it more than the rest?" "Can you get him up to his room?" she asked Ben. "Yes, no sweat." He tightened his grip on Weasel and somehow got him up the stairs and down to his room. The door was unlocked and he carried him inside. The minute he laid him on the bed, signs of consciousness ceased and he fell into a deep sleep. Ben paused a moment to look around. The room was clean, almost sterile, things put away with barracks-like neatness. As he began to work on Weasel's shoes, Eva Miller said from behind him, "Never mind that, Mr. Mears. Go on up, if you like." "But he ought to be." "I'll undress him." Her face was grave and full of dignified, measured sadness. "Undress him and give him an alcohol rub to help with his hangover in the morning. I've done it before. Many times." "All right," Ben said, and went upstairs without looking back. He undressed slowly, thought about taking a shower, and decided not to. He got into bed and lay looking at the ceiling and did not sleep for a long time. Chapter 6. Voiced by Books on English. The Lot, 2. Fall and spring came to Jerusalem's lot with the same suddenness of sunrise and sunset in the tropics. The line of demarcation could be as thin as one day. But spring is not the finest season in New England. It's too short, too uncertain, too apt to turn savage on short notice. Even so, there are April days which linger in the memory even after one has forgotten the wife's touch, or the feel of the baby's toothless mouth at the nipple. But by mid-May, the sun rises out of the morning's haze with authority and potency, and standing on your top step at 7 in the morning with your dinner bucket in your hand, you know that the dew will be melted off the grass by 8 and that the dust on the back roads will hang depthless and still in the air for 5 minutes after a car's passage, and that by 1 in the afternoon it will be up to 95 on the 3rd floor of the mill and the sweat will roll off your arms like oil. And stick your shirt to your back in a widening patch and it might as well be July. But when fall comes, kicking summer out on its treacherous ass as it always does one day sometime after the midpoint of September, it stays a while like an old friend that you have missed. It settles in the way an old friend will settle into your favorite chair and take out his pipe and light it and then fill the afternoon with stories of places he has been and things he has done since last he saw you. It stays on through October and, in rare years, on into November. Day after day the skies are a clear, hard blue, and the clouds that float across them, always west to east, are calm white ships with grey keels. The wind begins to blow by the day, and it is never still. It hurries you along as you walk the roads, crunching the leaves that have fallen in mad and variegated drifts. The wind makes you ache in some place that is deeper than your bones. It may be that it touches something old in the human soul, a chord of race memory that says migrate or die, migrate or die. Even in your house, behind square walls, the wind beats against the wood and the glass and sends its fleshless pucker against the eaves, and sooner or later you have to put down what you were doing and go out and see. And you can stand on your stoop or in your dooryard at mid-afternoon and watch the cloud shadows rush across Griffin's pasture and up Schoolyard Hill, light and dark, like the shutters of the gods being opened and closed. You can see the goldenrod, that most tenacious and pernicious and beauteous of all New England flora, bowing away from the wind like a great and silent congregation. And if there are no cars or planes, and if no one's Uncle John is out in the woodlot west of town banging away at a quail or pheasant, if the only sound is the slow beat of your own heart, you can hear another sound, and that is the sound of life winding down to its cyclic close, waiting for the first winter snow to perform last rites. TWO. That year the first day of fall, real fall as opposed to calendar fall, was September 28th, the day that Danny Glick was buried in the Harmony Hill Cemetery. Church services were private, but the graveside services were open to the town, and a good portion of the town turned out classmates, the curious, and the older people to whom funerals grow nearly compulsive as old age knits their shrouds up around them. They came up Burns Road in a long line, twisting up and out of sight over the next hill. All the cars had their lights turned on in spite of the day's brilliance. First came Carl Foreman's hearse, its rear windows filled with flowers, then Tony Glick's 1965 Mercury, its deteriorating muffler bellowing and farting. Behind that, in the next 4 cars, came relatives on both sides of the family, one bunch from as far away as Tulsa, Oklahoma. Others in that long, lights-on parade included Mark Petrie, the boy Ralphie and Danny had been on their way to see the night Ralphie disappeared, and his mother and father, Richie Bodding and family, Mabel Wurtz in a car containing Mr. and Mrs. William Norton, sitting in the back seat with her cane planted between her swelled legs, she talked with unceasing constancy about other funerals she had attended all the way back to 1930. Lester Durham and his wife, Harriet, Paul Mayberry and his wife, Glynis, Pat Midler, Joe Crane, Vinnie Upshaw, and Clyde Corliss, all riding in a car driven by Milt Crossan. Milt had opened the beer cooler before they left, and they had all shared out a solemn six-pack in front of the stove. Eva Miller in a car which also contained her close friends Loretta Starcher and Rhoda Curlis, who were both maiden ladies, Parkins Gillespie and his deputy, Noli Gardner, riding in the Jerusalem's lot police car, Parkins's Ford with a stick-on dashboard bubble. Lawrence Crockett and his sallow wife, Charles Rhodes, the sour bus driver, who went to all funerals on general principles, the Charles Griffin family, including wife and two sons, Hal and Jack, the only offspring still living at home. Mike Ryerson and Royal Snow had dug the grave early that morning, laying strips of fake grass over the raw soil they had thrown out of the ground. Mike had lighted the flame of remembrance that the Glicks had specified. Mike could remember thinking that Royal didn't seem himself this morning. He was usually full of little jokes and ditties about the work at hand, cracked, off-key tenor. They wrap you up in a big white sheet, and they put you down at least 6 feet, but this morning he had seemed exceptionally quiet, almost sullen. Hungover, maybe, Mike thought. He and that muscle-bound buddy of his, Peters, had certainly been slopping it up down at Dell's the night before. 5 minutes ago, when he had seen Carl's hearse coming over the hill about a mile down the road, he had swung open the wide iron gates, glancing up at the high iron spikes as he always did since he had found Doc up there. With the gates open, he walked back to the newly dug grave where Father Donald Callahan, the pastor of the Jerusalem's Lot parish, waited by the grave. He was wearing a stole about his shoulders, and the book he held was open to the children's burial service. This was what they called the third station, Mike knew. The first was the house of the deceased, the second at the tiny Catholic church, St. Andrew's. Last station, Harmony Hill. Everybody out. A little chill touched him and he looked down at the bright plastic grass, wondering why it had to be a part of every funeral. It looked like exactly what it was, a cheap imitation of life discreetly masking the heavy brown clods of the final earth. "They're on their way, Father," he said. Callahan was a tall man with piercing blue eyes and a ruddy complexion. His hair was a graying steel color. Ryerson, who hadn't been to church since he turned 16, liked him the best of all the local witch doctors. John Groggins, the Methodist minister, was a hypocritical old poop, and Patterson, from the Church of the Latter-day Saints and Followers of the Cross, was as crazy as a bear stuck in a honey tree. At a funeral for one of the church deacons 2 or 3 years back, Patterson had gotten right down and rolled on the ground. But Callahan seemed nice enough for a Pope lover. His funerals were calm and comforting and always short. Ryerson doubted if Callahan had gotten all those red and broken veins in his cheeks and around his nose from praying, but if Callahan did a little drinking, who was to blame him? The way the world was, it was a wonder all those preachers didn't end up in loony bins. "Thanks, Mike," he said, and looked up at the bright sky. "This is going to be a hard one." "I guess so." "How long?" 10 minutes, no more. I'm not going to draw out his parents' agony. There's enough of that still ahead of them." "Okay," Mike said, and walked toward the rear of the graveyard. He would jump over the stone wall, go into the woods, and eat a late lunch. He knew from long experience that the last thing the grieving family and friends want to see during the third station is the resident gravedigger in his dirt-stained coveralls. It kind of put a crimp in the minister's glowing pictures of immortality and the pearly gates. Near the back wall he paused and bent to examine a slate headstone that had fallen forward. He stood it up and again felt a small chill go through him as he brushed the dirt from the inscription. Hubert Barclay Mars 10. October 6, 1889. August 12, 1939. The angel of death who holdeth the bronze lamp beyond the golden door hath taken thee into dark waters. And below that, almost obliterated by 36 seasons of freeze and thaw, God grant he lies still. Still vaguely troubled and still not knowing why, Mike Ryerson went back into the woods to sit by the brook and eat his lunch. 3. In the early days at the seminary, a friend of Father Callahan's had given him a blasphemous cruel work sampler which had sent him into gales of horrified laughter at the time, but which seemed more true and less blasphemous as the years passed. God grant me the serenity to accept what I cannot change, the tenacity to change what I may, and the good luck not to fuck up too often. This in Old English script with a rising sun in the background. Now, standing before Danny Glick's mourners, that old credo recurred. The pallbearers, 2 uncles and 2 cousins of the dead boy, had lowered the coffin into the ground. Marjorie Glick, dressed in a black coat and a veiled black hat, her face showing through the mesh in the netting like cottage cheese, stood swaying in the protective curve of her father's arm, clutching a black purse as though it were a life-preserver. Tony Glick stood apart from her, his face shocked and wandering. Several times during the church service he had looked around, as if to verify his presence among these people. His face was that of a man who believes he is dreaming. The church can't stop this dream, Callahan thought. Nor all the serenity, tenacity, or good luck in the world. The fuck-up has already happened. He sprinkled holy water on the coffin and the grave, sanctifying them for all time. "Let us pray," he said. The words rolled melodiously from his throat as they always had, in shine and shadow, drunk or sober. The mourners bowed their heads. "Lord God, through your mercy those who have lived in faith find eternal peace. Bless this grave and send your angel to watch over it. As we bury the body of Daniel Glick, welcome him into your presence, and with your saints let him rejoice in you forever. We ask it through Christ our Lord. Amen." "Amen," the congregation muttered, and the wind swept it away in rags. Tony Glick was looking around with wide, haunted eyes. His wife was pressing a Kleenex to her mouth. "With faith in Jesus Christ, we reverently bring the body of this child to be buried in its human imperfection. Let us pray with confidence to God, who gives life to all things, that he will raise up this mortal body to the perfection and company of saints." He turned the pages of his missal. A woman in the third row of the loose horseshoe grouped around the grave had begun to sob hoarsely. A bird chirruped somewhere back in the woods. "Let us pray for our brother Daniel Glick to our Lord Jesus Christ," Father Callahan said, "who told us, 'I am the resurrection and the life. The man who believes in me will live even though he dies, and every living person who puts his faith in me will never suffer eternal death. Lord, you wept at the death of Lazarus, your friend, comfort us in our sorrow. We ask this in faith. Lord, hear our prayer," the Catholics answered. "You raised the dead to life, give our brother Daniel eternal life. We ask this in faith. Lord, hear our prayer," they answered. Something seemed to be dawning in Tony Glick's eyes, a revelation, perhaps. "Our brother Daniel was washed clean in baptism, give him fellowship with all your saints. We ask this in faith. Lord, hear our prayer. He was nourished with your body and blood, grant him a place at the table in your heavenly kingdom. We ask this in faith. Lord, hear our prayer." Marjorie Glick had begun to rock back and forth, moaning. "Comfort us in our sorrow at the death of our brother, let our faith be our consolation and eternal life our hope. We ask this in faith. Lord, hear our prayer." He closed his missal. "Let us pray as our Lord taught us," he said quietly. "Our Father who art in heaven." "No!" Tony Glick screamed, and propelled himself forward. "You ain't gonna throw no dirt on my boy." Hands reached out to stay him, but they were belated. For a moment he tottered on the edge of the grave, and then the fake grass wrinkled and gave way. He fell into the hole and landed on the coffin with a horrid, heavy thump. "Danny, you come out of there," he bawled. "Oh, my," Mabel Wood said, and pressed her black silk funeral hanky to her lips. Her eyes were bright and avid, storing this the way a squirrel stores nuts for the winter. "Danny, goddamn, you stop this fucking around." Father Callahan nodded at two of the pallbearers, and they stepped forward, but three other men, including Parkins Gillespie and Noli Gardner, had to step in before Glick could be gotten out of the grave, kicking and screaming and howling. "Danny, you stop it now. You got your mama scared. I'm gonna whip your butt for you. Let me go. Let me go, I want boy. Let me go, you pricks, God." "Our Father who art in heaven," Callahan began again, and other voices joined him, lifting the words toward the indifferent shield of the sky. "Hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done." "Danny, you come to me, hear? You hear me? On earth, as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us, Danny, our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. He ain't dead, let go of me you miserable shit pokes. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Through Christ our Lord, Amen." "He ain't dead," Tony Glick sobbed. "He can't be. He's only 12 fucking years old." He began to weep heavily and staggered forward in spite of the men who held him, his face ravaged and streaming with tears. He fell on his knees at Callahan's feet and grasped his trousers with muddy hands. "Please give me my boy back. Please don't fool me no more." Callahan took his head gently with both hands. "Let us pray," he said. He could feel Glick's racking sobs in his thighs. "Lord, comfort this man and his wife in their sorrow. You cleansed this child in the waters of baptism and gave him new life. May we one day join him and share heaven's joys forever. We ask this in Jesus' name, Amen." He raised his head and saw that Marjorie Glick had fainted. 4. When they were all gone, Mike Ryerson came back and sat down on the edge of the open grave to eat his last half sandwich and wait for Royal Snow to come back. The funeral had been at 4, and it was now almost 5 o'clock. The shadows were long and the sun was already slanting through the tall western oaks. That frigging Royal had promised to be back by 4:45 at the latest. Now where was he? The sandwich was bologna and cheese, his favorite. All the sandwiches he made were his favorites. That was one of the advantages to being single. He finished up and dusted his hands, spraying a few bread crumbs down on the coffin. Someone was watching him. He felt it suddenly and surely. He stared around at the cemetery with wide, startled eyes. "Royal? You there, Royal?" No answer. The wind sighed through the trees, making them rustle mysteriously. In the waving shadows of the elms beyond the stone wall, he could see Hubert Marston's marker, and suddenly he thought of Wynne's dog, hanging impaled on the iron front gate. Eyes. Flat and emotionless. Watching. Dark, don't catch me here. He started to his feet as if someone had spoken aloud. "Goddamn you, Royal." He spoke the words aloud, but quietly. He no longer thought Royal was around, or even coming back. He would have to do it by himself, and it would take a long time alone. Maybe until dark. He set to work, not trying to understand the dread that had fallen over him, not wondering why this job that had never bothered him before was bothering him terribly now. Moving with quick, economical gestures, he pulled the strips of fake grass away from the raw earth and folded them neatly. He laid them over his arm and took them out to his truck, parked beyond the gate, and once out of the graveyard, that nasty feeling of being watched slipped away. He put the grass in the back of the pickup and took out a spade. He started back, then hesitated. He stared at the open grave and it seemed to mock him. It occurred to him that the feeling of being watched had stopped as soon as he could no longer see the coffin nestled at the bottom of its hole. He had a sudden mental image of Danny Glick lying on that little satin pillow with his eyes open. No, that was stupid. They closed the eyes. He had watched Carl Foreman do it enough times. "Course we gummy Carl had said once. Wouldn't want the corpse winking at the congregation, would we?" He loaded his shovel with dirt and threw it in. It made a heavy, solid thump on the polished mahogany box, and Mike winced. The sound made him feel a little sick. He straightened up and looked around distractedly at the floral displays. A damn waste. Tomorrow the petals would be scattered all over in red and yellow flakes. Why anybody bothered was beyond him. If you were going to spend money, why not give it to the Cancer Society or the March of Dimes or even the Ladies' Aid? Then it went to some good, at least. He threw in another shovelful and rested again. That coffin was another waste. Nice mahogany coffin, worth $1,000 at least, and here he was shoveling dirt over it. The Glicks didn't have no more money than anyone else, and who puts burial insurance on kids? They were probably 6 miles in hock, all for a box to shovel in the ground. He bent down, got another spadeful of earth, and reluctantly threw it in. Again that horrid, final thump. The top of the coffin was sprayed with dirt now, but the polished mahogany gleamed through, almost reproachfully. "Stop looking at me." He got another spadeful, not a very big one, and threw it in. Thump. The shadows were getting very long now. He paused, looked up, and there was the Mars 10 house, its shutters closed blankly. The east side, the one that bid good day to the light first, looked directly down on the iron gate of the cemetery, where Doc. He forced himself to get another spadeful of earth and throw it into the hole. Thump. Some of it trickled off the sides, creasing into the brass hinges. Now if anyone opened it, there would be a gritting, grating noise like opening the door to a tomb. "Stop looking at me, goddammit!" He began to bend for another spadeful, but the thought seemed too heavy and he rested for a minute. He had read once in the National Enquirer or someplace about some Texas oilman dude who had specified in his will that he be buried in a brand new Cadillac Coupe de Ville. They did it, too. Dug the hole with a payloader and lifted the car in with a crane. People all over the country driving around in old cars held together with spit and baling wire, and one of these rich pigs gets himself buried sitting behind the wheel of a $10,000 car with all the accessories. He suddenly jerked and took a step backward, shaking his head warily. He had almost been in a trance, it seemed like. That feeling of being watched was much stronger now. He looked at the sky and was alarmed to see how much light had gone out of it. Only the top story of the Mars 10 house was in bright sunlight now. His watch said 6:10. Christ, it had been an hour, and he hadn't thrown half a dozen shovelfuls of dirt down that hole. Mike bent to his work, trying not to let himself think. Thump and thump and thump, and now the sound of dirt striking wood was muffled, the top of the coffin was covered and dirt was running off the sides in brown rivulets, almost up to the lock and catch. He threw in another 2 spadefuls and paused. Lock and catch? Now, why in the name of God would anyone put a lock into a coffin? Did they think someone was going to try to get in? That had to be it. Surely they couldn't think someone would be trying to get out. "Stop staring at me," Mike Ryerson said aloud, and then felt his heart crawl up into his throat. A sudden urge to run from this place, to run straight down the road to town, filled him. He controlled it only with great effort. Just the heebie-jeebies, that's all it was. Working in a graveyard, who wouldn't get them once in a while? It was like a fucking horror movie, having to cover up that kid, only 12 years old and his eyes wide open. "Christ, stop it," he cried, and looked wildly up toward the Mars 10 house. Now only the roof was in sunshine. It was 6:15. After that he began to work more quickly again, bending and shoveling and trying to keep his mind completely blank. But that sense of being watched seemed to grow rather than lessen, and each shovelful of dirt seemed heavier than the last. The top of the coffin was covered now, but you could still see the shape, shrouded in earth. The Catholic prayer for the dead began to run through his mind, the way things like that will for no good reason. He had heard Callahan saying it while he was eating his dinner down by the brook. That, and the father's helpless screaming. "Let us pray for our brother Daniel Glick to our Lord Jesus Christ, who said, 'O my Father, favor me now.'" He paused and looked blankly down into the grave. It was deep, very deep. The shadows of coming night had already pulled into it, like something viscid and alive. It was still deep. He would never be able to fill it by dark. Never. "I am the resurrection and the life. The man who believes in me will live even though he dies. Lord of Flies, favor me now." Yes, the eyes were open. That's why he felt watched. Carl hadn't used enough gum on them and they had flown up just like window shades, and the Glick kid was staring at him. Something ought to be done about it. "And every living person who puts his faith in me will never suffer eternal death. Now I bring you spoiled meat and reeking flesh. Shovel out the dirt." That was the ticket. Shovel it out and break the lock with the shovel and open the coffin and close those awful staring eyes. He had no mortician's gum, but he had 2 quarters in his pocket. That would do as well. Silver. Yes, silver was what the boy needed. The sun was above the roof of the Mars 10 house now, and only touched the highest and oldest spruces to the west of town. Even with the shutters closed, the house seemed to stare at him. You raised the dead to life, give our brother Daniel eternal life. I have made sacrifice for your favor. With my left hand I bring it. Mike Ryerson suddenly leaped into the grave and began to shovel madly, throwing dirt up and out in brown explosions. At last the blade of the shovel struck wood and he began to scrape the last of the dirt over the sides, and then he was kneeling on the coffin striking at the brass lip of the lock again and again and again. The frogs down by the brook had begun to thump, a nightjar was singing in the shadows, and somewhere close by a number of whippoorwills had begun to lift their shrilling call. 6:50. What am I doing? He asked himself. What in God's name am I doing? He knelt there on top of the coffin and tried to think about it, but something on the underside of his mind was urging him to hurry, hurry, the sun was going down. Dark, don't catch me here. He lifted the spade over his shoulder, brought it down on the lock once more, and there was a snapping sound. It was broken. He looked up for a moment, in a last glimmering of sanity, his face streaked and circled with dirt and sweat, the eyes staring from it in bulging white circles. Venus glowed against the breast of the sky. Panting, he pulled himself out of the grave, lay down full length, and fumbled for the catches on the coffin lid. He found them and pulled. The lid swung upward, gritting on its hinges just as he had imagined it would, showing at first only pink satin, and then one dark-clad arm. Danny Glick had been buried in his communion suit, then the face. Mike's breath clogged and stopped in his throat. The eyes were open. Just as he had known they would be. Wide open and hardly glazed at all. They seemed to sparkle with hideous life in the last, dying light of day. There was no death pallor in that face, the cheeks seemed rosy, almost juicy with vitality. He tried to drag his eyes away from that glittering, frozen stare and was unable. He muttered, "Jesus." The sun's diminishing arc passed below the horizon. 5. Mark Petrie was working on a model of Frankenstein's monster in his room and listening to his parents down in the living room. His room was on the second floor of the farmhouse they had bought on South Jointner Avenue, and although the house was heated by a modern oil furnace now, the old second-floor grates were still there. Originally, when the house had been heated by a central kitchen stove, the warm air grates had kept the second floor from becoming too cold, although the woman who had originally lived in this house with her Dore Baptist husband from 1873 to 1896 had still taken a hot brick wrapped in flannel to bed with her, but now the grates served another purpose. They conducted sound excellently. Although his parents were down in the living room, they might as well have been discussing him right outside the door. Once, when his father had caught him listening at the door in their old house, Mark had only been 6 then, his father had told him an old English proverb, "Never listen at a knothole lest you be vexed." That meant, his father said, that you may hear something about yourself that you don't like. Well, there was another one, too. Forewarned is forearmed. At age 12, Mark Petrie was a little skinnier than the average and slightly delicate-looking. Yet he moved with a grace and litheness that is not the common lot of boys his age, who seem mostly made up of knees and elbows and scabs. His complexion was fair, almost milky, and his features, which would be considered aquiline later in life, now seemed a trifle feminine. It had caused him some trouble even before the Richie Bodding incident in the schoolyard, and he had determined to handle it himself. He had made an analysis of the problem. Most bullies, he had decided, were big and ugly and clumsy. They scared people by being able to hurt them. They fought dirty. Therefore, if you were not afraid of being hurt a little, and if you were willing to fight dirty, a bully might be bested. Richie Bodding had been the first full vindication of his theory. He and the bully at the Kittery Elementary School had come off even, which had been a victory of a kind. The Kittery bully, bloody but unbowed, had proclaimed to the schoolyard community at large that he and Mark Petrie were pals. Mark, who thought the Kittery bully was a dumb piece of shit, did not contradict him. He understood discretion. Talk did no good with bullies. Hurting was the only language that the Richie Boddins of the world seemed to understand, and Mark supposed that was why the world always had such a hard time getting along. He had been sent from school that day, and his father had been very angry until Mark, resigned to his ritual whipping with a rolled-up magazine, told him that Hitler had just been a Richie Bodding at heart. That had made his father laugh like hell, and even his mother snickered. The whipping had been averted. Now June Petrie was saying, "Do you think it's affected him, Henry?" Hard to tell. And Mark knew by the pause that his father was lighting his pipe. He's got a hell of a poker face. Still waters run deep, though. She paused. His mother was always saying things like still waters run deep or it's a long, long road that has no turning. He loved them both dearly, but sometimes they seemed just as ponderous as the books in the folio section of the library, and just as dusty. They were on their way to see Mark, she resumed. To play with his train set, now one dead and one missing. Don't fool yourself, Henry. The boy feels something. He's got his feet pretty solidly planted on the ground, Mr. Petrie said. Whatever his feelings are, I'm sure he's got them in hand. Mark glued the Frankenstein monster's left arm into the shoulder socket. It was a specially treated Aurora model that glowed green in the dark, just like the plastic Jesus he had gotten for memorizing all of the 119th Psalm in Sunday school class in Kittery. I've sometimes thought we should have had another, his father was saying. Among other things, it would have been good for Mark. And his mother, in an arch tone, not for lack of trying, dear. His father grunted. There was a long pause in the conversation. His father, he knew, would be rattling through the Wall Street Journal. His mother would be holding a novel by Jane Austen on her lap, or perhaps Henry James. She read them over and over again, and Mark was darned if he could see the sense in reading a book more than once. You knew how it was going to end. Do you think it's safe to let him go in the woods behind the house? His mother asked presently. They say there's quicksand somewhere in town. Miles from here. Mark relaxed a little and glued the monster's other arm on. He had a whole table of Aurora horror monsters, arranged in a scene that he changed each time a new element was added. It was a pretty good set. Danny and Ralphie had really been coming to see that the night when, whatever. I think it's okay, his father said. Not after dark, of course. Well, I hope that awful funeral won't give him nightmares. Mark could almost see his father shrug. Tony Glick, unfortunate. But death and grief are part of living. time he got used to the idea. Maybe. Another long pause. What was coming now? He wondered. The child is the father of the man, maybe. Or as the twig is bent the tree is shaped. Mark glued the monster onto his base, which was a grave mound with a leaning headstone in the background. In the midst of life we're in death. But I may have nightmares. Oh? That Mr. Foreman must be quite an artist, grisly as it sounds. He really looked as if he was just asleep. That any second he might open his eyes and yawn, and I don't know why these people insist on torturing themselves with open coffin services. It's heathenish. Well, it's over. Yes, I suppose. He's a good boy, isn't he, Henry? Mark? The best. Mark smiled. Is there anything on TV? I'll look. Mark turned the rest off. The serious discussion was done. He set his model on the windowsill to dry and harden. In another 15 minutes his mother would be calling up for him to get ready for bed. He took his pajamas out of the top dresser drawer and began to undress. In point of fact, his mother was worrying needlessly about his psyche, which was not tender at all. There was no particular reason why it should have been. He was a typical boy in most ways, despite his economy and his gracefulness. His family was upper middle class and still upwardly mobile, and the marriage of his parents was sound. They loved each other firmly, if a little stagily. There had never been any great trauma in Mark's life. The few school fights had not scarred him. He got along with his peers and in general wanted the same things they wanted. If there was anything that set him apart, it was a reservoir of remoteness, of cool self-control. No one had inculcated it in him. He seemed to have been born with it. When his pet dog, Chopper, had been hit by a car, he had insisted on going with his mother to the vet's. And when the vet had said, "The dog has got to be put to sleep, my boy." Do you understand why? Mark said, "You're not going to put him to sleep. You're going to gas him to death, aren't you?" The vet said yes. Mark told him to go ahead, but he had kissed Chopper first. He had felt sorry, but he hadn't cried, and tears had never been close to the surface. His mother had cried, but 3 days later Chopper was in the dim past to her, and he would never be in the dim past for Mark. That was the value in not crying. Crying was like pissing everything out on the ground. He had been shocked by the disappearance of Ralphie Glick, and shocked again by Danny's death, but he had not been frightened. He had heard one of the men in the store say that probably a sex pervert had gotten Ralphie. Mark knew what perverts were. They did something to you that got their rocks off, and when they were done they strangled you. In the comic books, the guy getting strangled always said "urgh" and buried you in a gravel pit or under the boards of a deserted shed. If a sex pervert ever offered him candy, he would kick him in the balls and then run like a split streak. Mark? His mother's voice, drifting up the stairs. "I am," he said, and smiled again. "Don't forget your ears when you wash." "I won't." He went downstairs to kiss them good night, moving lithely and gracefully, sparing one glance backward to the table where his monsters rested in tableau. Dracula, with his mouth open, showing his fangs, was menacing a girl lying on the ground while the mad doctor was torturing a lady on the rack and Mr. Hyde was creeping up on an old guy walking home. Understand death? Sure. That was when the monsters got you. 6. Roy McDougal pulled into the driveway of his trailer at 8:30, gunned the engine of his old Ford twice, and turned the engine off. The header pipe was just about shot, the blinkers didn't work, and the sticker came up next month. Some car. Some life. The kid was howling in the house and Sandy was screaming at him. Great old marriage. He got out of the car and fell over one of the flagstones he had been meaning to turn into a walk from the driveway to the steps since last summer. Shit fire, he muttered, glowering balefully at the piece of flagging and rubbing his shin. He was quite drunk. He had gotten off work at 3 and had been drinking down at Dell's ever since with Hank Peters and Buddy Mayberry. Hank had been flash just lately, and seemed intent on drinking up the whole of his dividend, whatever it had been. He knew what Sandy thought of his buddies. Well, let her get tight-assed. Begrudge a man a few beers on Saturday and Sunday, even though he spent the whole week breaking his back on the goddamn picker and getting weekend overtime to boot. Who was she to get so holy? She spent all day sitting in the house with nothing to do but take care of the place and shoot the shit with the mailman and see that the kid didn't crawl into the oven. She hadn't been watching him too close lately, anyway. Goddamn kid even fell off the changing table the other day. Where were you? I was holding him, Roy. He just wriggles so. Wriggles? Yeah. He went up to the door, still steaming. His leg hurt where he had bumped it. Not that he'd get any sympathy from her. So what was she doing while he was sweating his guts out for that prick of a foreman? Reading confession magazines and eating chocolate-covered cherries, or watching the soap operas on the TV and eating chocolate-covered cherries, or gabbing to her friends on the phone and eating chocolate-covered cherries. She was getting pimples on her ass as well as her face. Pretty soon you wouldn't be able to tell the two of them apart. He pushed open the door and walked in. The scene struck him immediately and forcibly, cutting through the beer haze like the flick of a wet towel, the baby, naked and screaming, blood running from his nose, Sandy holding him, her sleeveless blouse smeared with blood, looking at him over her shoulder, her face contracting with surprise and fear, the diaper on the floor. Randy, with the discolored marks around his eyes barely fading, raised his hands as if in supplication. "What's going on around here?" Roy asked slowly. "Nothing, Roy." "He just—" "You hit him," he said tonelessly. "He wouldn't hold still for the diapers, so you smacked him." "No," she said quickly. "He rolled over and bumped his nose, that's all." "That's all." "I ought to beat the shit out of you," he said. "Roy, he just bumped his nose." His shoulders slumped. "What's for dinner?" "Hamburgs." "They're burnt," she said petulantly, and pulled the bottom of her blouse out of her Wranglers to wipe under Randy's nose. Roy could see the roll of fat she was getting. She'd never bounced back after the baby. Didn't care. "Shut him up." "He isn't." "Shut him up." Roy yelled, and Randy, who had actually been quieting down to snuffles, began to scream again. "I'll give him a bottle," Sandy said, getting up. "And get my dinner." He started to take off his denim jacket. "Christ, isn't this place a mess? What do you do all day, beat off?" "Roy," she said, sounding shocked. Then she giggled. Her insane burst of anger at the baby who would not hold still on his diapers so she could pin them began to be far away, hazy. It might have happened on one of her afternoon stories, or's medical center. Get my dinner and then pick this frigging place up. All right. All right, sure. She got a bottle out of the refrigerator and put Randy down in the playpen with it. He began to suck it apathetically, his eyes moving from mother to father in small, trapped circles. Roy? What? It's all over. What is? You know what. Do you want to? Tonight? Sure, he said. Sure. And thought again, isn't this some life? Isn't this just some life? 7. Noli Gardner was listening to rock and roll music on WLOB and snapping his fingers when the telephone rang. Parkins put down his crossword magazine and said, "Cut that some, will you?" "Sure, Park." Noli turned the radio down and went on snapping his fingers. "Hello?" Parkins said. "Constable Gillespie?" "Yeah. Agent Tom Hanrahan here, sir. I've got the information you requested. Good of you to get back so quick. We haven't got much of a hook for you." "That's okay," Parkins said. "What have you got?" Ben Mears investigated as a result of a traffic fatality in upstate New York, May 1973. No charges brought. Motorcycle smash. His wife, Miranda, was killed. Witnesses said he was moving slowly and a breath test was negative. Apparently just hit a wet spot. His politics are leftish. He was in a peace march at Princeton in 1966. Spoke at an anti-war rally in Brooklyn in 1967. March on Washington in 1968 and 1970. Arrested during a San Francisco Peace March November 1971. And that's all there is on him. What else? Kurt Barlow, that's Kurt with a K. He's British, but by naturalization rather than birth. Born in Germany, fled to England in 1938, apparently just ahead of the Gestapo. His earlier records just aren't available, but he's probably in his 70s. The name he was born with was Brayishan. He's been in the import-export business in London since 1945, but he's elusive. Straker has been his partner since then, and Straker seems to be the fellow who deals with the public. Yeah? Straker is British by birth. 58 years old. His father was a cabinet maker in Manchester. Left a fair amount of money to his son, apparently, and this Straker has done all right, too. Both of them applied for visas to spend an extended amount of time in the United States 18 months ago. That's all we have. Except that they may be queer for each other. Yeah, Parkins said, and sighed. About what I thought. If you'd like further assistance, we can query CID and Scotland Yard about your 2 new merchants. No, that's fine. No connection between Mears and the other 2, by the way. Unless it's deep undercover. Okay. Thanks. It's what we're here for. If you want assistance, get in touch. I will. Thank you now. He put the receiver back in its cradle and looked at it thoughtfully. Who was that, Park? Noli asked, turning up the radio. The excellent cafe. They ain't got any ham on rye. Nothing but toasted cheese and egg salad. I got some raspberry fluff in my desk if you want it. No thanks, Parkin said, and sighed again. 8. The dump was still smouldering. Dud Rogers walked along the edge, smelling the fragrance of smouldering offal. Underfoot, small bottles crunched and powdery black ash puffed up at every step. Out in the dump's wasteland, a wide bed of coals waxed and waned with the vagaries of the wind, reminding him of a huge red eye opening and closing, the eye of a giant. Every now and then there was a muffled small explosion as an aerosol can or light bulb blew up. A great many rats had come out of the dump when he lit it that morning, more rats than he had ever seen before. He had shot fully 3 dozen, and his pistol had been hot to the touch when he finally tucked it back in its holster. They were big bastards, too, some of them fully 2 feet long stretched end to end. Funny how their numbers seemed to grow or shrink depending on the year. Had something to do with the weather, probably. If it kept up, he would have to start salting poison bait around, something he hadn't had to do since 1964. There was one now, creeping under one of the yellow sawhorses that served as fire barriers. Dud pulled out his pistol, clicked off the safety, aimed, and fired. The shot kicked dirt in front of the rat, spraying its fur. But instead of running, it only rose up on its hind legs and looked at him, beady little eyes glittering red in the fire glow. Jesus, but some of them were bold. Bye-bye, Mr. Rat, Dud said, and took careful aim. Kapow! The rat flopped over, twitching. Dud walked across and prodded it with one heavy work boot. The rat bit weakly at the shoe leather, its sides aspirating weakly. Bastard, Dud said mildly, and crushed its head. He hunkered down, looked at it, and found himself thinking of Ruthie Crockett, who wore no bra. When she wore one of those clingy cardigan sweaters, you could see her little nipples just as clear, made erect by the friction as they rubbed against the wool, and if a man could get a hold of those tits and rub them just a little, mind you, a slut like that would go off just like a rocket. He picked the rat up by its tail and swung it like a pendulum. How'd you like Ole Mr. Rat in your pencil box, Ruthie? The thought with its unintentional double entendre amused him, and he uttered a high-pitched giggle, his oddly off-center head nodding and dipping. He slung the rat far out into the dump. As he did so, he swung around and caught sight of a figure-8 tall, extremely thin silhouette about 50 paces to the right. Dud wiped his hands on his green pants, hitched them up, and strolled over. Dump's closed, mister. The man turned toward him. The face that was discovered in the red glow of the dying fire was high cheekboned and thoughtful. The hair was white, streaked with oddly virile slashes of iron gray. The guy had it swept back from his high, waxy forehead like one of those fag concert pianists. The eyes caught and held the red glow of the embers and made them look bloodshot. "Is it?" the man asked politely, and there was a faint accent in the words, although they were perfectly spoken. The guy might be a frog, or maybe a bohunk. "I came to watch the fire." "It is beautiful." "Yeah," Dud said. "You from around here?" "I am a recent resident of your lovely town, yes." "Do you shoot many rats?" "Quite a few, yeah. Just lately there's millions of the little sonsa whores." "Say, you ain't the fella who bought the Mars 10 place, are you?" "Predators," the man said, crossing his hands behind his back. Dud noticed with surprise that the guy was all tricked out in a suit, vest and all. "I love the predators of the night." The rats, the owls, the wolves. Are there wolves in this area? No, Dad said. Guy up in Durham bagged a coyote 2 years ago. And there's a wild dog pack that's been running deer. Dogs, the stranger said, and gestured with contempt. Low animals that cringe and howl at the sound of a strange step. Fit only to whine and grovel. Gut them all, I say. Gut them all. Well, I never thought of it that way, Dad said, taking a shuffling step backward. It's always nice to have someone come out and, you know, shoot the shit, but the dump closes at 6 on Sundays and it's 9:30 now. To be sure. Yet the stranger showed no sign of moving away. Dad was thinking that he had stolen a march on the rest of the town. They were all wondering who was behind that Straker guy, and he was the first to know except maybe for Larry Crockett, who was a deep one. The next time he was in town buying shells from that prissy-faced George Midler, he would just happen to say casually, "Happened to meet that new fella the other night." Who? Oh, you know. Fella that took the Mars 10 house. Nice enough fella. Talked a little like a bohunk. Any ghosts up in that old house? He asked, when the old party showed no signs of hauling ass. Ghosts! The old party smiled, and there was something very disquieting about that smile. A barracuda might smile like that. No, no ghosts. He placed a faint emphasis on that last word, as if there might be something up there that was even worse. Well, getting a late and all, you really ought to go now, mister? But it's so pleasant, speaking with you, the old party said, and for the first time he turned his full face to Dud and looked in his eyes. The eyes were wide set, and still rimmed with the dump's sullen fire. There was no way you could look away from them, although it wasn't polite to stare. You don't mind if we converse a bit longer, do you? No, I guess not, Dud said, and his voice sounded far away. Those eyes seemed to be expanding, growing, until they were like dark pits ringed with fire, pits you could fall into and drown in. Thank you, he said. Tell me, does the hump on your back discommode you in your job? No, Dud said, still feeling far away. He thought faintly, I be buggered if he ain't hypnotizing me. Just like that fella at Topsham Fair, what was his name? Mr. Mephisto. He'd put you to sleep and make you do all kinds of comical things, act like a chicken or run around like a dog or tell what happened at the birthday party you had when you were 6. He hypnotized Ole Reggie Sawyer, and good didn't we laugh? Does it perhaps inconvenience you in other ways? No. Well. He looked into the eyes, fascinated. Come, come. The old party's voice cajoled gently. We are friends, are we not? Speak to me, tell me. Well, girls, you know, girls. Of course, the old party said soothingly. The girls laugh at you, do they not? They have no knowing of your manhood. Of your strength. That's right, Dud whispered. They laugh. She laughs. Who is this she? Ruthie Crockett. She. The thought flew away. He let it. It didn't matter. Nothing mattered except this peace. This cool and complete peace. She makes the jokes perhaps? Snickers behind her hand? Nudges her friends when you pass? Yes. But you want her, the voice insisted. Is it not so? Oh yes? You shall have her. I am sure of it. There was something pleasant about this. Far away he seemed to hear sweet voices singing foul words. Silver chimes, white faces, Ruthie Crockett's voice. He could almost see her, hands cupping her titties, making them bulge into the V of her cardigan sweater in ripe white half-globes, whispering, "Kiss them, dud, bite them, suck them." It was like drowning. Drowning in the old man's red-rimmed eyes. As the stranger came closer, Dud understood everything and welcomed it, and when the pain came, it was as sweet as silver, as green as still water at dark fathoms. 9. His hand was unsteady, and instead of gripping the bottle the fingers knocked it off the desk and to the carpet with a heavy thump, where it lay gurgling good Scotch into the green nap. "Shit," said Father Donald Callahan, and reached down to pick it up before all was lost. There was, in fact, not much to lose. He set what was left on the desk again, well back from the edge, and wandered into the kitchen to look for a rag under the sink and a bottle of cleaning fluid. It would never do to let Mrs. Curlis find a patch of spilled Scotch by the leg of his study desk. Her kind, pitying looks were too hard to take on the long, grainy mornings when you were feeling a little low. "Hungover, you mean?" "Yes, hungover, very good. Let's have a little truth around here, by all means. Know the truth and it will set you free. Bully for the truth." He found a bottle of something called Evap, which was not too far from the sound of violent regurgitation. "Evap," croaked the old drunk, simultaneously crapping himself and blowing lunch, and took it back to the study. He was not weaving at all. Hardly at all. "Watch this, Ossifer, I'm going to walk right up this white line to the stoplight." Callahan was an imposing 53. His hair was silvery, his eyes a direct blue, now threaded with tiny snaps of red, surrounded by Irish laugh wrinkles, his mouth firm, his slightly cleft chin firmer still. Some mornings, looking at himself in the mirror, he thought that when he reached 60 he would throw over the priesthood, go to Hollywood, and get a job playing Spencer Tracy. "Father Flanagan, where are you when we need you?" he muttered, and hunkered down by the stain. He squinted, read the instructions on the label of the bottle, and poured 2 capfuls of Evap onto the stain. The patch immediately turned white and began to bubble. Callahan viewed this with some alarm, and consulted the label again. For really tough stains, he read aloud in the rich, rolling voice that had made him so welcome in this parish after the long, denture-clicking peregrinations of poor old Father Hume, allowed to set for 7 to 10 minutes. He went over to the study window, which fronted on Elm Street and St. Andrews on the far side. Well, well, he thought. Here I am, Sunday night and drunk again. Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. If you went slow and if you continued to work, on his long, solitary evenings, Father Callahan worked on his notes. He had been working on the notes for nearly 7 years, supposedly for a book on the Catholic Church in New England, but he suspected now and then that the book would never be written. In point of fact, the notes and his drinking problem had begun at the same time. Genesis 1:1 In the beginning there was Scotch, and Father Callahan said, "Let there be notes." You were hardly aware of the slow growth of drunkenness. You could educate your hand not to be aware of the bottle's lessening weight. It has been at least 1 day since my last confession. It was 11:30, and looking out the window he saw uniform darkness, broken only by the spotlight circle of the streetlight in front of the church. At any moment Fred Astaire would dance into it, wearing a top hat, tails, spats, and white shoes, twirling a cane. He is met by Ginger Rogers. They waltz to the tune of I Got DEM Old Cosmic Evap Blues Again. He leaned his forehead against the glass, allowing the handsome face that had been, in some measure at least, his curse sag into drawn lines of distracted weariness. I'm a drunk and I'm a lousy priest, Father. With his eyes closed he could see the darkness of the confessional booth, could feel his fingers sliding back the window and rolling up the shade on all the secrets of the human heart, could smell varnish and old velvet from the kneeling benches and the sweat of old men, could taste alkali traces in his saliva. Bless me, Father! I broke my brother's wagon, I hit my wife, I peeked in Mrs. Sawyer's window when she was undressing, I lied, I cheated, I have had lustful thoughts, I. For I have sinned. He opened his eyes, and Fred Astaire had not appeared yet. On the stroke of midnight, perhaps. His town was asleep. Except. He glanced up. Yes, the lights were on up there. He thought of the Bowie girl, no, MacDougall. Her name was MacDougall, now saying in her breathy little voice that she had hit her baby, and when he asked how often, he could sense, could almost hear, the wheels turning in her mind, making 12 times 5, or 100 a dozen. Sad excuse for a human being. He had baptized the baby. Randall Freitas MacDougall. Conceived in the backseat of Royce MacDougall's car, probably during the second feature of a drive-in double bill. Tiny screaming little thing. He wondered if she knew or guessed that he would like to reach through the little window with both hands and grasp the soul on the other side as it fluttered and twisted and squeeze it until it screamed. Your penance is 6 head knocks and a good swift kick in the ass. Go your way and sin no more. Dull, he said. But there was more than dullness in the confessional. It was not that by itself that had sickened him or propelled him toward that always widening club, associated Catholic priests of the bottle and knights of the cutty sark. It was the steady, dead, onrushing engine of the church, bearing down all petty sins on its endless shuttle to heaven. It was the ritualistic acknowledgement of evil by a church now more concerned with social evils, atonement told in beads for elderly ladies whose parents had spoken European tongues. It was the actual presence of evil in the confessional, as real as the smell of old velvet. But it was a mindless, moronic evil from which there was no mercy or reprieve. The fist crashing into the baby's face, the tire cut open with a jackknife, the barroom brawl, the insertion of razor blades into Halloween apples, the constant, vapid qualifiers which the human mind, in all its labyrinthine twists and turns, is able to spew forth. Gentlemen, better prisons will cure this. Better cops. Better social services agencies. Better birth control. Better sterilization techniques. Better abortions. Gentlemen, if we rip this fetus from the womb in a bloody tangle of unformed arms and legs, it will never grow up to beat an old lady to death with a hammer. Ladies, if we strap this man into a specially wired chair and fry him like a pork chop in a microwave oven, he will never have an opportunity to torture any more boys to death. Countrymen, if this eugenics bill is passed, I can guarantee you that never again. Shit. The truth of his condition had been becoming clearer and clearer to him for some time now, perhaps for as long as 3 years. It had gained clarity and resolution like an out-of-focus motion picture being adjusted until every line is sharp and defined. He had been pining for a challenge. The new priests had theirs: racial discrimination, women's liberation, even gay liberation, poverty, insanity, illegality. They made him uncomfortable. The only socially conscious priests he felt at ease with were the ones who had been militantly opposed to the war in Vietnam. Now that their cause had become obsolete, they sat around and discussed marches and rallies the way old married couples discuss their honeymoons or their first train rides. But Callahan was neither a new priest nor an old one. He found himself cast in the role of a traditionalist who can no longer even trust his basic postulates. He wanted to lead a division in the army of who? God, right, goodness, they were names for the same thing: into battle against evil. He wanted issues and battle lines, and never mind standing in the cold outside supermarkets handing out leaflets about the letters boycott or the grape strike. He wanted to see evil with its cerements of deception cast aside, with every feature of its visage clear. He wanted to slug it out toe-to-toe with evil, like Muhammad Ali against Joe Frazier, the Celtics against the Knicks, Jacob against the Angel. He wanted this struggle to be pure, unhindered by the politics that rode the back of every social issue like a deformed Siamese twin. He had wanted all this since he had wanted to be a priest, and that call had come to him at the age of 14, when he had been inflamed by the story of Saint Stephen, the first Christian martyr, who had been stoned to death and who had seen Christ at the moment of his death. Heaven was a dim attraction compared to that of fighting and perhaps perishing in the service of the Lord. But there were no battles. There were only skirmishes of vague resolution. An evil did not wear one face, but many, and all of them were vacuous, and more often than not the chin was slicked with drool. In fact, he was being forced to the conclusion that there was no evil in the world at all, but only evil, or perhaps, evil. At moments like this he suspected that Hitler had been nothing but a harried bureaucrat and Satan himself a mental defective with a rudimentary sense of humor, the kind that finds feeding firecrackers wrapped in bread to seagulls unutterably funny. The great social, moral, and spiritual battles of the ages boiled down to Sandy McDougal slamming her snot-nosed kid in the corner, and the kid would grow up and slam his own kid in the corner. World without end, hallelujah, chunky peanut butter. Hail Mary, full of grace, help me win this stock car race. It was more than dull. It was terrifying in its consequences for any meaningful definition of life, and perhaps of heaven. What there? An eternity of church bingo, amusement park rides, and celestial drag strips. He looked over at the clock on the wall. It was 6 minutes past midnight and still no sign of Fred Astaire or Ginger Rogers. Not even Mickey Rooney. But the evap had had time to set. Now he would vacuum it up and Mrs. Curlis would not look at him with that expression of pity, and life would go on. Amen. Chapter 7. Voiced by Books on English. Matt. At the end of period 3 on Tuesday, Matt walked up to the office and Ben Mears was there waiting for him. "Hi," Matt said. "You're early." Ben stood up and shook hands. "Family curse, I guess." "Say, these kids aren't going to eat me, are they?" "Positive," Matt said. "Come on." He was a little surprised. Ben had dressed in a nice-looking sport coat and a pair of grey double-knit slacks. Good shoes that looked as if they hadn't been worn much. Matt had had other literary types into his classes, and they were usually dressed in casual clothes or something downright weird. A year ago he had asked a rather well-known female poet who had done a reading at the University of Maine at Portland if she would come in the following day and talk to a class about poetry. She had shown up in pedal pushers and high heels. It seemed to be a subconscious way of saying, "Look at me, I've beaten the system at its own game. I come and go like the wind." His admiration for Ben went up a notch in comparison. After 30-plus years of teaching, he believed that nobody beat the system or won the game, and only suckers ever thought they were ahead. "It's a nice building," Ben said, looking around as they walked down the hall. "Hell of a lot different from where I went to high school. Most of the windows in that place looked like loopholes." "First mistake," Matt said. "You must never call it a building. It's a plant. Blackboards are visual aids. And the kids are a homogeneous mid-teen co-educational student body." "How wonderful for them," Ben said, grinning. "It is, isn't it?" "Did you go to college, Ben?" "I tried. Liberal arts. But everybody seemed to be playing an intellectual game of capture the flag. You two can find an axe and grind it, thus becoming known and loved. Also, I flunked out. When Conway's daughter sold, I was bucking cases of Coca-Cola onto delivery trucks. Tell the kids that. They'll be interested." "You like teaching?" Ben said. "Sure, I like it. It would have been a busted axle 40 years if I didn't." The late bell rang, echoing loudly in the corridor, which was empty now except for one loitering student who was wandering slowly past a painted arrow under a sign which read "Wood Shop." "How's drugs here?" Ben asked. "All kinds. Like every school in America. Ours is booze more than anything else." "Not marijuana?" "I don't consider pot a problem, and neither does the administration, when it speaks off the record with a few knocks of Jim Beam under its belt. I happen to know that our guidance counselor, who is one of the best in his line, isn't averse to toking up and going to a movie. I've tried it myself. The effect is fine, but it gives me acid indigestion." "You have?" "Shush," Matt said. "Big Brother is listening everywhere. Besides, this is my room." "Oh boy." "Don't be nervous," Matt said, and led him in. "Good morning, folks," he said to the 20 or so students, who were eyeing Ben closely. "This is Mr. Ben Mears. TWO." At first Ben thought he had the wrong house. When Matt Burke invited him for supper, he was quite sure he had said the house was the small grey one after the red brick, but there was rock and roll music pouring from this one in a steady stream. He used the tarnished brass knocker, got no answer, and rapped again. This time the music was turned down and a voice that was unmistakably Matt's yelled, "It's open. Come on in." He did, looking around curiously. The front door opened directly on a small living room furnished in early American junk shop and dominated by an incredibly ancient Motorola TV. A KLH sound system with quad speakers was putting out the music. Matt came out of the kitchen, outfitted in a red and white checked apron. The odor of spaghetti sauce wandered out after him. "Sorry about the noise," Matt said. "I'm a little deaf. I turn it up. Good music. I've been a rock fan ever since Buddy Holly. Lovely music. Are you hungry?" "Yeah," Ben said. "Thanks again for asking me. I've eaten out more since I came back to Salem's lot than I have in the last 5 years, I guess. It's a friendly town. Hope you don't mind eating in the kitchen." An antique man came by a couple of months ago and offered me $200 for my dining room table. I haven't gotten around to getting another one. I don't mind. I'm a kitchen eater from a long line of kitchen eaters. The kitchen was astringently neat. On the small 4-burner stove, a pot of spaghetti sauce simmered and a colander full of spaghetti stood steaming. A small drop-leaf table was set with a couple of mismatched plates and glasses which had animated cartoon figures dancing around the rims. Jelly glasses, Ben thought with amusement. The last constraint of being with a stranger dropped away and he began to feel at home. There's bourbon, rye, and vodka in the cupboard over the sink, Matt said, pointing. There's some mixers in the fridge. Nothing too fancy, I'm afraid. Bourbon and tap water will do me. Go to it. I'm going to serve this mess up. Mixing his drink, Ben said, I liked your kids. They asked good questions. Tough, but good. Like, where do you get your ideas? Matt asked, mimicking Ruthie Crockett's sexy little girl lisp. She's quite a piece. She is indeed. There's a bottle of Lancers in the icebox behind the pineapple chunks. I got it special. Say, you shouldn't. Oh come, Ben. We hardly see best-selling authors in the lot every day. That's a little extravagant. Ben finished the rest of his drink, took a plate of spaghetti from Matt, ladled sauce over it, and twirled a forkful against his spoon. Fantastic, he said. Mama M.A. But of course, Matt said. Ben looked down at his plate, which had emptied with amazing rapidity. He wiped his mouth a little guiltily. More? Half a plate, if it's okay. It's great spaghetti. Matt brought him a whole plate. If we don't eat it, my cat will. He's a miserable animal. Weighs 20 pounds and waddles to his dish. Lord, how did I miss him? Matt smiled. He's cruising. Is your new book a novel? A fictionalized sort of thing, Ben said. To be honest, I'm writing it for money. Art is wonderful, but just once I'd like to pull a big number out of the hat. What are the prospects? Murky, Ben said. Let's go in the living room, Matt said. The chairs are lumpy but more comfortable than these kitchen horrors. Did you get enough to eat? Does the Pope wear a tall hat? In the living room, Matt put on a stack of albums and went to work firing up a huge, knotted calabash pipe. After he had it going to his satisfaction, sitting in the middle of a huge raft of smoke, he looked up at Ben. No, he said. You can't see it from here. Ben looked around sharply. What? The Mars 10 house. I'll bet you a nickel that's what you were looking for. Ben laughed uneasily. No bet. Is your book set in a town like Salem's Lot? Town and people. Ben nodded. There are a series of sex murders and mutilations. I'm going to open with one of them and describe it in progress, from start to finish, in minute detail. Rub the reader's nose in it. I was outlining that part when Ralphie Glick disappeared, and it gave me a nasty turn. You're basing all of this on the disappearances of the 30s in the township? Ben looked at him closely. You know about that? Oh yes. A good many of the older residents do, too. I wasn't in the lot then, but Mabel Wurtz and Glynis Mayberry and Milt Crossan were. Some of them have made the connection already. What connection? Come now, Ben. The connection is pretty obvious, isn't it? I suppose so. The last time the house was occupied, the kids disappeared over a period of 10 years. Now it's occupied again after a 36-year period, and Ralphie Glick disappears right off the bat. Do you think it's a coincidence? I suppose so, Ben said cautiously. Susan's words of caution were very much in his ears. But it's funny. I checked through the copies of the ledger from 1939 to 1970 just to get a comparison. 3 kids disappeared. One ran off and was later found working in Boston. He was 16 and looked older. Another one was fished out of the Androscoggin a month later. And one was found buried off Route 116 in Gates, apparently the victim of a hit and run. All explained. Perhaps the Glick boy's disappearance will be explained, too. Maybe. But you don't think so? What do you know about this man Straker? Nothing at all, Ben said. I'm not even sure I want to meet him. I've got a viable book working right now, and it's bound up in a certain concept of the Mars 10 house and inhabitants of that house. Discovering Straker to be a perfectly ordinary businessman, as I'm sure he is, might knock me off kilter. I don't think that would be the case. He opened the store today, you know. Susie Norton and her mother dropped by, I understand. Hell, most of the women in town got in long enough to get a peek. According to Del Markey, an unimpeachable source, even Mabel Wurtz hobbled down. The man is supposed to be quite striking. A dandy dresser, extremely graceful, totally bald. And charming. I'm told he actually sold some pieces. Ben grinned. Wonderful. Has anyone seen the other half of the team? He's on a buying trip, supposedly. Why supposedly? Matt shrugged restlessly. I don't know. The whole thing is probably perfectly on the level, but the house makes me nervous. Almost as if the two of them had sought it out. As you said, it's like an idol, squatting there on top of its hill. Ben nodded. And on top of everything else, we have another child disappearance. And Ralphie's brother, Danny. Dead at 12. Cause of death pernicious anemia. What's odd about that? It's unfortunate, of course. My doctor is a young fellow named Jimmy Cody, Ben. I had him in school. He was a little hella then, a good doctor now. This is gossip, mind you. Hearsay. Okay. I was in for a checkup, and happened to mention that it was a shame about the Glick boy. Dreadful for his parents on top of the other one's vanishing act. Jimmy said he had consulted with George Gorby on the case. The boy was anemic, all right. He said that a red cell count on a boy Danny's age should run anywhere from 85 to 98%. Danny's was down to 45%. Wow, Ben said. They were giving him B12 injections and calf liver, and it seemed to be working fine. They were going to release him the next day. And boom, he dropped dead. You don't want to let Mabel Wurtz get that, Ben said. She'll be seeing natives with poison blowguns in the park. I haven't mentioned it to anyone but you. And I don't intend to. And by the way, Ben, I believe I'd keep the subject matter of your book quiet, if I were you. If Loretta Starcher asks what you're writing about, tell her it's architecture. I've already been given that advice. By Susan Norton, no doubt. Ben looked at his watch and stood up. Speaking of Susan. The courting male in full plumage, Matt said. As it happens, I have to go up to the school. We are reblocking the third act of the school play, a comedy of great social significance called Charlie's Problem. What is his problem? Pimples, Matt said, and grinned. They walked to the door together, Matt pausing to pull on a faded school letter jacket. Ben thought he had the figure of an aging track coach rather than that of a sedentary English teacher if you ignored his face, which was intelligent yet dreamy, and somehow innocent. Listen, Matt said as they went out onto the stoop, what have you got on the stove for Friday night? I don't know, Ben said. I thought Susan and I might go to a movie. That's about the long and short of it around here. I can think of something else, Matt said. Perhaps we should form a committee of 3 and take a drive up to the Marsden house and introduce ourselves to the new squire. On behalf of the town, of course. Of course, Ben said. It would be only common courtesy, wouldn't it? A rustic welcome wagon, Matt agreed. I'll mention it to Susan tonight. I think she'll go for it. Good. Matt raised his hand and waved as Ben's Citroën purred away. Ben tooted twice in acknowledgement, and then his taillights disappeared over the hill. Matt stood on his stoop for almost a full minute after the sound of the car had died away, his hands poked into his jacket pockets, his eyes turned toward the house on the hill. 3. There was no play practice Thursday night, and Matt drove over to Dell's around 9 o'clock for 2 or 3 beers. If that damn snip Jimmy Cody wouldn't prescribe for his insomnia, he would prescribe for himself. Dell's was sparsely populated on nights when no band played. Matt saw only 3 people he knew, Weasel Craig, nursing a beer alone in the corner, Floyd Tibbetts, with thunderclouds on his brow. He had spoken to Susan 3 times this week, twice on the phone and once in person, in the Norton living room, and none of the conversations had gone well, and Mike Ryerson, who was sitting in one of the far booths against the wall. Matt walked over to the bar, where Del Markey was polishing glasses and watching Ironside on a portable TV. Hi, Matt. How's it going? Fair. Slow night. Del shrugged. Yeah. They got a couple of motorcycle pictures over to the drive-in in Gates. I can't compete with that. Glass or picture? Make it a picture. Del drew it, cut the foam off, and added another 2 inches. Matt paid, and after a moment's hesitation, walked over to Mike's booth. Mike had filtered through one of Matt's English classes, like almost all the young people in the lot, and Matt had enjoyed him. He had done above-average work with an average intelligence because he worked hard and had asked over and over about things he didn't understand until he got them. In addition to that, he had a clear, free-running sense of humor and a pleasant streak of individualism that made him a class favorite. Hi, Mike, he said. Mind if I join you? Mike Ryerson looked up and Matt felt shock hit him like a live wire. His first reaction, drugs. Heavy drugs. Sure, Mr. Burke. Sit down. His voice was listless. His complexion was a horrid, pasty white, darkening to deep shadows under his eyes. The eyes themselves seemed overlarge and hectic. His hands moved slowly across the table in the tavern's semigloom like ghosts. A glass of beer stood untouched before him. "How are you doing, Mike?" Matt poured himself a glass of beer, controlling his hands, which wanted to shake. His life had always been one of sweet evenness, a graph with modulate highs and lows, and even those had sunk to foothills since the death of his mother 13 years before, and one of the things that disturbed it was the miserable end some of his students came to. Billy Royko dying in a Vietnam helicopter crash 2 months before the ceasefire, Sally Greer, one of the brightest and most vivacious girls he had ever had, killed by her drunken boyfriend when she told him she wanted to break up, Gary Coleman, who had gone blind due to some mysterious optic nerve degeneration, Buddy Mayberry's brother Doug, the only good kid in that whole half-bright clan, drowning at Old Orchard Beach, and drugs. The Little Death. Not all of them who waded into the waters of Lethe found it necessary to take a bath in it, but there were enough kids who had made dreams their protein. "Doing?" Mike said slowly. "I don't know, Mr. Burke." "Not so good." "What kind of shit are you on, Mike?" Matt asked gently. Mike looked at him uncomprehendingly. "Dope," Matt said. "Bennies? Reds? Coke? Or is it?" "I'm not on dope," Mike said. "I guess I'm sick." "Is that the truth?" "I never did no heavy dope in my life," Mike said, and the word seemed to be costing him a dreadful effort. "Just grass, and I ain't had any of that for 4 months. I'm sick, been sick since Monday, I think it was. I fell asleep out at Harmony Hill Sunday night, see. Never even woke up until Monday morning." He shook his head slowly. "I felt crappy. I've felt crappy ever since. Worse every day, it seems like." He sighed, and the whistle of air seemed to shake his frame like a dead leaf on a November maple. Matt leaned forward, concerned. "This happened after Danny Glick's funeral?" "Yeah." Mike looked at him again. "I came back to finish up after everybody went home, but that fucking excuse me, Mr. Burke, that Royal Snow never showed up. I waited for him a long time, and that's when I must have started to get sick, because everything after that is, oh, it hurts my head. It's hard to think." "What do you remember, Mike?" "Remember?" Mike looked into the golden depths of his beer glass and watched the bubbles detaching themselves from the sides and floating to the surface to release their gas. "I remember singing," he said. "The sweetest singing I ever heard. And a feeling like drowning. Only it was nice. Except for the eyes. The eyes." He clutched his elbows and shuddered. "Whose eyes?" Matt asked, leaning forward. "They were red. Oh, scary eyes." "Whose?" "I don't remember. No eyes. I dreamed it all." He pushed it away from himself. Matt could almost see him do it. "I don't remember anything else about Sunday night. I woke up Monday morning on the ground, and at first I couldn't even get up, I was so tired. But I finally did. The sun was coming up and I was afraid I'd get a sunburn. So I went down in the woods by the brook. Tired me out. Oh, awful tired. So I went back to sleep. Slept till, 4 or 5 o'clock. He offered a papery little chuckle. "I was all covered with leaves when I woke up. I felt a little better, though. I got up and went back to my truck." He passed a slow hand over his face. I must have finished up with the little Glick boy Sunday night, though. Funny. I don't even remember. Finished up? Grave was all filled in, royal or no royal. Sods tamped in and all. A good job. Don't remember doing it. Must have been really sick. Where did you spend Monday night? At my place. Where else? How did you feel Tuesday morning? I never woke up Tuesday morning. Slept through the whole day. Never woke up until Tuesday night. How did you feel then? Terrible. Legs like rubber. I tried to go get a drink of water and almost fell down. I had to go into the kitchen holding on to things. Weak as a kitten. He frowned. I had a can of stew for my dinner, you know, that didn't eat more stuff, but I couldn't eat it. Seemed like just looking at it made me feel sick to my stomach. Like when you've got an awful hangover and someone shows you food. You didn't eat anything? I tried, but I threw it up. But I felt a little better. I went out and walked around for a while. Then I went back to bed. His fingers traced old beer rings on the table. I got scared before I went to bed. Just like a little kid afraid of the Alamogoosalem. I went around and made sure all the windows were locked. And I went to sleep with all the lights on. And yesterday morning? No. Never got up until 9 o'clock last night. He offered the papery little chuckle again. I remember thinking if it kept up I'd be sleeping the clock right around. And that's what you do when you're dead. Matt regarded him somberly. Floyd Tibbets got up and put a quarter in the juke and began to punch up songs. Funny, Mike said. My bedroom window was open when I got up. I must have done it myself. I had a dream someone was at the window and I got up to let him in. Like you get up to let in an old friend who was cold or hungry. Who was it? It was just a dream, Mr. Burke. But in the dream who was it? I don't know. I was going to try and eat, but the thought of it made me want to puke. What did you do? I watched TV until Johnny Carson went off. I felt a lot better. Then I went to bed. Did you lock the windows? No. And slept all day? I woke up around sundown. Weak? I hope to tell. He passed a hand over his face. I feel so low, he cried out in a breaking voice. It's just the flu or something, isn't it, Mr. Burke? I'm not really sick, am I? I don't know, Matt said. I thought a few beers would cheer me up, but I can't drink it. I took one sip and it liked to gag me. The last week, it all seems like a bad dream. And I'm scared. I'm awful scared. He put his thin hands to his face and Matt saw that he was crying. Mike? No response. Mike. Gently, he pulled Mike's hands away from his face. I want you to come home with me tonight. I want you to sleep in my guest room. Will you do that? All right. I don't care. He wiped his sleeve across his eyes with lethargic slowness. And tomorrow I want you to come see Dr. Cody with me. All right. Come on. Let's go. He thought of calling Ben Mears and didn't. 4. When Matt knocked on the door, Mike Ryerson said, "Come in." Matt came in with a pair of pajamas. "These are going to be a little big." "That's all right, Mr. Burke. I sleep in my skivvies." He was standing in his shorts now, and Matt saw that his entire body was horribly pale. His ribs stood out in circular ridges. "Turn your head, Mike. This way." Mike turned his head obediently. "Mike, where did you get those marks?" Mike's hand touched his throat below the angle of the jaw. "I don't know." Matt stood restively. Then he went to the window. The catch was securely fastened, yet he rattled it back and forth with hands that were distraught. Beyond, the dark pressed against the glass heavily. "Call me in the night if you want anything." "Anything? Even if you have a bad dream?" "Will you do that, Mike?" "Yes. I mean it. Anything. I'm right down the hall." "I will." Hesitating, feeling there were other things he should do, he went out. 5. He didn't sleep at all, and the only thing now that kept him from calling Ben Mears was knowing that everyone at Eva's would be in bed. The boarding house was filled with old men, and when the phone rang late at night, it meant that someone had died. He lay restively, watching the luminous hands of his alarm clock move from 11:30 to 12. The house was preternaturally silent perhaps because his ears were consciously attuned to catch the slightest noise. The house was an old one and built solidly, and its settling groans had mostly ceased long before. There were no sounds but the clock and the faint passage of the wind outside. No cars passed on Taggart Stream Road late on weeknights. What you're thinking is madness. But step by step he had been forced backward toward belief. Of course, being a literary man, it had been the first thing that had come to mind when Jimmy Cody had thumbnailed Danny Glick's case. He and Cody had laughed over it. Maybe this was his punishment for laughing. Scratches? Those marks weren't scratches. They were punctures. One was taught that such things could not be, that things like Coleridge's Chris Stable or Bram Stoker's evil fairy tale were only the warp and woof of fantasy. Of course monsters existed. They were the men with their fingers on the thermonuclear triggers in 6 countries, the hijackers, the mass murderers, the child molesters. But not this. One knows better. The mark of the devil on a woman's breast is only a mole. The man who came back from the dead and stood at his wife's door dressed in the cerements of the grave was only suffering from locomotor ataxia. The bogeyman who gibbers and capers in the corner of a child's bedroom is only a heap of blankets. Some clergymen had proclaimed that even God, that venerable white warlock, was dead. He was bled almost white. No sound from up the hall. Matt thought, he is sleeping like the Stones himself. Well, why not? Why had he invited Mike back to the house, if not for a good night's sleep, uninterrupted by bad dreams? He got out of bed and turned on the lamp and went to the window. From here one could just see the rooftop of the Mars 10 house, frosted in moonlight. I'm frightened. But it was worse than that. He was dead scared. His mind ran over the old protections for an unmentionable disease: garlic, holy wafer and water, crucifix, rose, running water. He had none of the holy things. He was a non-practicing Methodist, and privately thought that John Groggins was the arsehole of the Western world. The only religious object in the house was? Softly yet clearly in the silent house the words came, spoken in Mike Ryerson's voice, spoken in the dead accents of sleep, yes. Come in. Matt's breath stopped, then whistled out in a soundless scream. He felt faint with fear. His belly seemed to have turned to lead. His testicles had drawn up. What in God's name had been invited into his house? Stealthily, the sound of the hasp on the guest room window being turned back. Then the grind of wood against wood as the window was forced up. He could go downstairs. Run, get the Bible from the dresser in the dining room. Run back up, jerk open the door to the guest room, hold the Bible high, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, I command you to be gone. But who was in there? Call me in the night if you want anything. But I can't, Mike. I'm an old man. I'm afraid. Night invaded his brain and made it a circus of terrifying images which danced in and out of the shadows. Clown white faces, huge eyes, sharp teeth, forms that slipped from the shadows with long white hands that reached for. A shuddering groan escaped him, and he put his hands over his face. I can't. I am afraid. He could not have risen even if the brass knob on his own door had begun to turn. He was paralyzed with fear and wished crazily that he had never gone out to Dell's that night. I am afraid. And in the awful heavy silence of the house, as he sat impotently on his bed with his face in his hands, he heard the high, sweet, evil laugh of a child. And then the sucking sounds. Part 2. The Emperor of Ice Cream. Call the roller of big cigars, the muscular one, and bid him whip in kitchen cups concupiscent curds. Let the wenches dawdle in such dress as they are used to wear, and let the boys bring flowers in last month's newspapers. Let be finale of seam. The only emperor is the Emperor of Ice Cream. Take from the dresser of deal, lacking the 3 glass knobs, that sheet on which she embroidered 3 fantails once and spread it so as to cover her face. If her horny feet protrude, they come to show how cold she is, and dumb. Let the lamp affix its beam. The only emperor is the Emperor of Ice Cream. Wallace Stevens. This column has a hole. Can you see? The Queen of the Dead? George Sepharis. Chapter 8. Voiced by Books on English. Ben, 3. The knocking must have been going on for a long time, because it seemed to echo far down the avenues of sleep as he slowly struggled up to wakefulness. It was dark outside, but when he turned to grasp the clock and bring it to his face, he knocked it onto the floor. He felt disoriented and frightened. "Who is it?" he called out. "It's Eva, Mr. Mears. There's a phone call for you." He got up, pulled on his pants, and opened the door bare-chested. Eva Miller was in a white terracloth robe, and her face was full of the slow vulnerability of a person still 2/5 asleep. They looked at each other nakedly, and he was thinking, who's sick? Who's died? Long distance? No, it's Matthew Burke. The knowledge did not relieve him as it should have done. What time is it? Just after 4. Mr. Burke sounds very upset. Ben went downstairs and picked the phone up. This is Ben, Matt. Matt was breathing rapidly into the phone, the sound of his respiration coming in harsh little blurts. Can you come, Ben? Right now? Yes, all right. What's the matter? Are you sick? Not on the phone. Just come. 10 minutes. Ben? Yes. Have you got a crucifix? A St. Christopher's medallion? Anything like that? Hell no. Was a Baptist. All right. Come fast. Ben hung up and went back upstairs quickly. Eva was standing with one hand on the newel post, her face filled with worry and indecision, on one hand wanting to know, on the other, not wanting to mix in the tenant's business. Is Mr. Burke sick, Mr. Mears? He says not. He just asked me, say, you aren't Catholic? My husband was. Do you have a crucifix or a rosary or a St. Christopher's medallion? Well, my husband's crucifix is in the bedroom. I could. Yes, would you? She went up the hall, her furry slippers scuffing at the faded strip of carpet. Ben went into his room, pulled on yesterday's shirt, and slipped his bare feet into a pair of loafers. When he came out again, Eva was standing by his door, holding the crucifix. It caught the light and threw back dim silver. Thank you, he said, taking it. Did Mr. Burke ask you for this? Yes, he did. She was frowning, more awake now. He's not Catholic. I don't believe he goes to church. He didn't explain to me. Oh. She nodded in a charade of understanding and gave him the crucifix. Please be careful of it. It has great value for me. I understand that. I will. I hope Mr. Burke is all right. He's a fine man. He went downstairs and out onto the porch. He could not hold the crucifix and dig for his car keys at the same time, and instead of simply transferring it from his right hand to his left, he slipped it over his neck. The silver slipped comfortably against his shirt, and getting into the car he was hardly aware that he felt comforted. TWO. Every window on the lower floor of Matt's house was lit up, and when Ben's headlights splashed across the front as he turned into the driveway, Matt opened the door and waited for him. He came up the walk ready for almost anything, but Matt's face was still a shock. It was deadly pale, and the mouth was trembling. His eyes were wide, and they didn't seem to blink. Let's go in the kitchen, he said. Ben came in, and as he stepped inside, the hall light caught the cross lying against his chest. You brought one. It belongs to Eva Miller. What's the matter? Matt repeated, in the kitchen. As they passed the stairs leading to the second floor, he glanced upward and seemed to flinch away at the same time. The kitchen table where they had eaten spaghetti was bare now except for 3 items, 2 of them peculiar, a cup of coffee, an old-fashioned class Bible, and a .38 revolver. Now, what's up, Matt? You look awful. And maybe I dreamed the whole thing, but thank God you're here. He had picked up the revolver and was turning it over restively in his hands. Tell me. And stop playing with that thing. Is it loaded? Matt put the pistol down and ran a hand through his hair. Yes, it's loaded. Although I don't think it would do any good unless I used it on myself. He laughed, a jagged, unhealthy sound like grinding glass. Stop that. The harshness in his voice broke the queer, fixed look in his eyes. He shook his head, not like a man propounding a negative, but the way some animals will shake themselves coming out of cold water. "There's a dead man upstairs," he said.
Who?
"Mike Ryerson. He works for the town. He's a groundskeeper."
Are you sure he's dead?
"I am in my guts, even though I haven't looked in on him. I haven't dared. Because, in another way, he may not be dead at all." "Matt, you're not talking good sense."
Don't you think I know that?
"I'm talking nonsense and I'm thinking madness. But there was no one to call but you. In all of Salem's lot, you're the only person that might. He shook his head and began again. "We talked about Danny Glick." "Yes. And how he might have died of pernicious anemia, what our grandfathers would have called just wasting away." "Yes. Mike buried him. And Mike found Win Purinton's dog impaled on the Harmony Hill Cemetery gates. I met Mike Ryerson in Dell's last night, and 3. And I couldn't go in," he finished. "Couldn't. I sat on my bed for nearly 4 hours. Then I crept downstairs like a thief and called you. What do you think?" Ben had taken the crucifix off. Now he poked at the glimmering heap of fine link chain with a reflective finger. It was almost 5 o'clock and the eastern sky was rose with dawn. The fluorescent bar overhead had gone pallid. "I think we'd better go up to your guest room and look. That's all, I think, right now. The whole thing seems like a madman's nightmare now, with the light coming in the window." He laughed shakily. "I hope it is. I hope Mike is sleeping like a baby. Well, let's go see." Matt firmed his lips with an effort. "Okay." He dropped his eyes to the table and then looked at Ben questioningly. "Sure," Ben said, and slipped the crucifix over Matt's neck. "It actually does make me feel better." He laughed self-consciously. "Do you suppose they'll let me wear it when they cart me off to Augusta?" Ben said, "Do you want the gun?" "No, I guess not. I'd stick it in the top of my pants and blow my balls off." They went upstairs, Ben in the lead. There was a short hall at the top, running both ways. At one end, the door to Matt's bedroom stood open, a pale sheaf of lamplight spilling out onto the orange runner. Down at the other end, Matt said. Ben walked down the hall and stood in front of the guest room door. He did not believe the monstrosity Matt had implied, but nonetheless he found himself engulfed by a wave of the blackest fright he had ever known. You open the door and he's hanging from the beam, the face swelled and puffed and black, and then the eyes open and they're bulging in the sockets, but they're seeing you and they're glad you came. The memory rose up in almost total sensory reference, and for the moment of its totality he was paralyzed. He could even smell the plaster and the wild odor of nesting animals. It seemed to him that the plain varnished wood door of Matt Burke's guest room stood between him and all the secrets of hell. Then he twisted the knob and pushed the door inward. Matt was at his shoulder, and he was holding Eva's crucifix tightly. The guest room window faced directly east, and the top arc of the sun had just cleared the horizon. The first pellucid rays shone directly through the window, isolating a few golden motes as it fell in a shaft to the white linen sheet that was pulled up to Mike Ryerson's chest. Ben looked at Matt and nodded. "He's all right," he whispered. "Sleeping?" Matt said tonelessly, "The window's open." It was closed and locked. "I made sure of it." Ben's eye centered on the upper hem of the flawlessly laundered sheet that covered Mike. There was a single small drop of blood on it, dried to maroon. "I don't think he's breathing," Matt said. Ben took 2 steps forward and then stopped. "Mike?" "Mike Ryerson." "Wake up, Mike!" No response. Mike's lashes lay cleanly against his cheeks. His hair was tousled loosely across his brow, and Ben thought that in the first delicate light he was more than handsome, he was as beautiful as the profile of a Greek statue. Light color bloomed in his cheeks, and his body held none of the deathly pallor Matt had mentioned, only healthy skin tones. "Of course he's breathing," he said a trifle impatiently. "Just fast asleep." "Mike," he stretched out a hand and shook Ryerson slightly. Mike's left arm, which had been crossed loosely on his chest, fell limply over the side of the bed, and the knuckles rapped on the floor, like a request for entry. Matt stepped forward and picked up the limp arm. He pressed his index finger over the wrist. No pulse. He started to drop it, remembered the grisly knocking noise the knuckles had made, and put the arm across Ryerson's chest. It started to fall anyway, and he put it back more firmly with a grimace. Ben couldn't believe it. He was sleeping, had to be. The good color, the obvious suppleness of the muscles, the lips half parted as if to draw breath, unreality washed over him. He placed his wrist against Ryerson's shoulder and found the skin cool. He moistened his finger and held it in front of those half-open lips. Nothing. Not a feather of breath. He and Matt looked at each other. "The marks on the neck?" Matt asked. Ben took Ryerson's jaw in his hands and turned it gently until the exposed cheek lay against the pillow. The movement dislodged the left arm, and the knuckles rapped the floor again. There were no marks on Mike Ryerson's neck. 4. They were at the kitchen table again. It was 5:35 a.m. They could hear the lowing of the Griffin cows as they were let into their east pasturage down the hill and beyond the belt of shrubbery and underbrush that screened Taggart Stream from view. "According to folklore, the marks disappear," Matt said suddenly. "When the victim dies, the marks disappear." "I know that," Ben said. He remembered it both from Stoker's Dracula and from the Hammer film starring Christopher Lee. "We have to put an ash stake through his heart." "You better think again," Ben said, and sipped his coffee. "That would be damned hard to explain to a coroner's jury. You'd go to jail for desecrating a corpse at the very least. More likely to the funny farm." "Do you think I'm crazy?" Matt asked quietly. With no discernible hesitation, Ben said, "No." "Do you believe me about the marks?" "I don't know. I guess I have to." "Why would you lie to me?" "I can't see any gain for you in a lie." "I suppose you'd lie if you had killed him." "Perhaps I did, then," Matt said, watching him. "There are 3 things going against it. First, what's your motive?" "Pardon me, Matt, but you're just too old for the classic ones like jealousy and money to fit very well." "Second, what was your method?" "If it was poison, he must have gone very easily. He certainly looks peaceful enough. And that eliminates most of the common poisons right there." "What's your third reason?" "No murderer in his right mind would invent a story like yours to cover up murder. It would be insane." "We keep coming back to my mental health," Matt said. He sighed. "I knew we would." "I don't think you're crazy," Ben said, accenting the first word slightly. "You seem rational enough." "But you're not a doctor, are you?" Matt asked. And crazy people are sometimes able to counterfeit sanity remarkably well. Ben agreed. "So where does that put us?" "Back to square one." "No. Neither one of us can afford that, because there's a dead man upstairs and pretty soon he's going to have to be explained. The constable is going to want to know what happened, and so is the medical examiner, and so is the county sheriff." "Matt, could it be that Mike Ryerson was just sick with some virus all week and happened to drop dead in your house?" For the first time since they had come back down, Matt showed signs of agitation. "Ben, I told you what he said. I saw the marks on his neck. And I heard him invite someone into my house. Then I heard, God, I heard that laugh." His eyes had taken on that peculiar blank look again. "All right," Ben said. He got up and went to the window, trying to set his thoughts in order. They didn't go well. As he had told Susan, things seemed to have a way of getting out of hand. He was looking toward the Mars 10 house. "Matt, do you know what's going to happen to you if you even let out a whisper of what you've told me?" Matt didn't answer. "People are going to start tapping their foreheads behind your back when you go by in the street. Little kids are going to get out their Halloween wax teeth when they see you coming and jump out and yell boo. When you walk by their hedge, somebody will invent a rhyme like 1, 2, 3, 4, I'm gonna suck your blood some more. The high school kids will pick it up and you'll hear it in the halls when you pass. Your colleagues will begin looking at you strangely. There's apt to be anonymous phone calls from people purporting to be Danny Glick or Mike Ryerson. They'll turn your life into a nightmare. They'll hound you out of town in 6 months. They wouldn't. They know me." Ben turned from the window. "Who do they know?" "A funny old duck who lives alone out on Taggart Stream Road. Just the fact that you're not married is apt to make them believe you've got a screw loose anyway. And what backup can I give you? I saw the body but nothing else. Even if I had, they would just say I was an outsider. They would even get around to telling each other we were a couple of queers, and this was the way we got our kicks." Matt was looking at him with slowly dawning horror. "One word, Matt. That's all it will take to finish you in a Salem's lot. So there's nothing to be done." "Yes, there is. You have a certain theory about who or what killed Mike Ryerson. The theory is relatively simple to prove or disprove, I think. I'm in a hell of a fix. I can't believe you're crazy, but I can't believe that Danny Glick came back from the dead and sucked Mike Ryerson's blood for a whole week before killing him, either. But I'm going to put the idea to the test. And you've got to help." "How?" "Call your doctor, Cody is his name. Then call Parkins Gillespie. Let the machinery take over. Tell your story just as though you'd never heard a thing in the night. You went into Dell's and sat down with Mike. He said he'd been feeling sick since last Sunday. You invited him home with you. You went in to check him around 3:30 this morning, couldn't wake him, and called me. That's all? That's it. When you speak to Cody, don't even say he's dead. Not dead. Christ, how do we know he is?" Ben exploded. "You took his pulse and couldn't find it. I tried to find his breath and couldn't do it. If I thought someone was going to shove me into my grave on that basis, I'd damn well pack a lunch. Especially if I looked as lifelike as he does. That bothers you as much as it does me, doesn't it? Yes, it bothers me, Ben admitted. He looks like a goddamn waxwork. All right, Matt said. You're talking sense, as much as anyone can in a business like this. I guess I sounded nuts, at that. Ben started to deprecate, but Matt waved it off. But suppose, just hypothetically, that my first suspicion is right? Would you want even the remotest possibility in the back of your mind? The possibility that Mike might come back? As I said, that theory is easy enough to prove or disprove. And it isn't what bothers me about all this. What is? Just a minute. First things first. Proving or disproving it ought to be no more than an exercise in logic ruling out possibilities. First possibility, Mike died of some disease, a virus or something. How do you confirm that or rule it out? Matt shrugged. Medical examination, I suppose. Exactly. And the same method to confirm or rule out foul play. If somebody poisoned him or shot him or got him to eat a piece of fudge with a bundle of wires in it, murder has gone undetected before. Sure it has. But I'll bet on the medical examiner. And if the medical examiner's verdict is unknown cause? Then, Ben said deliberately, we can visit the grave after the funeral and see if he rises. If he does, which I can't conceive of, we'll know. If he doesn't, we're faced with the thing that bothers me. The fact of my insanity, Matt said slowly. Ben, I swear on my mother's name that those marks were there, that I heard the window go up, that. I believe you, Ben said quietly. Matt stopped. His expression was that of a man who has braced himself for a crash that never came. You do, he said uncertainly. To put it another way, I refuse to believe that you're crazy or had a hallucination. I had an experience once, an experience that had to do with that damned house on the hill, that makes me extremely sympathetic to people whose stories seem utterly insane in light of rational knowledge. I'll tell you about that, one day. Why not now? There's no time. You have those calls to make. And I have one more question. Think about it carefully. Do you have any enemies? No one who qualifies for something like this. An ex-student, maybe? One with a grudge? Matt, who knew exactly to what extent he influenced the lives of his students, laughed politely. Okay, Ben said. I'll take your word for it. He shook his head. I don't like it. First that dog shows up on the cemetery gates. Then Ralphie Glick disappears, his brother dies, and Mike Ryerson. Maybe they all tie in somehow. But this, I can't believe it. I better call Cody's home, Matt said, getting up. Parkins will be at home. Call in sick at school, too. Right. Matt laughed without force. It will be my first sick day in 3 years. A real occasion. He went into the living room and began to make his calls, waiting at the end of each number sequence for the bell to prod sleepers awake. Cody's wife apparently referred him to Cumberland Receiving, for he dialed another number, asked for Cody, and went into his story after a short wait. He hung up and called into the kitchen. Jimmy will be here in an hour. Good, Ben said. I'm going upstairs. Don't touch anything. No. By the time he reached the second-floor landing, he could hear Matt on the phone to Parkins Gillespie, answering questions. The words melted into a background murmur as he went down the hall. That feeling of half-remembered, half-imagined terror washed over him again as he contemplated the door to the guest room. In his mind's eye he could see himself stepping forward, pushing it open. The room looks larger, seen from a child's eye view. The body lies as they left it, left arm dangling to the floor, left cheek pressed against the pillowcase which still shows the fold lines from the linen closet. The eyes suddenly open, and they are filled with blank, animalistic triumph. The door slams shut. The left arm comes up, the hand hooked into a claw, and the lips twist into a vulpine smile that shows incisors grown wondrously long and sharp. He stepped forward and pushed the door with tented fingers. The lower hinges squeaked slightly. The body lay as they had left it, left arm fallen, left cheek pressed against the pillowcase. "Parkins is coming," Matt said from the hallway behind him, and Ben nearly screamed. 5. Ben thought how apt his phrase had been, "Let the machinery take over." It was very much like a machine, one of those elaborate German contraptions constructed of clockwork and cogs, figures moving in an elaborate dance. Parkins Gillespie arrived first, wearing a green tie set off by a VFW tie tack. There were still sleepy seeds in his eyes. He told them he had notified the county ME. "He won't be out himself, the son of a bitch," Parkins said, tucking a Pall Mall into the corner of his seamed mouth, "but he'll send out a deputy and a fella to take pictures." "You touch the corpse?" His arm fell out of bed, Ben said. "I tried to put it back, but it wouldn't stay." Parkins looked him up and down and said nothing. Ben thought of the grisly sound the knuckles had made on the hardwood floor of Matt's guest room and felt a queasy laughter in his belly. He swallowed to keep it there. Matt led the way upstairs, and Parkins walked around the body several times. "Say, you sure he's dead?" he asked finally. "You tried to wake him up?" James Cody, MD, arrived next, fresh from a delivery in Cumberland. After the amenities had passed among them, "Good tea, see ya," Parkins Gillespie said, and lit a fresh cigarette. Matt led them all upstairs again. Now, if we all only played instruments, Ben thought, we could give the guy a real send-off. He felt the laughter trying to come up his throat again. Cody turned back the sheet and frowned down at the body for a moment. With a calmness that astounded Ben, Matt Burke said, "It reminded me of what you said about the Glick boy, Jimmy." "That was a privileged communication, Mr. Burke," Jimmy Cody said mildly. "If Danny Glick's folks found out you'd said that, they could sue me." "Would they win?" "No, probably not," Jimmy said, and sighed. "What's this about the Glick boy?" Parkins asked, frowning. "Nothing," Jimmy said. "No connection." He used his stethoscope, muttered, rolled back an eyelid, and shone a light into the glassy orb beneath. Ben saw the pupil contract and said quite audibly, "Christ. Interesting reflex, isn't it?" Jimmy said. He let the eyelid go and it rolled shut with grotesque slowness, as if the corpse had winked at them. David Prine at Johns Hopkins reports pupillary contraction in some cadavers up to 9 hours. "Now he's a scholar," Matt said gruffly. "Used to pull CS in expository writing. You just didn't like to read about dissections, you old grump," Jimmy said absently, and produced a small hammer. Nice, Ben thought. He retains his bedside manner even when the patient is, as Parkins would say, a corpse. The dark laughter welled inside him again. He dead? Parkins asked, and tapped the ash of his cigarette into an empty flower vase. Matt winced. Oh, he's dead, Jimmy told him. He got up, turned the sheet back to Ryerson's feet, and tapped the right knee. The toes were moveless. Ben noticed that Mike Ryerson had yellow rings of callus on the bottoms of his feet, at the ball of the heel and at the instep. It made him think of that Wallace Stevens poem about the dead woman. Let it be the finale of Seam, he misquoted. The only emperor is the emperor of ice cream. Matt looked at him sharply, and for a moment his control seemed to waver. What's that? Parkins asked. A poem, Matt said. It's from a poem about death. Sounds more like the Good Humor Man to me, Parkins said, and tapped his ash into the vase again. 6. Have we been introduced? Jimmy asked, looking up at Ben. You were, but only in passing, Matt said. Jimmy Cody, local quack, meet Ben Mears, local hack. And vice versa. He's always been clever that way, Jimmy said. That's how he made all his money. They shook hands over the body. Help me turn him over, Mr. Mears. A little squeamishly, Ben helped him turn the body on its belly. The flesh was cool, not yet cold, still pliant. Jimmy stared closely at the back, then pulled the jockey shorts down from the buttocks. What's that for? Parkins asked. I'm trying to place the time of death by skin lividity, Jimmy said. Blood tends to seek its lowest level when pumping action ceases, like any other fluid. Yeah, sort of like that Drano commercial. That's the examiner's job, ain't it? He'll send out Norbert, you know that, Jimmy said. And Brent Norbert was never averse to a little help from his friends. Norbert couldn't find his own ass with both hands and a flashlight, Parkins said, and flipped his cigarette butt out the open window. You lost your screen off of this window, Matt. I seen it down on the lawn when I drove in. That so? Matt asked, his voice carefully controlled. Yeah. Cody had taken a thermometer from his bag and now he slid it into Ryerson's anus and laid his watch on the crisp sheet where it glittered in the strong sunlight. It was 7:15. I'm going downstairs, Matt said in a slightly strangled voice. You might as well all go, Jimmy said. I'll be a little while longer. Would you put on coffee, Mr. Burke? Sure. They all went out and Ben closed the door on the scene. His last glance back would remain with him, the bright, sun-washed room, the clean sheet turned back, the gold wristwatch heliographing bright arrows of light onto the wallpaper, and Cody himself, with his swatch of flaming red hair, sitting beside the body like a steel engraving. Matt was making coffee when Brenton Norbert, the assistant medical examiner, arrived in an elderly grey Dodge. He came in with another man who was carrying a large camera. Where is it? Norbert asked. Gillespie gestured with his thumb toward the stairs. Jim Cody's up there. Good deal, Norbert said. The guy's probably jitterbugging by now. He and the photographer went upstairs. Parkins Gillespie poured cream into his coffee until it slopped into his saucer, tested it with his thumb, wiped his thumb on his pants, lit another Pall Mall, and said, How did you get into this, Mr. Mears? and so Ben and Matt started their little song and dance, and none of what they said was precisely a lie, but enough was left unsaid to link them together in a tenuous bond of conspiracy, and enough to make Ben wonder uneasily if he wasn't in the process of abetting either a harmless bit of kookery or something more serious, something dark. He thought of Matt saying that he had called Ben because he was the only person in Salem's lot who might listen to such a story. Whatever Matt Burke's mental failings might be, Ben thought, inability to read character was not one of them. And that also made him nervous. 7. By 9:30 it was over. Carl Foreman's funeral wagon had come and taken Mike Ryerson's body away, and the fact of his passing left the house with him and belonged to the town. Jimmy Cody had gone back to his office, Norbert and the photographer had gone to Portland to talk with the county ME. Parkins Gillespie stood on the stoop for a moment and watched the hearse trundle slowly up the road, a cigarette dangling between his lips. All the times Mike drove that, I bet he never guessed how soon he'd be riding in the back. He turned to Ben. "You ain't leaving the lot just yet, are you? Like you to testify for the coroner's jury, if that's okay by you." "No, I'm not leaving." The constable's faded blue eyes measured him. "I checked you through with the feds and the Maine State Police R&I in Augusta," he said. "You've got a clean rep." "That's good to know," Ben said evenly. "I hear it around that you're sparking Bill Norton's girl." "Guilty," Ben said. "She's a fine lass," Parkins said without smiling. The hearse was out of sight now, even the hum of its engine had dwindled to a drone that faded altogether. "Guess you don't see much of Floyd Tibbets these days. Haven't you some paperwork to do, Park?" Matt prodded gently. He sighed and cast the butt of his cigarette away. "Sure do. Duplicate, triplicate, Don-T punch spindle or mutilate. This job's been more trouble than a she-bitch with crabs the last couple of weeks. Maybe that old Mars 10 house has got a curse on it." Ben and Matt kept poker faces. "Well, S long." He hitched his pants and walked down to his car. He opened the driver's side door and then turned back to them. "You two ain't holding nothing back on me, are you?" "Parkins," Matt said, "there's nothing to hold back. He's dead." He looked at them a moment longer, the faded eyes sharp and glittering under his hooked brows, and then he sighed. "I suppose," he said. "But it's awful goddamn funny. The dog, the Glick boy, then t'other Glick boy, now Mike. That's a year's run for a pissant little burg like this one. My old Grammy used to say things ran in 3s, not 4s. He got in, started the engine, and backed out of the driveway. A moment later he was gone over the hill, trailing one farewell honk." Matt let out a gusty sigh. "That's over." "Yes," Ben said. "I'm beat." "Are you?" "I am, but I feel weird. You know that word, the way the kids use it?" "Yes. They've got another one, spaced out. Like coming down from an acid trip or speed, when even being normal is crazy." He scrubbed a hand across his face. "God, you must think I'm a lunatic. It all sounds like a madman's raving in the daylight, doesn't it?" "Yes and no," Ben said. He put a diffident hand on Matt's shoulder. "Gillespie is right, you know. There is something going on. And I'm thinking more and more that it has to do with the Mars 10 house. Other than myself, the people up there are the only new people in town. And I know I haven't done anything.
Is our trip up there tonight still on? The rustic welcome wagon?
If you like.
I do.
You go in and get some sleep. I'll get in touch with Susan and we'll drop by this evening.
All right.
He paused. There's one other thing. It's been bothering me ever since you mentioned autopsies.
What?
The laugh I heard or thought I heard was a child's laugh. Horrible and soulless, but still a child's laugh. Connected to Mike's story, does that make you think of Danny Glick?
Yes, of course it does.
Do you know what the embalming procedure is?
Not specifically.
The blood is drained from the cadaver and replaced with some fluid. They used to use formaldehyde, but I'm sure they've got more sophisticated methods now. And the corpse is eviscerated.
I wonder if all that was done to Danny?
Matt said, looking at him.
Do you know Carl Foreman well enough to ask him in confidence?
Yes, I think I could find a way to do that.
Do it, by all means.
I will. They looked at each other a moment longer, and the glance that passed between them was friendly but indefinable, on Matt's part the uneasy defiance of the rational man who has been forced to speak irrationalities, on Ben's a kind of ill-defined fright of forces he could not understand enough to define. 8. Eva was ironing and watching dialing for dollars when he came in. The jackpot was currently up to $45, and the MC was picking telephone numbers out of a large glass drum. I heard, she said as he opened the refrigerator and got a Coke.
Awful.
Poor Mike.
It's too bad.
He reached into his breast pocket and fished out the crucifix on its fine link chain.
Do they know what?
Not yet, Ben said. I'm very tired, Mrs. Miller. I think I'll sleep for a while.
Of course you should.
That upstairs room is hot at midday, even this late in the year. Take the one in the downstairs hall if you like. The sheets are fresh.
No, that's all right.
I know all the squeaks in the one upstairs. Yes, a person does get used to their own, she said matter-of-factly.
Why in the world did Mr. Burke want Ralph's crucifix?
Ben paused on his way to the stairs, momentarily at a loss. I think he must have thought Mike Ryerson was a Catholic. Eva slipped a new shirt on the end of her ironing board. He should have known better than that. After all, he had Mike in school. All his people were Lutherans. Ben had no answer for that. He went upstairs, pulled his clothes off, and got into bed. Sleep came rapidly and heavily. He did not dream. 9. When he woke up, it was 4:15. His body was beaded with sweat, and he had kicked the upper sheet away. Still, he felt clear-headed again. The events of that early morning seemed to be far away and dim, and Matt Burke's fancies had lost their urgency. His job for tonight was only to humor him out of them if he could. 10. He decided that he would call Susan from Spencer's and have her meet him there. They could go to the park and he would tell her the whole thing from beginning to end. He could get her opinion on their way out to see Matt, and at Matt's house she could listen to his version and complete her judgment. Then, on to the Mars 10 house. The thought caused a ripple of fear in his midsection. He was so involved in his own thoughts that he never noticed that someone was sitting in his car until the door opened and the tall form accordioned out. For a moment his mind was too stunned to command his body. It was busy boggling at what it first took to be an animated scarecrow. The slanting sun picked the figure out in detail that was sharp and cruel, the old fedora hat pulled low around the ears, the wraparound sunglasses, the ragged overcoat with the collar turned up, the heavy industrial green rubber gloves on the hands. Who was all Ben had time to get out. The figure moved closer. The fists bunched. There was an old yellow smell that Ben recognized as that of mothballs. He could hear breath slobbering in and out. "You're the son of a bitch that stole my girl," Floyd Tibbet said in a grating, toneless voice. "I'm going to kill you." And while Ben was still trying to clear all this through his central switchboard, Floyd Tibbets waded in. Chapter 9. Voiced by Books on English. Susan, 2. Susan arrived home from Portland a little after 3 in the afternoon, and came into the house carrying 3 crackling brown department store bags. She had sold 2 paintings for a sum totaling just over $80 and had gone on a small spree. 2 new skirts and a cardigan top. "Suze?" Her mother called. "Is that you?" "I'm home." "Come in here, Susan. I want to talk to you." She recognized the tone instantly, although she had not heard it to that precise degree since her high school days, when the arguments over hemlines and boyfriends had gone on day after bitter day. She put down her bags and went into the living room. Her mother had grown colder and colder on the subject of Ben Mears, and Susan supposed this was to be her final word. Her mother was sitting in the rocker by the bay window, knitting. The TV was off. The 2 in conjunction were an ominous sign. "I suppose you haven't heard the latest," Mrs. Norton said. Her needles clicked rapidly, meshing the dark green yarn she was working with into neat rows. "Someone's winter scarf. You left too early this morning." "Latest?" "Mike Ryerson died at Matthew Burke's house last night, and who should be in attendance at the deathbed but your writer friend, Mr. Ben Mears." "Mike, Ben, what?" Mrs. Norton smiled grimly. "Mabel called around 10 this morning and told me. Mr. Burke says he met Mike down at Delbert Markey's tavern last night, although what a teacher is doing bar hopping I don't know, and brought him home with him because Mike didn't look well. He died in the night. And no one seems to know just what Mr. Mears was doing there." "They know each other," Susan said absently. "In fact, Ben says they hit it off really well. What happened to Mike, Mom?" But Mrs. Norton was not to be sidetracked so quickly. "Nonetheless, there's some that think we've had a little too much excitement in a Salem's lot since Mr. Ben Mears showed his face. A little too much altogether." "That's foolishness," Susan said, exasperated. "Now, what did Mike?" "They haven't decided that yet," Mrs. Norton said. She twirled her ball of yarn and let out slack. "There's some that think he may have caught a disease from the little Glick boy. If so, why hasn't anyone else caught it? Like his folks? Some young people think they know everything," Mrs. Norton remarked to the air. Her needles flashed up and down. Susan got up. "I think I'll go down street and see if—" "Sit back down a minute," Mrs. Norton said. "I have a few more things to say to you." Susan sat down again, her face neutral. "Sometimes young people don't know all there is to know," and Norton said. A spurious tone of comfort had come into her voice that Susan distrusted immediately.
Like what, Mom?
Well, it seems that Mr. Ben Mears had an accident a few years ago. Just after his second book was published. A motorcycle accident. He was drunk. His wife was killed. Susan stood up. I don't want to hear any more. I'm telling you for your own good, Mrs. Norton said calmly. Who told you? Susan asked. She felt none of the old hot and impotent anger, or the urge to run upstairs away from that calm, knowing voice and weep. She only felt cold and distant, as if drifting in space. It was Mabel Woods, wasn't it? That doesn't matter. It's true. Sure it is. And we won in Vietnam, and Jesus Christ drives through the center of town in a go-kart every day at high noon. Mabel thought he looked familiar, and Norton said, and so she went through the back issues of her newspapers box by box. You mean the scandal sheets? The ones that specialize in astrology and pictures of car wrecks and starlets' tits? Oh, what an informed source! She laughed harshly. No need to be obscene. The story was right there in black and white. The woman, his wife, if she really was riding on the back seat, and he skidded on the pavement and they went smack into the side of a moving van. They gave him a breathalyzer test on the spot, the article said. Right, on the spot. She emphasized intensifier, preposition, and object by tapping a knitting needle against the arm of her rocker. Then why isn't he in prison? These famous fellows always know people, she said with calm certainty. There are ways to get out of everything, if you're rich enough. Just look at what those Kennedy boys have gotten away with. Was he tried in court? I told you, they gave him a. You said that, Mother. But was he drunk? I told you he was drunk. Spots of color had begun to creep into her cheeks. They don't give you a breathalyzer test if you're sober. His wife died. It was just like that Chappaquiddick business. Just like it. I'm going to move into town, Susan said slowly. I've been meaning to tell you. I should have done it a long time ago, Mom. For both of us. I was talking to Babs Griffin, and she says there's a nice little forum place on Sisters Lane. Oh, she's offended. Mrs. Norton remarked to the air. Someone just spoiled her pretty picture of Mr. Ben Big Shot Mears, and she's just so mad she could spit. This line had been particularly effective some years back. Mom, what's happened to you? Susan asked a little despairingly. You never used to get this low. And Norton's head jerked up. Her knitting slid off her lap as she stood up, clapped her hands to Susan's shoulders, and gave her a smart shake. You listen to me. I won't have you running around like a common trollop with some sissy boy who's got your head all filled up with moonlight. Do you hear me? Susan slapped her across the face. And Norton's eyes blinked and then opened wide in stunned surprise. They looked at each other for a moment in silence, shocked. A tiny sound came and died in Susan's throat. I'm going upstairs, she said. I'll be out by Tuesday at the latest. Floyd was here, Mrs. Norton said. Her face was still rigid from the slap. Her daughter's finger marks stood out in red, like exclamation points. I'm through with Floyd, Susan said tonelessly. Get used to the idea. Tell your harpy friend Mabel all about it on the telephone, why don't you? Maybe then it will seem real to you. Floyd loves you, Susan. This is ruining him. He broke down and told me everything. He poured out his heart to me. Her eyes shone with the memory of it. He broke down at the end and cried like a baby. Susan thought how unlike Floyd that was. She wondered if her mother could be making it up, and knew by her eyes that she was not. Is that what you want for me, Mom? A crybaby? Or did you just fall in love with the idea of blonde-haired grandchildren? I suppose I bother you. You can't feel your job is complete until you see me married and settled down to a good man you can put your thumb on. Settle down with a fellow who'll get me pregnant and turn me into a matron in a hurry. That's the scoop, isn't it? Well, what about what I want? Susan, you don't know what you want. And she said it with such absolute, convinced certainty that for a moment Susan was tempted to believe her. An image came to her of herself and her mother, standing here in set positions, her mother by her rocker and she by the door, only they were tied together by a hank of green yarn, a cord that had grown frayed and weak from many restless tuggings. Image transformed into her mother in a Nimrod's hat, the band sportily pierced with many different flies. Trying desperately to reel in a large trout wearing a yellow print shift. Trying to reel it in for the last time and pop it away in the wicker creel. But for what purpose? To mount it? To eat it? No, Mom. I know exactly what I want. Ben Mears. She turned and went up the stairs. Her mother ran after her and called up shrilly, "You can't get a room. You haven't any money." "I've got 100 in checking and 300 in savings," Susan replied calmly. "And I can get a job down at Spencer's, I think. Mr. Labrie has offered several times. All he'll care about is looking up your dress," Mrs. Norton said, but her voice had gone down an octave. Much of her anger had left her, and she felt a little frightened. "Let him," Susan said. "I'll wear bloomers. Honey, don't be mad." She came 2 steps up the stairs. "I only want what's best for." "Spare it, Mom. I'm sorry I slapped you. That was awful of me. I do love you. But I'm moving out. It's way past time. You must see that." "You think it over," Mrs. Norton said, now clearly sorry as well as frightened. "I still don't think I spoke out of turn. That Ben Mears, I've seen showboats like him before. All he's interested in is... No. No more." She turned away. Her mother came up another step and called after her, "When Floyd left here he was in an awful state." "He?" But the door to Susan's room closed and cut off her words. She lay down on her bed, which had been decorated with stuffed toys and a poodle dog with a transistor radio in its belly not so long ago, and lay looking at the wall, trying not to think. There were a number of Sierra Club posters on the wall, but not so long ago she had been surrounded by posters clipped from Rolling Stone and Cream and Crawdaddy, pictures of her idols Jim Morrison and John Lennon and Dave Van Ronk and Chuck Berry. The ghost of those days seemed to crowd in on her like bad time exposures of the mind. She could almost see the newsprint, standing out on the cheap pulp stock. Going places, young writer and young wife involved in maybe the motorcycle fatality. The rest in carefully couched innuendos. Perhaps a picture taken at the scene by a local photographer, too gory for the local paper, just right for Mabel's kind. And the worst was that a seed of doubt had been planted.
Stupid. Did you think he was in cold storage before he came back here? That he came wrapped in a germ-proof cellophane bag like a motel drinking glass? Stupid. Yet the seed had been planted. And for that she could feel something more than adolescent pique for her mother. She could feel something black that bordered on hate. She shut the thoughts not out but away and put an arm over her face and drifted into an uncomfortable doze that was broken by the shrill of the telephone downstairs, then more sharply by her mother's voice calling, "Susan! It's for you." She went downstairs, noticing it was just after 5:30. The sun was in the west. Mrs. Norton was in the kitchen, beginning supper. Her father wasn't home yet. "Hello? Susan?" The voice was familiar, but she could not put a name to it immediately. "Yes, who's this?" "Eva Miller, Susan. I've got some bad news." "Has something happened to Ben?" All the spit seemed to have gone out of her mouth. Her hand came up and touched her throat. Mrs. Norton had come to the kitchen door and was watching, a spatula held in one hand. "Well, there was a fight. Floyd Tibbets showed up here this afternoon." "Floyd?" Mrs. Norton winced at her tone. "And I said Mr. Mears was sleeping. He said all right, just as polite as ever, but he was dressed awful funny. I asked him if he felt all right. He had on an old-fashioned overcoat and a funny hat, and he kept his hands in his pockets. I never thought to mention it to Mr. Mears when he got up. There's been so much excitement." "What happened?" Susan nearly screamed. "Well, Floyd beat him up," Eva said unhappily. "Right out in my parking lot. Sheldon Corson and Ed Craig went out and dragged him off." "Ben? Is Ben all right?" "I guess not." "What is it?" She was holding the phone very tightly. "Floyd got in one last crack and sent Mr. Mears back against that little foreign car of his, and he hit his head. Carl Foreman took him over to Cumberland Receiving, and he was unconscious. I don't know anything else. If you—" She hung up, ran to the closet, and pulled her coat off the hanger. "Susan, what is it?" "That nice boy Floyd Tibbets," Susan said, hardly aware that she had begun to cry. "He's put Ben in the hospital." She ran out without waiting for a reply. TWO. She got to the hospital at 6:30 and sat in an uncomfortable plastic contour chair, staring blankly at a copy of Good Housekeeping. And I'm the only one, she thought. How damned awful. She had thought of calling Matt Burke, but the thought of the doctor coming back and finding her gone had stopped her. The minutes crawled by on the waiting room clock, and at 10 minutes of 7, a doctor with a sheaf of papers in one hand stepped through the door and said, "Miss Norton." "That's right." "Is Ben all right?" That's not an answerable question at this point. He saw the dread come into her face and added, "He seems to be, but we'll want him here for 2 or 3 days. He's got a hairline fracture, multiple bruises, contusions, and one hell of a black eye." "Can I see him?" "No, not tonight. He's been sedated." "For a minute?" "Please?" "1 minute?" He sighed. "You can look in on him, if you like. He'll probably be asleep. I don't want you to say anything to him unless he speaks to you." He took her up to the 3rd floor and then down to a room at the far end of a medicinal-smelling corridor.
The man in the other bed was reading a magazine and looked up at them desultorily. Ben was lying with his eyes closed, a sheet pulled up to his chin. He was so pale and still that for one terrified moment Susan was sure he was dead, that he had just slipped away while she and the doctor had been talking downstairs. Then she marked the slow, steady rise and fall of his chest and felt a relief so great that she swayed a little on her feet. She looked at his face closely, hardly noticing the way it had been marked. "Sissy boy," her mother had called him, and Susan could see how she might have gotten that idea. His features were strong but sensitive. She wished there was a better word than sensitive. That was the word you used to describe the local librarian who wrote stilted Spenserian sonnets to daffodils in his spare time, but it was the only word that fit. Only his hair seemed virile in the traditional sense. Black and heavy, it seemed almost to float above his face. The white bandage on the left side above the temple stood out in sharp, telling contrast. "I love the man," she thought. "Get well, Ben. Get well and finish your book so we can go away from the lot together, if you want me. The lot has turned bad for both of us." "I think you'd better leave now," the doctor said. "Perhaps tomorrow?" Ben stirred and made a thick sound in his throat. His eyelids opened slowly, closed, opened again. His eyes were dark with sedation, but the knowledge of her presence was in them. He moved his hand over hers. Tears spilled out of her eyes, and she smiled and squeezed his hand. He moved his lips, and she bent to hear. "They're real killers in this town, aren't they?" "Ben, I'm so sorry. I think I knocked out 2 of his teeth before he decked me," Ben whispered. "Not bad for a writer fella." "Ben." "I think that will be enough, Mr. Mears," the doctor said. "Give the airplane glue a chance to set." Ben shifted his eyes to the doctor. "Just a minute." The doctor rolled his eyes. "That's what she said." Ben's eyelids slipped down again, then came up with difficulty. He said something unintelligible. Susan bent closer. "What, darling? Is it dark yet?" "Yes." "Want you to go see Matt?" He nodded. "Tell him I said for you to be told everything. Ask him if he knows Father Callahan. He'll understand." "Okay," Susan said. "I'll give him the message. You sleep now." "Sleep well, Ben. K. Love you." He muttered something else, twice, and then his eyes closed. His breathing deepened. "What did he say?" the doctor asked. Susan was frowning. "It sounded like lock the windows," she said. 3. Eva Miller and Weasel Craig were in the waiting room when she went back to get her coat. Eva was wearing an old fall coat with a rusty fur collar, obviously kept for best, and Weasel was floating in an outsized motorcycle jacket. Susan warmed at the sight of both of them. "How is he?" Eva asked. "Going to be all right, I think." She repeated the doctor's diagnosis, and Eva's face relaxed. "I'm so glad. Mr. Mears seems like a very nice man. Nothing like this has ever happened at my place." And Parkins Gillespie had to lock Floyd up in the drunk tank. He didn't act drunk, though. Just sort of dopey and confused. Susan shook her head. It doesn't sound like Floyd at all. There was a moment of uncomfortable silence. "Ben's a lovely fella," Weasel said, and patted Susan's hand. "He'll be up and about in no time. You wait and see." "I'm sure he will be," Susan said, and squeezed his hand in both of hers. "Eva, isn't Father Callahan the priest at St. Andrew's?" "Yes, why?" "Oh, curious." "Listen, thank you both for coming. If you could come back tomorrow?" "We'll do that," Weasel said. "Sure we will, won't we, Eva?" He slipped an arm about her waist. It was a long reach, but he got there eventually. "Yes, we will." Susan walked out to the parking lot with them and then drove back to Jerusalem's lot. 4. Matt did not answer at her knock or yell "come in," as he usually did. Instead, a very careful voice, which she hardly recognized, said, "Who is it?" very quietly from the other side. "Susie Norton, Mr. Burke." He opened the door, and she felt real shock at the change in him. He looked old and haggard. A moment after that, she saw that he was wearing a heavy gold crucifix. There was something so strange and ludicrous about that ornate 5-and-dime corpus lying against his checked flannel shirt that she almost laughed but didn't. "Come in." "Where's Ben?" She told him, and his face grew long. "So Floyd Tibbets of all people decides to play wronged lover, is that it?" Well, it couldn't have happened at a more inopportune time. Mike Ryerson was brought back from Portland late this afternoon for burial preparations at Foreman's. "And I suppose our trip up to the Mars 10 house will have to be put off." "What trip? What's this about, Mike?" "Would you like coffee?" he asked absently. "No. I want to find out what's going on. Ben said you know." "That," he said, "is a very tall order. Easy for Ben to say I'm to tell you everything. Harder to do. But I will try." "What?" He held up one hand. "One thing first, Susan. You and your mother went down to the new shop the other day." Susan's brow furrowed. "Sure. Why? Can you give me your impressions of the place, and more specifically, of the man who runs it?" "Mr. Straker?" "Yes." "Well, he's quite charming," she said. Courtly might be an even better word. He complimented Glynis Mayberry on her dress, and she blushed like a schoolgirl. And asked Mrs. Bodding about the bandage on her arm. She spilled some hot fat on it, you know. He gave her a recipe for a poultice. Wrote it right down. And when Mabel came in, she laughed a bit at the memory. "Yes?" "He got her a chair," Susan said. "Not a chair, actually, but a chair. More like a throne. A great carved mahogany thing. He brought it out of the back room all by himself, smiling and chatting with the other ladies all the time. But it must have weighed at least 300 pounds. He plonked it down in the middle of the floor and escorted Mabel to it. Took her arm, you know. And she was giggling. If you've seen Mabel giggling, you've seen everything. And he served coffee. Very strong, but very good." "Did you like him?" Matt asked, watching her closely. "This is all a part of it, isn't it?" she asked. "It might be, yes." "All right, then. I'll give you a woman's reaction. I did and I didn't. I was attracted to him in a mildly sexual way, I guess. Older man, very urbane, very charming, very courtly. You know, looking at him, that he could order from a French menu and know what wine would go with what, not just red or white, but the year and even the vineyard. Very definitely not the run of fellow you see around here. But not effeminate in the least. Lithe, like a dancer. And of course there's something attractive about a man who is so unabashedly bald. She smiled a little defensively, knowing there was color in her cheeks, wondering if she had said more than she intended. But then you didn't, Matt said. She shrugged. That's harder to put my finger on. I think I sensed a certain contempt under the surface. A cynicism. As if he were playing a certain part, and playing it well, but as if he knew he wouldn't have to pull out all the stops to fool us. A touch of condescension. She looked at him uncertainly. And there seemed to be something a little bit cruel about him. I don't really know why. Did anyone buy anything? Not much, but he didn't seem to mind. Mom bought a little knick-knack shell from Yugoslavia, and that Mrs. Petrie bought a lovely little drop-leaf table, but that was all I saw. He didn't seem to mind. Just urged people to tell their friends he was open, to come back by and not be strangers. Very old-world charming. And do you think people were charmed? By and large, yes, Susan said, mentally comparing her mother's enthusiastic impression of R.T. Straker to her immediate dislike of Ben. You didn't see his partner? Mr. Barlow? No, he's in New York, on a buying trip. Is he? Matt said, speaking to himself. I wonder. The elusive Mr. Barlow. Mr. Burke, don't you think you better tell me what all this is about? He sighed heavily. I suppose I must try. What you've just told me is disturbing. Very disturbing. It all fits so well. What? What does? I have to start, he began, with meeting Mike Ryerson in Dell's Tavern last night, which already seems a century ago. 5. It was 20 after 8 by the time he had finished, and they had both drunk 2 cups of coffee. I believe that's everything, Matt said. And now shall I do my Napoleon imitation? Tell you about my astral conversations with Toulouse-Lautrec? Don't be silly, she said. There's something going on, but not what you think. You must know that. I did until last night. If no one has it in for you, as Ben suggested, then maybe Mike did it himself. In a delirium or something. That sounded thin, but she pushed ahead anyway. Or maybe you fell asleep without knowing and dreamed the whole thing. I've dozed off without knowing it before and lost a whole 15 or 20 minutes. He shrugged tiredly. How does a person defend testimony no rational mind will accept at face value? I heard what I heard. I was not asleep. And something has me worried, rather badly worried. According to the old literature, a vampire cannot simply walk into a man's house and suck his blood. No. He has to be invited. But Mike Ryerson invited Danny Glick in last night. And I invited Mike myself. Matt, has Ben told you about his new book? He fiddled with his pipe, but didn't light it. Very little. Only that it's somehow connected with the Mars 10 house. Has he told you he had a very traumatic experience in the Mars 10 house as a boy? He looked up sharply. In it? No. He went in on a dare. He wanted to join a club, and the initiation was for him to go into the Mars 10 house and bring something out. He did, as a matter of fact, but before he left, he went up to the second-floor bedroom where Hubie Mars 10 hung himself. When he opened the door, he saw Hubie hanging there. He opened his eyes. Ben ran. That's festered in him for 24 years. He came back to the lot to try to write it out of his system. Christ, Matt said. He has a certain theory about the Mars 10 house. It springs partly from his own experience and partly from some rather amazing research he's done on Hubert Mars 10. His penchant for devil worship? She started. How did you know that? He smiled a trifle grimly. Not all the gossip in a small town is open gossip. There are secrets. Some of the secret gossip in a Salem's lot has to do with Hubie Mars 10. It's shared among perhaps only a dozen or so of the older people now. Mabelworth's is one of them. It was a long time ago, Susan. But even so, there is no statute of limitations on some stories. It's strange, you know. Even Mabel won't talk about Hubert Mars 10 with anyone but her own circle. They'll talk about his death, of course. About the murder. But if you ask about the 10 years he and his wife spent up there in their house, doing God knows what, a sort of governor comes into play, perhaps the closest thing to a taboo our Western civilization knows. There have even been whispers that Hubert Mars 10 kidnapped and sacrificed small children to his infernal gods. I'm surprised Ben found out as much as he did. The secrecy concerning that aspect of Hubie and his wife and his house is almost tribal. He didn't come by it in the lot. That explains it, then. I suspect his theory is a rather old parapsychological wheeze that humans manufacture evil just as they manufacture snot or excrement or fingernail parings. That it doesn't go away. Specifically, that the Mars 10 house may have become a kind of evil dry cell, a malign storage battery. Yes. He expressed it in exactly those terms. She looked at him wonderingly. He gave a dry chuckle. We've read the same books. And what do you think, Susan? Is there more than heaven and earth in your philosophy? No, she said with quiet firmness. Houses are only houses. Evil dies with the perpetration of evil acts. You're suggesting that Ben's instability may enable me to lead him down the path to insanity that I am already traversing? No, of course not. I don't think you're insane. But Mr. Burke, you must realize. Be quiet. He had cocked his head forward. She stopped talking and listened. Nothing, except perhaps a creaky board. She looked at him questioningly, and he shook his head. You were saying? Only that coincidence has made this a poor time for him to exorcise the demons of his youth. There's been a lot of cheap talk going around town since the Mars 10 house was reoccupied and that store was opened. There's been talk about Ben himself, for that matter. Rites of exorcism have been known to get out of hand and turn on the exorcist. I think Ben needs to get out of this town, and I think maybe you could use a vacation from it, Mr. Burke. Exorcism made her think of Ben's request to mention the Catholic priest to Matt. On impulse, she decided not to. The reason he had asked was now clear enough, but it would only be adding fuel to a fire that was, in her opinion, already dangerously high. When Ben asked her if he ever did, she would say she had forgotten. I know how mad it must sound, Matt said. Even to me, who heard the window go up, and that laugh, and saw the screen lying beside the driveway this morning. But if it will allay your fears any, I must say that Ben's reaction to the whole thing was very sensible. He suggested we put the thing on the basis of a theory to be proved or disproved, and begin by a. He ceased again, listening. This time the silence spun out, and when he spoke again, the soft certainty in his voice frightened her. "There's someone upstairs." She listened. "Nothing. You're imagining things." "I know my house," he said softly. "Someone is in the guest bedroom, there, you hear?" And this time she did hear. The audible creak of a board, creaking the way boards in old houses do, for no good reason at all. But to Susan's ears there seemed to be something unutterably sly in that sound. "I'm going upstairs," he said. "No." The word came out with no thought. She told herself, now who's sitting in the chimney corner, believing the wind in the eaves is a banshee. "I was frightened last night and did nothing, and things grew worse. Now I am going upstairs. Mr. Burke." They had both begun to speak in undertones. Tension had wormed into her veins, making her muscles stiff. Maybe there was someone upstairs. A prowler. "Talk," he said. "After I go, continue speaking. On any subject." And before she could argue, he was out of his seat and moving toward the hall, moving with a grace that was nearly astounding. He looked back once, but she couldn't read his eyes. He began to go up the stairs. Her mind felt dazed into unreality by the swift turnaround things had taken. Less than 2 minutes ago they had been discussing this business calmly, under the rational light of electric bulbs. And now she was afraid. Question: if you put a psychologist in a room with a man who thinks he's Napoleon and leave them there for a year, or 10 or 20, will you end up with 2 Skinner men or 2 guys with their hands in their shirts? Answer: insufficient data. She opened her mouth and said, "Ben and I were going to drive up Route 1 to Camden on Sunday, you know, the town where they filmed Peyton Place, but now I guess we'll have to wait. They have the most darling little church." She found herself droning along with great facility, even though her hands were clenched together in her lap tightly enough to whiten the knuckles. Her mind was clear, still unimpressed with this talk of bloodsuckers and the undead. It was from her spinal cord, a much older network of nerves and ganglia, that the black dread emanated in waves. 6. Going up the stairs was the hardest thing Matt Burke had ever done in his life. That was all, that was it. Nothing else even came close. Except perhaps one thing. As a boy of 8, he had been in a Cub Scout pack. The den mother's house was a mile up the road and going was fine, yes, excellent, because you walked in the late afternoon daylight. But coming home twilight had begun to fall, freeing the shadows to yawn across the road in long, twisty patterns, or, if the meeting was particularly enthusiastic and ran late, you had to walk home in the dark. Alone. Alone. Yes, that's the key word, the most awful word in the English tongue. Murder doesn't hold a candle to it, and hell is only a poor synonym. There was a ruined church along the way, an old Methodist meeting house, which reared its shambles at the far end of a frost-heaved and hummocked lawn, and when you walked past the view of its glaring, senseless windows your footsteps became very loud in your ears, and whatever you had been whistling died on your lips, and you thought about how it must be inside the overturned pews, the rotting hymnals, the crumbling altar where only mice now kept the Sabbath, and you wondered what might be in there besides mice. What madmen, what monsters! Maybe they were peering out at you with yellow reptilian eyes. And maybe one night watching would not be enough, maybe some night that splintered, crazily hung door would be thrown open, and what you saw standing there would drive you to lunacy at one look. And you couldn't explain that to your mother and father, who were creatures of the light. No more than you could explain to them how, at the age of 3, the spare blanket at the foot of the crib turned into a collection of snakes that lay staring at you with flat and lidless eyes. No child ever conquers those fears, he thought. If a fear cannot be articulated, it can't be conquered. And the fears locked in small brains are much too large to pass through the orifice of the mouth. Sooner or later you found someone to walk past all the deserted meeting houses you had to pass between grinning babyhood and grunting senility. Until tonight. Until tonight, when you found out that none of the old fears had been staked, only tucked away in their tiny, child-sized coffins with a wild rose on top. He didn't turn on the light. He mounted the steps, one by one, avoiding the 6th, which creaked. He held onto the crucifix, and his palm was sweaty and slick. He reached the top and turned soundlessly to look down the hall. The guest room door was ajar. He had left it shut. From downstairs came the steady murmur of Susan's voice. Walking carefully to avoid squeaks, he went down to the door and stood in front of it. The basis of all human fears, he thought. A closed door, slightly ajar. He reached out and pushed it open. Mike Ryerson was lying on the bed. Moonlight flooded in the windows and silvered the room, turning it into a lagoon of dreams. Matt shook his head, as if to clear it. Almost it seemed as though he had moved backward in time, that it was the night before. He would go downstairs and call Ben, because Ben wasn't in the hospital yet. Mike opened his eyes. They glittered for just a moment in the moonlight, silver-rimmed with red. They were as blank as washed blackboards. There was no human thought or feeling in them. The eyes are the windows of the soul, Wordsworth had said. If so, these windows looked in on an empty room. Mike sat up, the sheet falling from his chest, and Matt saw the heavy industrial stitchwork where the ME or pathologist had repaired the work of his autopsy, perhaps whistling as he sewed. Mike smiled, and his canines and incisors were white and sharp. The smile itself was a mere flexing of the muscles around the mouth, it never touched the eyes. They retained their original dead blankness. Mike said very clearly, "Look at me." Matt looked. Yes, the eyes were utterly blank. But very deep. You could almost see little silver cameos of yourself in those eyes, drowning sweetly, making the world seem unimportant, making fears seem unimportant. He stepped backward and cried out, "No! No!" and held the crucifix out. Whatever had been Mike Ryerson hissed as if hot water had been thrown in its face. Its arms went up as if to ward off a blow. Matt took a step into the room, Ryerson took a compensatory one backward. "Get out of here!" Matt croaked. "I revoke my invitation." Ryerson screamed, a high, ululating sound full of hate and pain. He took 4 shambling steps backward. The backs of the knees struck the ledge of the open window, and Ryerson tottered past the edge of balance. "I will see you sleep like the dead, teacher." It fell outward into the night, going backward with its hands thrown out above its head, like a diver going off a high board. The pallid body gleamed like marble, in hard and depthless contrast to the black stitches that crisscrossed the torso in a Y pattern. Matt let out a crazed, terrified wail and rushed to the window and peered out. There was nothing to be seen but the moon-gilded night and suspended in the air below the window and above the spill of light that marked the living room, a dancing pattern of motes that might have been dust. They whirled, coalesced in a pattern that was hideously humanoid, and then dissipated into nothing. He turned to run, and that was when the pain filled his chest and made him stagger. He clutched at it and doubled over. The pain seemed to be coming up his arm in steady, pulsing waves. The crucifix swung below his eyes. He walked out the door holding his forearms crossed before his chest, the chain of the crucifix still caught in his right hand. The image of Mike Ryerson hanging in the dark air like some pallid high diver hung before him. "Mr. Burke." "My doctor is James Cody," he said through lips that were as cold as snow. "It's on the phone reminder. I'm having a heart attack, I think." He collapsed in the upper hall, face down. 7. She dialed the number marked beside Jimmy Cody, pill pusher. The legend was written in the neat block capitals she remembered so well from her school days. A woman's voice answered and Susan said, "Is the doctor home?" "Emergency." "Yes," the woman said calmly. "Here he is." "Dr. Cody speaking." "This is Susan Norton. I'm at Mr. Burke's house. He's had a heart attack." "Who?" "Matt Burke." "Yes. He's unconscious." "What should I?" "Call an ambulance," he said. "In Cumberland that's 841-4000. Stay with him. Put a blanket over him, but don't move him. Do you understand?" "Yes. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Will you?" But the phone clicked, and she was alone. She called for an ambulance and then she was alone again, faced with going back upstairs to him. 8. She stared at the stairwell with a trepidation which was amazing to her. She found herself wishing that none of it had happened, not so that Matt could be all right, but so she would not have to feel this sick, shaken fear. Her unbelief had been total. She saw Matt's perceptions of the previous night as something to be defined in terms of her accepted realities, nothing more or less. And now that firm unbelief was gone from beneath her, and she felt herself falling. She had heard Matt's voice and had heard a terrible toneless incantation, "I will see you sleep like the dead, teacher." The voice that had spoken those words had no more human quality than a dog's bark. She went back upstairs, forcing her body through every step. Even the hall light did not help much. Matt lay where she had left him, his face turned sideways so the right cheek lay against the threadbare nap of the hall runner, breathing in harsh, tearing gasps. She bent and undid the top 2 buttons of his shirt and his breathing seemed to ease a little. Then she went into the guest bedroom to get a blanket. The room was cool. The window stood open. The bed had been stripped except for the mattress pad, but there were blankets stacked on the top shelf of the closet. As she turned back to the hall, something on the floor near the window glittered in the moonlight and she stooped and picked it up. She recognized it immediately. A Cumberland Consolidated High School class ring. The initials engraved on the inner curve were MCR. Michael Corey Ryerson. For that moment, in the dark, she believed. She believed it all. A scream rose in her throat and she choked it unvoiced, but the ring tumbled from her fingers and lay on the floor below the window, glinting in the moonlight that rode the autumn dark.